Hello, everyone. Just give it a second for the notification to go out. I'd like to make an introduction, but I apologize for being late. You guys know me. It's very rare that I'm on time. I'm just so what I do, Chris, when I normally start a show is I wait to see like YouTube, we've had this love-hate thing for a long time. So what I say is like to my subs is to make sure that every now and then they double check to make sure that the notifications are on for my channel. Otherwise, they don't even know. I'm shadow banned. Okay.
Oh
So
yeah,
um so what that means is like you know me too well, like you know that I talk about we talk about all of the things they don't want you to talk about. And so what that means is they'll push your videos further down. So like even people that are subbing to you don't get your notifications and don't know you're live. So
yeah.
welcome to
I'm
my
sure I'll be
life.
experiencing that soon
Oh
enough.
yeah, it's great. I love it down in the low algorithms, like you know. Okay,
Yep.
so we'll get started. There's a few people here, so hi to everybody that's joined us. And I'd like to introduce you guys to someone very special that I've actually been trying to get on the show for a while. This is my cousin Chris,
How's it going?
and let me tell you a real quick story before we get into anything else. I think I've told you guys before that I'm adopted. And I met my birth mom first, and that was a shit show from start to finish. And I was afraid to meet any of the rest of the family because I was very afraid that they were a lot like her. And then Chris and I met, what was it, last year, right?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
common,
we totally
common stuff.
clicked. Yeah,
Oh
like as
yeah.
soon as I met him, I was like, I love you, like you're my best friend, like, oh my God, you know what I mean? So he is like so normal, so down to earth, and he's like one of us, right? And there's a lot. I wanted to bring him on for a long time, and we finally were able to find a night tonight to make it work. So, welcome him. He is new to YouTube. He does have a channel. He doesn't have any content on it yet, but I'm going to try to teach him, the error of my ways, and maybe don't have to go through 5 channels. Um, but I'm going to show him the ropes. And welcome to everybody that's here. And how's it going, Chris?
It's going good. It's going good. Just off for the weekend now, so just
Are
enjoying
you? Sweet. I
enjoying.
think I am too. I had a day from hell. Oh my God.
I got Friday and Monday off, so my boss is being extra generous, which is
Fucking
nice.
A. Take that way you can get it. That doesn't happen often, right?
No, it's usually just work, work, work.
Right. So then we should get together this weekend. I know we keep saying that, but this would be the weekend. It's a long weekend, right?
Yeah, for sure. Because I got 4 days and just be. I think I got dinner one day, and that's
Yeah.
basically it. So
So
remote user.
because we have people from watching all over the world, I always kind of try to keep and remind them like, so our Thanksgiving and the American Thanksgiving are different.
Oh
So
yeah.
in Canada, it's our Thanksgiving this weekend, which really just means we get an extra long weekend. So that's what we're all hyped about. But
Oh yeah. Take them when I
this
can
is
get them.
good because we haven't really talked before the show. Like we talked for a couple minutes just to explain how the show works, but we haven't really like I didn't even tell you what I wanted to talk about. But like today was just one of those days. And when I feel like this, these are like my best shows because I just come out here and like the Tourette's just goes kind of off, and I find myself the funniest when I'm like that. So it makes for good content. So,
Yeah.
um, anyways, there's a lot going on with a lot of different areas that I want to touch on. But I also like to bring other people on to get their perspective. So you're not just hearing my point of view. And you know what we talk about, Chris, all the time about freedom and all the things that are happening in Canada. And,
We
I
need
try
we need
to
more freedom because it's too much dictatorship feeling like that's
try
what
to
it feels like
explain that
lately.
to yeah, try to explain that to people that are outside of Canada. So what does that mean to you exactly? What has changed for you? What you explain it in your own words.
Well, to explain it in my own words, everything was so much different. 2018. That was like what I always say and what everyone around me always says. The last best year or the last good year we had was 2018, the summer before
Right?
COVID hit and all that. Because ever since COVID hit, it's been one thing after another, legislation after legislation, with all this propaganda to cover it up. So everybody's worried about this. Oh, submarines going under, this and
And
that, blah blah
the
blah. And next
balloon, don't
thing you
forget the
know,
balloon. The
oh
big
yeah, and
helium
it's
balloon that shot down that no one could find.
well, and the thing that people what I advise all the listeners and stuff to look out for too is like when you see all the news stations blasting something, be looking be looking over here. Like when they're saying look here, look over here. Because there's usually something going on,
Oh
usually
yeah, it's a mass
legislation's being
revolution.
passed, and the
Yeah.
big thing is they like to pass legislations middle of the night. So most
Well,
people
and
don't
get
even
this, because you're
realize
Canadian,
it.
and I always ask Americans this, and it's an unfortunate thing that they can't answer, but because they don't know our laws and our like we do. But we have a Bill of Rights, we have a Charter of Human Rights, but I don't understand how these toddlers in Parliament still are able to pass laws that completely supersede our God-given rights.
Well, it's tyranny basically, and you know, there's I seen the thing. I think it's down in the States where a judge is going after a lot of these leaders that are participating in this, and he's going after officials of the WHO and of the World Economic Forum because all these leaders that we see that we think, oh, they're just random, whatever, they're all being selected and sent to go to the World Economic Forum
Hmm.
seminars and be taught how to be these, you know, superior leaders, but they all have this agenda, you know, Agenda
Right.
2030. I advise everybody to look that up too, and that's on the World Economics page, like the World
Yeah, it
Economic
is.
Forum. You can see all that, and they don't hide it. It's all
Yeah,
in
well,
plain
see, the
sight,
funny
but
thing is, they
everybody it's
sell it to you
hidden
like
in
it's a
plain
good
sight.
thing.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
try to oh, you'll own nothing and you'll be happy and this and that, and you're already starting to see development starting to pop up. You know, there's another guy that, you know, would be an honor to have him on the show too.
Mhm.
Chris Sky, have you heard of him? He's a huge
Oh,
activist,
yeah.
but
Oh, yeah.
he was running for mayor out in Toronto,
I
and then
know.
they shadow banned him too. And I think he still might be trying to run, but like they're trying to hit him hard. But he's trying to expose like even there's huge development buildings going on in Toronto where it's going to be house 500 people, but there's
Yeah.
only enough parking for like a few vehicles, and then but there's 500 bikes. And this is all part of that 2030 agenda where they're going to try to strip your cars away from you so you can't travel. You're going to have 15-minute cities where
Yeah.
everything is within your zone. So you don't have no reason to go over here. You're going to have select times, you know, throughout the year where I can go visit my family, you know, 3, 4 times. Everything's going to have a like a
A
carbon credit
distance.
attached
Yeah.
to it.
So you
And
have a
that's
distance of how much you can travel outside your district. Like it's absolute next level bullshit. And if you don't understand why people are like getting so upset
it's
about this stuff,
Canada. We're
it.
turning into China. We are such a sellout to China that our leaders have sold us out on what I believe is going on. If you pay attention to what's been happening in China for the
Mhm.
last few years with the social credit score system and all this digitalized shit, that's how they control you. So once they have you on digital money, they can lock your account down. And that's where people need to realize like the whole first freedom convoy when they were shutting everybody's freaking banks down. That's how
Mhm.
easy it's going to be once you start to speak up about your opinion and that goes against theirs. Next thing you know, you can't buy food for your family. And
Well,
what
do you
happens
know?
when cash is gone? Cash is king. That's what everybody needs to keep saying. We don't want that digitalized fucking bullshit. Just fucking it's numbers on a fucking computer. Cash is always going to be king. Like it's that's why they don't like it. It's non-traceable, right? You can
Well,
give
and
30
and
bucks
here's
to
the
your
funny,
cousin
okay?
or
Here's the
your
funny
kid or
thing
whatever.
is that through that we exposed the mainstream media, okay? And they were like, if that's all you followed, you have no idea about really the truth of the matter, which I've been trying to, preach to the choir about. But so now what they've done, keep in mind the mainstream media here is funded by the federal government. So now what they're doing is, remember I keep talking about our censorship laws and how bad they're, and we can't even share news online anymore. They're attacking like even our podcast. So now soon they're going after the big guys that we have to register. Like it's so like I feel so much restriction. Like you might as well just put us all in jail. That's what I would feel like it would be compared to. I've never been to jail, but like you can't do this, you can't do that. You have to be in your cell. You have to be, you know what I mean? Like give me a break. But now
Well,
what they're doing is selling out the mainstream media, which is hilarious because their use is done and now they're getting tossed to the side.
well, that's why I say, like, pay attention to what happens in China, because in China it's full censorship, right? And when you take a look at like shareholdings of all these media companies and news companies and all the TV shows, like it's all there's all these like there's like 6 big companies that you know umbrella down onto all these different TV shows and channels, and it's all owned. A lot of them are owned by Chinese entities from out of fucking country, so they're controlling the whole narrative. And like
Oh yeah.
this is another thing people need to like pay attention to as well you know, they control the media, so they're controlling this whole, you know,
Yeah.
the whole movement that's going on, and you know, the whole culture shift that's going on right now.
And
And
that's why nobody understands. But for us,
but in their
speaking up,
country, they have, you know, like classes and like programs for their men to make them more masculine, while over here they're trying to feminize everything. So and we're on the brink of a world war that I don't think, you know, some
well,
people see it,
can they
some
put
people
some
don't.
testosterone over here? Because I don't see a lot of it
Well,
happening
and that's the
over
thing too, when people need to realize it's like it's deeper than, you know, it's deeper than all that too. Like GMOs and all this genetically modifying foods, like there's literally a scientist that turned a whole freaking pond of frogs gay using some sort of genetically altered like
Wait, what?
mRNA. Yeah, I'll look up. I'll try to find the link of that and send. I'll try to put that in the chat.
So
But
wait, what? Wait,
and
they're
it's
making frogs gay?
through genetics. Yeah, and they're feminizing these frogs. Then they weren't mating with the other ones. They wouldn't mate. They
So
were
now,
all
so
and
what's
it.
the purpose of that? What's the reasoning
So
behind that? Do you think?
this is the big thing. I don't know. That's the thing that I'm trying to figure it out still, because with the whole movement of everything, what happens when if everything and everybody,
It's
you
gay.
know, is gay? There's no more there's no more population.
Well, here's the
There's no
thing: is
more reproduction.
they're
And
wasting their time, okay? Because I've never wanted kids, and I didn't since I was young, and I still don't have any, and I'm 186.
well, the thing that
So
scares me and made me start to think that way was when I watched a video. This was back when I had social media.
yeah,
I got hacked and I haven't got it back since. But when I was still had Facebook, I seen a video and it went viral and it made a lot of people mad. And it was a big, I think it was Montreal, and it was a LGBTQ march. But they're saying we're coming for your kids and this and that.
oh
And
yeah,
like it took me a minute to analyze it, like what's really going on. But like think about it, they can't repopulate. So who's gonna push the next generation of, you know, of the gays if they can't actually repopulate? You know what I mean? Like not in a biological like standpoint, right? Like so
right.
their whole group, like, and this isn't my original thought. I heard this on, I'm pretty sure it was Jordan Peterson say this, but like
Okay,
they will not have, you know, can't have children. They can't reproduce like as, you know, everybody else is reproducing and stuff like the, you know, straight couples or whatever, because it's biological. That's how it works. So it's, I don't know. There's a lot of weird shit going on, and I
you know
feel
what
like there's too
my
many
thought is
distractions.
more sinister. You know what I think it is they're going after the most vulnerable, and because the way I see it is they're doing things that are going to provoke a reaction one way or the other out of people. So kids and the old people,
Well, and
right? Like,
it's scary because, you know, they're hitting the kids when they're most impressionable. But like
yeah,
I can speak from like, I'm not just talking like from someone that like out of his ass. Like my younger brother, which was a girl, transitioned into the boy, did a whole thing, but it started young. And it was like my brother was going to the school counseling because like
uh-huh,
we had a broken home. So no
right,
mom in the house. He's troubled at school.
yep,
And that's when they're like, he's got just me, my dad, to look up to. So he's a tomboy, right? There's nothing
yep,
wrong with being a tomboy, but then they try to make it seem, no, you're meant to be a boy. So then and as a kid, you're impressionable. So you start to believe it.
mhm,
This is what's happening worldwide. And as a parent,
mhm.
when you say, no, no, that's not how it is, honey, and you go against what this government is trying to push, they can strip your fucking child away from you.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to do now. And this is, I'm so glad you are explaining this because sometimes I get too upset to even explain it properly, but you hit it nail on the head. Do you mind if I ask a question about your brother? Would you say, in your opinion, as his brother, that it was his choice or that the seed was planted in his head by others, perhaps, to
Well,
make that choice?
I believe the seed was planted because, you know, I talked with my older brother, and he said one night when they were all drinking, and you know, they ended up like because it was my brother and his baby mom. She's passed away now, but
Right,
um,
yes.
they
Yeah.
were all together, and they ended up deciding, well, we'll do your makeup up, and they're drinking, and Maddie starts breaking down because Johnny's like, well, you could have been a beautiful girl. And it's like, and he's like regretting it basically. And this is, if you start to look deeper on YouTube, you know, even YouTube videos, you start looking into it. There's a lot of people coming forward, from the trans community even as well,
Yeah.
that now they're talking about the side effects that nobody wants to talk about before when they're pushing the
Yes.
shit. Like
Yep.
the,
I've
you
seen
know,
that
like
on Twitter. Yep.
I seen one where I was watching an interview. I believe it's Dirty Underbelly, which is his YouTube page, which he does a lot of really deep interviews, and they're really good. But
Hmm.
I was watching the one on there, and the person's breaking down, talking about, so he got the actual sex change and uh changing the vagina to a penis or whatever. But I don't know if I can say that, but that's the
There you can.
real terms, whatever. So,
Yeah.
but he got it all changed up, and there's an operation that you're supposed to have to only get once a month or once every couple months, where they have to reopen the hole so you can urinate. And it
Ouch.
ended up
Okay.
having to happen, once or twice a week, and that's for the rest of your life. And these are things that people aren't talking about. So, you get convinced you're not this, you're that. But then all these adverse health side effects that come afterwards, that how great is that life if you're meant to be this, but now you got to go and get these surgeries every other week. You're always living in discomfort, and you know what I mean. You taking
I
them.
would go back to the same argument I used in another situation, is informed consent. And once a person is 18 and is able to make their own decisions legally, let it be their choice. Do not put this on young children. Like, you have to be 18 to go see a restricted movie, but you're going to talk to them about getting a sex change?
Well, and that's where I always told that to Maddie too, and he just was so gung ho. No, I want to do this and that, and I'm
How old
like,
was he when that started?
oh, he was like 11, 12, like 13 I think it was 13 or 14 when he started testosterone. His voice started to drop, all that stuff. A few years ago, he got the tit reduction thing, and that all got infected, and his whole chest was just, it was all black and
Um,
blue and everything, which is a pretty common thing when you do that, right? Because you're cutting open and you're sucking that all out, and then it's a huge wound underneath your pec, basically.
so
So
has
it's
he
like,
fully, or I mean, I don't, is the proper term he or she, are they fully transitioned now?
not yet. So, well, we don't really talk anymore. He doesn't like my views on it, so
Right.
he's taken kind of me protecting my children, but like, because this stuff's in the schools, right? So I have an
Yeah.
opinion about it, because I don't want this shit shoved down my kids' throats,
Right.
and because I don't believe it to be even applicable to school. You know what I mean? Like,
Me
that is
neither.
a subject that should be talked
That's
about
for the
between
parents.
parent and a child, not the
Agreed.
school. And like, a big thing is a lot of this movement is sexualized. So then they're bringing this sexualized movement into the school, and they're teaching it to children in public schools. And like,
Yeah.
I've seen things down in Florida where like parents have been coming to the school board meetings and saying, "Look,
Oh yeah.
this is the
Look,
book that I found within the school, and it's
look
saying
what's
it's
happening
about
here, and
boys."
they get kicked out.
Yeah, and they get kicked out because that's inappropriate, but it's in the school library for
Yeah.
public school kids.
Yeah.
It's like, and so what? I'm a bad parent if I don't want to send my kid to school. You're gonna take my kid from me because I don't want to have them indoctrinated with the next generation of bullshit. And that's,
And what if some people feel very strongly that it shouldn't be happening at a young age, or as mature minors, as they like to call it, 11 and under, which is disgusting in my opinion. But as a person that doesn't have kids, I firmly believe that once you're old enough to make that decision for yourself, then that's okay. But
yeah. Once
you're
you're an adult,
influencing, yeah, once you're
your
influencing
brain
young
needs to go
impressionable
through a full
minds,
development.
that's not okay.
Yeah, see, because and that's where they're, and it's very, they've got a lot of people so indoctrinated and so brainwashed that they actually believe half of the stuff that they're being told, because
I don't. I think they're
they're so deep.
mentally ill, and I refuse to indulge it.
Well, you want to know how, like, I've been down the rabbit holes since I was like 16, so
Yep.
I've been on this kind of this
Yep.
page, but like,
Perfect.
what really kind of opened my eyes up like recently is like, I I know, fucking probably shouldn't even talk about it, but magic mushrooms or whatever.
I
I
don't
think that
know.
should be all
Whatever.
right. So you know what? I used to do those a whole bunch back in high school, and then I was like,
People microdose
and
them.
I think that might have even been what opened up my eyes to a whole bunch of stuff. Because while my peers are, they're just doing whatever, there's
Yep.
me, and now I'm starting to be like, well, what the fuck's really going on? The government? Because it was aliens first, then aliens crossed with the government. And then I've just been down this government frickin' page, because it's like a lot of stuff is lies. Our history is lies, and
I don't like how they're trying to remove history, and whatever they don't like, they just remove off the internet and then gaslight you and say that didn't happen. And it's like, dude, take anything off the internet that you want, but we all have copies of it. Like, you cannot And this is the sick part, okay? This is why they censor us, because they don't want it to come out. And this is why I'm saying, especially in the weeks and months to come, like, I need people from other countries that still have freedom of speech to be our voice, because they are taking it away.
You know, it's very, very weird. I didn't even think about it until right now. But
What?
like, if you are into like astrology and stuff, it's the age of Aquarius, which is the age of awakening. But it is
Okay.
also if you look at it in a technological aspect, it's the age of
Yep.
the internet. So like, it's all working. Everybody's conversating, and they're trying to block that off because you know that's where all this stuff's happened. Like through the internet and through TikToks, and even like back when I had TikTok, I seen this one, and it was like the reason, like, this is where I started making me think about all the countries and all the national parks and all this stuff. The reason I think that they have these blocked off in a lot of areas you can't go to is because there's huge artifacts and stuff there. And like I think you can't they don't want you to see it. They can't remove them. They're too big.
Well,
You know what I mean? Like
there's
they're
a lot
finding
of things
Egyptian
that,
stuff in the Grand Canyon. And that's why a lot of the places you can't go there, and you'll get turned away by military because they're hiding stuff. You know, there's a whole hidden history in America that is hidden from us, and
well,
from Canada too, I
and they
believe.
continue to do so, because I've always been a firm believer in, if you're telling the truth, then you don't worry about what other people are saying. And the fact that they are breaking our charter, making laws that are illegal, censoring our speech, censoring what we can see, say, stream, that to me says, you're afraid of what is going on. You don't want people to join together, because that's going to be a second part of the stream, because there is a situation occurring, as I talked about before, in Canada at the moment, and information got leaked about that. I'm not going to say by who, but I'm going to say this as a side note. I didn't mean to cut you off, but while I'm thinking of it, the last convoy that we had, that was in 2022. All Canadians came together across all of Canada, and we all had different reasons. But as you know, as a participant and as an observer, and since I've been following this since, I've realized that certain people are opportunists, right? And they jump in and use that platform to pursue exposure, their own agenda, things like that. Well, it just happened again. And I don't want to call anybody out yet. Maybe give it like a little bit when I really get my blood pressure up. But it's coming out, and people are showing their true colors. So it's what they've done is the biggest mind fuck in my lifetime, and it's getting hard to know who to trust. And they're doing that on purpose.
It's the deception.
Yeah, it's all a mind fuck. And unless you are like the type of person who doesn't just look at surface level, but you actually are an intellectual, logical, critical thinker, you're just going to be like think about it from this perspective, okay? Because I'm not technical at all, right? But why would they want AI? What, tell me what purpose
It's
other than
demonic.
nefarious reasons? Because they want you to make it think that there's a person talking to you when it's not. Now, what kind of mind fucker are they up to for real?
Well, I think this is all. I think it's all leading into something a lot darker. Like they're already talking about taking our consciousness
Mhm.
and putting it into a computer program so we can live for 150 years longer.
Oh yeah,
And
I
this,
heard that. What do they
and
think? I
thi-
want to be the crib keeper walking around? Fuck
well,
that.
well, that this is the thing. Okay, I believe in reincarnation, and I believe we come back, and our soul forever lives,
I'm
and
coming back to haunt
we
every
just
fucker
come.
ever.
Well, I think we reincarnate, right? So then, but then, like, it's weird because like I was never religious or nothing. I've
I'm
been to
not
church
either.
and stuff, but like there's some stuff in the Bible that like is the points and stuff, and with stuff that goes on today has me like just looking at stuff being like, well, this is weird because the people that are in charge are they all worship these entities that are like from
Bullshit. Let's just be
biblical stuff,
honest.
this and that, like Baal,
Yeah,
Baal, Balenciaga. You take that Latin to English, Baal is king. Who is Baal? They worship children. What is this whole like, look at all the children that go missing. 8 million
right,
or 8 million children a year in the
right.
world go missing, gone. And like
Especially
the
in the
thing,
indigenous community.
you know where they go?
Yes,
Why
I do
can't
know
you
where they go.
why can't nobody find them? Because they're down in these underground bunkers that the government and all these elites have. Like I've watched videos, people send drones up, boom, and then there's huge country blocks. It's all underground bunker entrances. And like I was watching another video, it was a dude that worked for Kraft. He was a truck driver, so he had a contract to drive all this food. He's
Yep.
driving it to an entrance of a freaking bunker. It's a huge 2-story tall
Yep.
vault door. And
Yep.
the thing he's bringing food, and there's loads of other trucks doing it. So either they're planning for some sort of nuclear war Armageddon situation, or they're feeding a bunch of people.
Well, as someone who's worked in the supply chain for 25 years, I can tell you right now that these shortages we're seeing are not because of what they're claiming.
They're
Um,
man-made.
they
And
absolutely are man-made, and it's part of the a way to the art of war, right? Like you
well,
need
and
to weaken the senses. You need to be able to make people so weak that they're going to not question authority and just be a fucking
'cause they're
sheep.
gonna take
And
the handout. They're gonna take when the government says, "Here's some food, here's some crickets." That's the latest thing. Bill
yeah,
Gates with the
yeah, I
cricket
know,
factory in Ontario, and they want to
I know,
process it for human consumption. That's gonna be the next thing. There's no food,
it already is.
even though they're stockpiling all the fucking good food, eating it for
Yeah,
themselves, telling us there's nothing but crickets. But then if you
well,
go out and shoot a deer, you're gonna go to jail because
yeah.
you don't have a tag, you don't have this.
All I
I'm
can
not gonna
say
feed my family crickets, and they
All
can.
I can say is this is that they are doing every single tactic, dirty fucking low down move that they can do to provoke the people into a reaction that we've been trying to avoid. But that's to me, there's no other fucking explanation logical that would
Every
be like, you
Think
can't fuck
about
with
it as
people like this.
farming. Think about it as farming. If humans are the same, it's a scare thing. When you're herding cattle to go to where
Yep,
you want, what are you
yep,
doing? You're using dogs to fucking rustle them up so you can herd them, right? You get those dogs to bark and snap at them so they get scared. Because when you're
yep,
scared, you're in that fight or flight. So then you
yeah,
go. It's you have that when you're calm and
yes.
when you're calm and you're not scared, you can sit back and give yourself
Logic.
time to think logically. But
Yep.
when you're
You're
all
preaching to the choir,
ah,
bud. I got PTSD. I could go fucking full on ghetto fabulous.
well, and that's why everything, like, if you have it, like, they were trying to push this whole COVID thing, which is all bullshit, but they were trying to push, or sorry, frig,
No,
but they
hey,
were
see,
trying to
you fit
push,
in.
all this shit, and nobody was biting, and they were trying to say, oh, it's a tax the elderly
What
don't care.
happened to the
They're
common
trying to attack
cold?
all this, and then all once that whole narrative was gone,
Yeah.
it was World War III. Once that started to die down, which it's because it's not getting as much clicks, and they're not getting the
The
views, no one's
Twitter
scared.
files
Then all of a
exposed
sudden
everything.
it's UFOs, and now they
Well,
want us all scared of that. And I've heard some like insider whistleblower stuff, military stuff. I don't know how true it is, but I've watched a few insider videos where these are military people saying that like 2024, this is what people need to watch for. That this is why, and it's weird because I heard this before all the alien stuff was starting to come on the news. And I believed in aliens for a long time, but I don't believe it right now. I believe this is Project Bluebeam, which is that holographic shit. But this guy said in 2024, they're like 2024, they're going to send uh, the Project Blue Beam into the sky, which they're setting it up, and they've been testing it since like the Phoenix, Arizona, like UFO sighting back in the freaking 80s or whenever it was, like back in the late 1900s. They had that. Everybody was spooked. That was the first supposedly time they tested it. But 2024, they're supposedly leading up to this fake alien invasion, and it's all part of this 2030 agenda where they're trying to push us closer. They want this one world government. That's why it's the
yeah.
World Economic Forum sending out all these politicians to all over the world. It's not just Canada, US, it's everywhere. Like, because, the World Economic
Well,
Forum,
and,
that's
and
following
and a
like
lot of
whales.
people, like I've talked a lot about this on this channel, and the reason why a lot of people don't get it is because maybe it's not happening in your country right now, but the G7 countries, like Canada's a test pilot for this. Australia, New Zealand,
Well, and
Canada,
it's because the countries that they're picking are very docile. They know
and
that.
Commonwealth,
That's
the
why they don't.
Commonwealth.
Yeah, they're trying to attack us first because we've already, and I think a big part of it is we already been conditioned to where everything's nice. So none of us are really fighting back or doing anything.
Oh, I'm not nice stuff.
well, not nice, but a lot of
Some
like, well,
days
for the majority of us, like me and you were different. A lot of the listeners, I'm sure, are different too. But for the majority of people,
they're like us.
they don't notice anything. It's just, oh, the Kardashians, this, they
Fuck
got
the
MTV
Kardashians.
this.
Who cares?
Well, I know, but a lot of people love that shit, and they fall in love with these celebrities and stuff, and that becomes their life. And because of that, they basically have blinders on. They live their life like this, and they don't see everything that's around
Well,
them.
you know what? I've come to a conclusion about that, and I think maybe you can agree. is
I don't watch
those.
TV. I'll put that out
Neither
there.
do I at all. I
I
don't have cable,
barely.
and I haven't in a fucking year, and I don't care to watch the news. It's all bullshit. I believe what I can see in person and everything. But here's the thing: is like, um, it's they're trying to control the information. Like
Well,
it's so corrupt what's happening, and
and it goes into like the laws of the universe as well. Like if you wanted to get real deep with stuff too, like the law of attraction, you need to be thinking about those things to bring it upon to reality. So if you're blasting news, that's what I think news and all that stuff is too. They bring this idea, plant the seed in everybody's
yep.
heads, everybody fixates on it, and the universe makes that a reality for everybody because everybody's thinking about it. That's why I don't indulge in all that stuff because it's like
Well,
I'm
people
not
are a
going to
lot
sit there and be
happier when they
scared
don't
about
see
all that
this
stuff.
shit. You know what I'm saying? They're happier to watch the Kardashians and not realize that we are on the brink of fucking like we're on the brink of letting the inmates run the asylum here. Like, I mean,
Well,
and am I
they already
saying,
are.
well, and it's like, okay, so the first convoy happened, and a week or two ago, I came on here and said, there's some details in the works. I can't release it because I don't know the plans. And when I can, I'll let you know. So what happened was there's a network of people that have been building over the last few years, like-minded people like ourselves, that realize that, we're going back to old school ways, like visiting people, having conversations offline without our phones even present. Okay. So what's this one channel do who I thought was supporting us? They fucking blast. I don't know who this person was. It was an alleged leaked conversation with um, information that I hadn't even heard. And I heard the original plan. So they blasted out. And what does Toronto do? The Toronto Police Department closed down the city of Toronto twice, two different times, blocked infrastructure, blocked people's way to work, everything, the whole thing. We can't do that, but they can. And both times, by the way, they were wrong. So maybe there was, false information given to make you guys look like the fools that you are. So haha to that. So now,
Well, and this
uh,
is where our taxpayers' money is going, and this is where we as the people, like these are public servants, we should be able to say, cut the nonsense. I want to fire every last one of you and start with
oh
our own people, but we can't do that, and that's where the things have changed. This is where the military really, realistically, like if they actually live up to their oath, which their oath is to
yeah,
protect this country from foreign and domestic
yeah.
terrorism. So
And
that
they
means
are
within
bought
our own
off. They're
country.
compromised. They're part of it. They are part of it. He owns every institution. Like all of these people. Okay, so here's another one.
Well,
And
and
I
that's why
wasn't
they're
going to do
taking our
this.
guns too,
I
because
know, but I
every
wasn't going
time
to
in
do this. But
history,
yes, I know because I know where you're going with that, and that's another tactic for art of war. But here's another thing. Okay, so they announced that there's some people that are high up in this movement that are not organizers. Everybody's afraid to be an organizer because you go to jail for 20 years. Okay. But so anyways, they're just using their platforms because they have big social media platforms. And again, people jump on the gravy train trying to get hitch a ride and say, okay, this was my idea, this is my movement. So
so what
what
do
does
they put you
Stanford
in jail
do?
for? I'm curious.
Mischief. Mischief. Now to me, mischief is like go out when you're a kid and steal a hubcap. That's what I thought mischief was. But do you know that Chris Barber and Tamara Leach are both facing 2 to 10 years? Carla Homolka served 12 for
So
like
is
her.
there ways around that if you're a sovereign citizen? Because those
Well,
laws
this is the
wouldn't
thing.
apply to
I
you,
don't
and
understand where all the
you're
fucking.
not killing somebody, you're not stealing someone's property, and you're not damaging someone's property.
Do you
Those
know
are the
Pat
big.
King? He's still on house arrest. Do you know that his bank accounts were still frozen without due process 2 years later? His disability from whatever work or whatever, he has to get on a prepaid card. Now, these are rights that are being stripped from Canadian citizens that haven't even gone to trial yet. That's not following due process. And if people don't get mad whether you like these people or not, what if it happened to you?
Well, and
That's
that's
why I get mad because I'm
most
not one
people
that it
don't
could
care
happen
unless
to.
it does happen to them. But then at that point, and I feel like that's also a conditioning thing. Like that's why I like the small towns a lot better. Like you
Me
go into a
too.
small town and as opposed to the big city. Like I'm in the big city, everybody's so selfish and just grab,
Yeah,
grab, grab.
about
You go out to
themselves.
the country little towns. Everybody's howdy, how you doing, this and that, and it's just everybody actually looks out for each other. You know what I mean? Like that's
Yeah,
I would feel more like somebody is going to help me if I broke down in a country town than opposed to in the city. Everybody's trying to
100%.
fly around you because they're just trying to get to where they got to go because it's me, me, me. But like, and I've never been a me, me, me kind of person. I think
Me
that's why
neither.
small towns always resonate with me good because
Yeah.
I'm always trying to help people out as
Well, and the
whether
thing,
it's information
ironically,
or.
about that, like, I found that to be true, except that's an Ontario thing. Because when I moved to Alberta and I was in Calgary, and at its peak, it had 1.5 million people. I seen that city come together when we had the flood and help people like no other. Like people were just letting people stay in their houses if you were affected by the flood. We were going down with food. We were sending up cleanup crews. Like people actually came together and helped each other out. And not once did they say, "Well, you got to pay me for this," or you got to do that. Like no, this is a community that came together in a time of need with no expectation in return of anything, just because they wanted to help. And they have done a great job of screwing up our morals and our ethics and taking our core values and trying to mold us into their mental fucking illness. I identify as a giraffe, pee in a fucking litter box. I refuse to accept it. It's insane. And they're punishing the wrong people. And all you got to do is put a rainbow flag on your back and say, I'm protesting, I'm Antifa, and you don't get charged even if you assault someone.
Yeah, that's the whole movement. Like they're creating like radical, like the people that are like out there doing all this, the LGBTQ shit, and they're like really activists, or what they call activists. It's all like a radicalist movement. Like
Well, that's what they're calling us,
because
the
they
projection.
get and see, and that's
They
fucked up
called
right
us Nazis
there.
because we stood up to them and they fucking gave a standing ovation to a Nazi in the House of Commons. They made us an embarrassment around the world. And oh my God, if I could do, I can't
Well,
say
you
what
know
I
what
want
it
to do,
is?
but
It's they're because they're scared that they're, and rightfully they should be. They're scared that too many of us are gonna stand up and say, you know what, we've had enough of
they
this. Like,
just push people to do it. Put it
on
that way. There's people waiting in the wings, okay? That's
and
all I
also
can say.
this is also another. It's also like it becomes touchy too, because then it's like, but is that what they want? So then they can issue martial law and send in
Well,
the military,
this
and
is
then they can suppress us even more legally because it's martial law, because there's been an emergency or
So
whatever they
this is what
call it.
happened. This you're exactly bang on nailed it. And let me give you a prime example that leaked information that allegedly came from some nobody knows who this person is, put this information out, heightened the senses. Now everyone's on like, the plan that they put out was so aggressive that I know the cops and how they proceed here. They would go in with orders of destruction, put it that way. Okay, so they literally put false information out to raise the temperature, and it wasn't even true. So now these people are like, okay, well now we got to back the fuck up and we're going to regroup.
You
Okay.
know what we need to do, and I've heard this said, I forget who said it. We need to crash the system. We need to all just stop paying bills and stop going and stop consuming. If we were to all, even for one day, you know how much the dropping the sales for all these big stores like Walmart, Amazon, all this shit, if we were to stop paying and stop, don't go to work and don't do this for fucking just one day, that's so much loss in revenue. Like, and you know, they want to play this nasty game thinking that there's no way that we, the people, can hit them in a way that hurts them.
Want to
Well,
bet? You know how we did?
if we were to all say we're not paying taxes, and oh, because the government has it in such a way, well, you don't even have a choice. It comes right off your stuff. Well, if I don't go to work and get an income and do all this and go to the store and consume and buy, you ain't getting nothing.
Remember when the donors list got leaked and people's bank accounts were getting frozen? Everyone went and did a bank run, and that's what stopped it. We depleted the banks, and we're like, "Fuck you guys!" And instantly, the next day, it was like, "Oh, you
Well,
know,
and the banks
we
don't
can't do
have
that."
it. The banks don't have it. The whole if you look into the way the bank systems work, right? They make paper notes. That's all cash is really. So they'll at the beginning, that's how it started, right? They would you know you could they'll give you a check, and you
Yeah,
know you put your money in here, but now they take this money that you have and they loan it to this person, and then they get
yeah,
the credit, they get the interest back, and then they
yeah.
start building up this huge thing, and now they have all this fucking money, but they don't have as much as, like, you know, a lot of people have a lot of money in the banks, and that's why people, when they go say, I want $100,000 from the fucking bank cash. Oh, well, that's going to
Well,
take
you
us
need
a
to go to
couple months.
16 banks.
That's going to take us a few months, and they have to get it all sent from all these different banks and stockhold and come. And in
Yeah,
some incidences they don't. And that's not like, that's here in Canada, in one of the good countries. I've heard of it in the States as well, of people trying to take out big lump sums of money.
I
And
wouldn't know. I've never had one.
in other countries, I've heard of stories. This is one that kind of, you know, I my kid had a birthday party, or it was one of his friends is from Lebanon originally, or his mom is. So
Right.
they're like been over here for like 3 years, and she was saying that one of her friends that she knows from back home, like
Uh-huh.
her friend's cousin got cancer, so she needed the money, and she had the money in the bank. She needed the
Right.
money to go and pay for like the
The
treatment,
treatment. Yeah.
and they wouldn't give her the cash, so she had to go in masked up with a gun to get her own money, and now she ain't allowed back in there for your
Oh
own
yeah.
money. So this is why people like there's going to be a crash soon, I think, and then I think
Oh
it's going to
yeah.
be a way that it's going to introvert over into this digital currency. But like one thing that never loses value, and I always say this to people, people don't fucking realize, but gold never loses its value. That shit
Well,
is used
back
for
to the
so much
barter
shit.
system.
So if you
Yeah.
were if you were to freaking load up all your savings instead of having a savings of cash, which you could have $100,000 in the bank, but if money becomes devalued, what happens to your $100,000? Are they going to convert all that all over? Or are they just going to give you, a startup and there you go into the new currency? Like that's why I have been, I don't really have
Let me
enough
give you
money to
another
save, but
example. Let me give you another example to people outside of Canada of what they did to screw not only small business, which they were targeting, in my opinion, but they offered bailouts, okay, to some small businesses. Those bailouts are due. And what they did at the time was said, okay, you have
it's the
X
same with
amount of
CERB.
time. Yeah, you have X amount of time to pay this back, interest free, yada, yada, yada. Well, now they've kind of changed the rules. And if you don't have the money, you're going to lose your business. And that was the plan all along.
And this is where, because I feel like all these really small businesses, they don't like, if you're a smart business owner, some of these small businesses are smart, but the smartest thing to do with owning a business, this is for anybody out there that has a business. If you want to protect yourself, the way to do it is to open up your business as a corporation or an
Yeah,
LLC.
numbered
You
company.
And then you have that as an entity in itself. You open up another business, and then you
Yep,
have all your money from this business going into this account. If you get
yep.
sued or they shut down this and it becomes bankrupt, it's not tied to you and your personal assets. So now you can go and take your money out of this account and start back up fresh the next freaking week if you wanted to. And
Well,
it's a liability. It makes sure that you're safe in any situation like that. Like, and I think a lot of these business owners, they just, they're just happy to have a business and be able to have a service out there and be
Well, I
able to
think a
do
lot of
something.
people didn't realize how far they were willing to go, and they've showed their cards. And if you think back to the mafia days, that's how they did it with the gas tax. And they set up the tax with the government. They never paid it. They charged it to the customer. They had all of these numbered companies and different companies to filter through the money to make the money clean. And all you got to do is transfer it around every 2 years. And do you know how long they got away with doing that? Like 10 years, like millions and billions of dollars. Like, and it taught the government how to do it, and
Well,
now
did
they're
you hear
doing it to
about
us.
did you hear about Trudeau talking about he wants to start selling well, because he wants to start like having the government selling drugs and stuff basically,
They
like,
already
and that's
are in
where
Vancouver. It's free.
all drugs now.
Yeah, and get this though, Chris. They
Because I
fucking
see,
have a
because
ban. Yeah,
I
for real.
seen
They
a
legit.
guy I seen a
Yeah.
guy that was doing it and he got busted, but he was taking it to court. And then I heard something about Trudeau talking about how all the money that we could make off selling cocaine and stuff to help the
Well,
economy.
yeah.
And it's like, so they want to result to drug dealing, but for, how long have they been throwing people throwing people in jail for,
You can
selling
talk to
drugs
some
to
of my
someone?
American friends. You know what? You got caught with it over there. You're going to jail for prison for like 20 fucking years, man. Like it's really next level. Like here, it's like you can be a coke dealer and be busted like 10 times and be on house arrest. Like nothing really happens, right? Like
Well, it's
you
because
get
it's part of the money making organization. Like
right,
they
like
want to
and
get more people inside the jail, so they'll have
right,
one big dealer selling to
right.
smaller dealers and keep busting them, and then
It's
just keep
like the
going and
movie
finding
Training
new
Day.
recruits.
Pay your taxes, right? Like they're in on it. Like
Well, and that's exactly how it is with the big ones. Like I've known a few big dealers, and most of the big ones. The reason they don't get busted is because they're either giving them someone to go and bust, or they're freaking
yeah.
paying them off. All right, you just stay off my back. Here's
Yeah,
a
like they
thousand
had
bucks.
even in Vancouver the first time I went there in 2006 to see my friend's dad. First time I was ever there. This same area that now people are afraid to go, and Hastings was always a rough area, and that's where the drugs are free and all that shit. But we went down there, and he's like, "I'll take you guys." This was before weed was legal. He's like, "I'll take you guys down to a spa, and it's a no-fly zone." And I'm like, "What the fuck do you mean a no-fly zone?" And he's like, "It means you can go in. It's run by HA, and you can just sit and smoke your weed, and nobody will bother you." So I was like, okay, never heard of it before. But I was like, fucking hey, let's go check this out. I'm in BC. Let's do this. We come out and like we're from Ontario, right? First time there. We were pretty young too at the time. And this guy stops us on the street and he's like, hey, And we're like, what? And he's like, you guys don't look like you're from around here. He's like, but you don't want to go down that way. And now that's the same area that the damn cops are afraid to go into because there's a mayor that brags about killing people in this homeless community, and it's in Hastings. And it's like, that's why
See,
Vancouver is trying to defund the police. Go. What's going to happen in Vancouver without police? Huh.
and you know what this is like another thing that like I started like putting shit together too. Like, so think about like even, this goes into the States too more than here because like we don't have liquor and beer at too many corner stores, a couple of them and stuff here
Out west
roughly.
we do, but
Oh yeah.
Ontario we don't.
See, but think about this. Those stores and
Mhm.
even all the LCBOs, where are they all located? They're all located in the downtown cores or in the poor neighborhoods. They're never in the suburbs. You don't see them in the rich neighborhoods because alcohol makes people rowdy and it turns people loose. And what is drugs in a neighborhood going to do once it's all legal? And people, they say, oh well, they try to show statistics say it's going to bring the drug count down and this and
Yeah,
that.
bullshit.
But
I mean, they're dead.
think about because they say that it's going to deter them, right? And it's going to make the people that
No, it
are on
ain't.
drugs want to get off, but it's not, because look at weed. Look at all the people that never
You
used
know
to
what's
smoke
big in
weed,
our
used to think that
town?
weed was a drug until it became legalized, and now everybody's smoking weed.
You know what the
The
big
numbers
one
are
is in our
went
town
up.
is fentanyl. That's the really bad one, and it's
Oh,
killing everybody.
it's
And they're
bad
doing it.
everywhere. It's
Yeah,
been
it's
killing people
really
all
like
over.
I've never seen it to like I mean even crack or what
It's
all those
made its
things.
reaches all the way up north, like up North Bay area
It's
and Huntsville
everywhere, and
area.
it's done
Like,
by design, man. Like they're bringing it in, from bigger cities to it. In
you know
my
what I think it
opinion, and
is?
I'm nobody, but population control is what I think.
Well, think about this. History always repeats itself, and the governments are all doing this shit. But think about even Escobar. Think about when he was coming and bringing plane loads worth of coke and selling it. Now it's all coming out that the government was buying it off of him and cooking up crack cocaine. That's where the crack epidemic came out in the 80s. But think about it now with like with all just incorporate that idea with everything. So it's like that fentanyl coming in that we think is just like, where's it coming from? You think these fucking street dealers are fucking this and that? No, it's all coming from fucking a
The
laboratory.
pharmaceutical.
It's coming from a pharmaceutical. It's all and when people start to realize that the pharmaceutical company is the biggest drug dealer that's out there, like
So
they'll go and kill anybody that speaks bad about their name. Like, oh,
So
I
wait
better.
until the Americans realize that they are now, as of 2025, I believe, and I could be wrong, they are taking anything that does not come from a big pharma off the shelves. So you can't buy vitamins, you can't go to health stores, you can't buy supplements, you can't buy anything. It's all going to be regulated and controlled by the big pharma. The ones that member said 2 weeks to flatten the curve.
See,
Yeah.
and these are the same people that think, oh, in Canada, at least, you're so depressed. Instead of fixing the problem, well, we can get you in there into that suicide thing in like 10 minutes, and
They
like
did all of this to weaken people so you bend, and if you don't bend, then you have conflict, and that's what's causing people's anger and upset, is because most of us have a good moral compass and are saying, fuck you, fuck around and find out.
Well, and the thing is, too, is the people that are making these decisions are the ones that everyone wants to be mad at, right? Nobody wants to really go down and start screaming at town hall because realistically, it's not those people's decisions. It's everyone's higher up. It's not even Trudeau's decision
I
when
know, but
you
he
think
just
about
happens
it
to
deep
be the
down.
face,
But he happens to be the face, and that's what they want. They always want somebody to be able to stick there, and then
But he's also
everyone's
an
mad. And
arrogant goof too, though.
well,
Like
he
you
is.
can't lie on that.
I don't like him, but
He's
like
got the most punchable face I've ever seen in my life. Like, honest to God.
all these laws, the things that people need to realize, it's the legislators.
Oh yeah.
And it's the people like Klaus Schwab from the World Economic Forum. Even him, I believe he's even a fucking face puppet. People to be mad at him. I believe it's all goes even deeper. All the banks
Well,
and shit, like
yeah, the
the
Rothschilds.
Rothschilds, the
Yeah,
fucking Rockefellers, all of them.
yeah,
Because
absolutely.
and even all the leaders. I was watching a video there a bit ago. It was all the American presidents. Every
Yeah.
single one of them is linked to a fucking French king. Every single leader,
You
and
know
like
what my theory is keep it
they're
simple,
all
stupid. Every
they're all
country for
fucking.
itself. We shouldn't be attached to the monarchy. Get fucked. You have nothing to do with Ontario. You have
No, that's
nothing to do
why.
with Canada. Fuck you.
Why do you think when all that shit was going on, I was trolling out
Yeah. Fuck
every post
NATO.
saying
Fuck all this shit.
fuck the queen, fuck the queen, and
Yeah.
everybody. I thought I was gonna get banned for that. And I
No, it's
didn't.
our
I was
opinion.
getting banned for little shit, for
Yeah.
literally calling some stupid artist a junkie
Yeah.
because he's a drug addict, and they're blasting him like he's some sort of fucking oh this and that. Like he's not an idol, he's a drug addict. He needs help. But you guys are fucking promoting this, and I said, oh, he's a junkie, this and that. Ban 30 days. I'm out there saying fuck the queen. I thought for sure, oh yeah, this is worth it though. Didn't get banned, so. But you know what?
Yeah.
It's true because
There's
it's like, why
wrong
are we bowing down to this royal family? What's
there,
so good
but
about
I
them?
won't.
The thing that people need to realize is the royal family, like they came over here.
I
They're the ones
can't
that are them in the
stand.
Vatican are the ones that are linked to the fucking Aboriginal fucking bodies being found and all that shit. Like think about that. The Vatican and the Catholic churches are all here. There's all these baby skeletons being found. You go to the Vatican Church 2012 when it's being renovated and they're busting down walls and they're finding all these skeletons of babies in the walls. I'm thinking at the time, I'm like, oh, the pastors and the priests and these nuns are getting it on this and that. And then it's like, oh, it's even deeper than that.
Yeah, the Pope
Like I
went
was
and
saying earlier
apologized to
about
people in
like I
British
was saying
Columbia.
earlier about say about these entities that they're worshiping, doing human sacrifices to these things for what they believe to be power and this and that. And it's these people are loons and these are the people that run the country. And I think
But the
everybody
more
has
we
just started to
talk, do you
wake up.
not? Yeah, but the more we talk, do you not start to realize why people are just happy in their own little fucking infamous bubble where they just don't have to realize that they have been lied to for so long that it's like you're an idiot. If you don't see it by now, you're an
Well, it's
idiot.
because a lot of people are comfortable with it, and
I get it. I
my
get it. I
mind
don't
just
judge.
and that's a thing too. Most people stay ignorant because probably because when they hear from everyone else too, it's once you go down that rabbit hole,
You can't unsee it,
even
dude.
even dipping your toes is like, oh,
Yeah.
and now you're sinking in. It's like sinking sand, and then you just keep going deeper and
I'm
deeper and
actually mad
deeper.
at the person that woke me up
It,
because it's like I was happy. Like I
well,
was
you know
happy
what?
just being retarded all the time and not knowing anything.
It's part of it's part of the journey, and the thing is sometimes it can get a little strenuous on the brain and on the mental health. I've had to take breaks
Me too, big time.
where I'm so deep into it and it starts to affect me mentally, and then I have to take a break.
Same.
I'm a big believer in balance of like, physical, mind and spiritual. So I'm
But
always trying to continue my journey
yeah,
in every aspect, right? Like I believe, even even spiritually, I think that's what's led me to, just me trying to be spiritual and
yeah.
look within myself through with mushrooms, right? Like I would eat mushrooms by myself. That's how I started fixing my own traumas. Like this is what the government don't want this shit out there. There's, you know, they say they want the mushrooms out there, but most people don't want the mushrooms to fucking actually heal themselves, right? Like I started doing them for microdosing purposes, but then
People microdose on those as a therapeutic, and it's
I would,
actually very beneficial, but they
but you
don't
know
want
what's
that because
more?
it's not big pharma.
You know what's more beneficial than I find than microdosing? But most people are scared to do it, especially if you don't do mushrooms and you've never actually had like a trip, right? But in those big trips,
Right.
like even when you're having a bad trip, there
Yeah.
was a couple where I thought, oh fuck, I'm having a bad trip. This feels not very good, this and that. But like I'm having breakthroughs, right? So then like the thoughts that I'm thinking about when because you can't suppress those thoughts when you're on mushrooms. That's why they're so good.
It's
Your
a
body
spiritual breakthrough, I
subconsciously.
call it. Yeah.
Well, and that's what ended up happening is like I was so depressed to where like I was doing all the meds and like nothing was working. They were all fucking making me worse, right? And then I was at such a low,
Oh,
like I was just I was basically at the end of my
I know.
fucking wit with everything. And then that's when I started to
I
microdose
know.
and I'm thinking whatever. And at first I needed it, quite a bit. I was doing it once every couple weeks, but then after a bit, I started to stop doing the lower doses and I started to just be like, you know what? I'm just gonna eat fucking, 2, 3 grams and then just blast off. And then, but instead of like going to a party and being all distracted, I'll just sit
Yeah.
by myself and then let those feelings and shit resonate up. And then like, why am I feeling like this? Why am I feeling, depressed? Why am I feeling down? And then the real reasons come out. And then you
Yeah.
end up coming to peace with why you're feeling like that, and then you move on.
Yeah,
And then
true.
that's the
Like
biggest thing I've been trying
again,
to.
I used to empty and it was a spiritual. Uh-oh,
Well, there's like, and
I
you
was
know, I,
fucking with our stream.
the the
If
spiritual like shit
you
is
guys
what
can
the
hear us,
government
press
wants to
one. I
keep.
can't hear you, Chris, right now.
They can't hear me. How about now?
Okay, now I can. Yeah, they screw the streams sometimes.
Yeah, so like with the spiritual thing, that's why that's illegal in most countries for like ayahuasca, DMT and stuff like that because
Well,
They
Joe
don't
Rogan
want
used to speak
people's
about DMT. I've never done it. I don't. He just said that it was a very
five. He did the five. Well, he did a bunch. He's done both, I think. But I was watching the one where he's explaining the 5-MeO DMT when he was getting it in bulk loads in the early 2000s, and like
okay.
so DMT. The thing that people don't realize, DMT, our bodies produce all that shit too. So and the trippy thing is when you're born and when you die, your body's flooded with DMT. So when you, and this is where I've got into it, where I've researched all this shit too. So like when I've watched documentaries where people are dead, like they're clinically dead, but the journey and the vision that they have of where they go is the exact same thing when you take the DMT or ayahuasca. Same thing, but ayahuasca is high
I've
in
never heard of
DMT.
ayahuasca, and I don't even really know what DMT
Ayahuasca
is.
ayahuasca is like so DMT is basically the leading component in like ayahuasca, but our bodies produce it as well. Like you can meditate through meditation and through breathing. You can cause your brain to drip that melatonin or the not melatonin to drip the DMT in, and you can get that state without it. But you when you do it, like it's so powerful of a psychedelic that it can take a 20 plus year heroin addict that can't get off the shit one time, and it changes your whole perspective and they never want to do it again.
Well,
Like,
that
and
you just answered the reason why that right there why they wouldn't want that available to the public because there's no cure. There's no money in cured patients.
well, and that's the thing too. Like, and I was always watching all these videos because I was interested in. I'm super like I dive deep into the psychedelic subjects and stuff. I'm super interested in it because there's a lot. The mind's very powerful, right? So there's a lot that I
Right.
believe these psychedelics can do to unlock your mind. And
Right.
I was so I've always watched these accounts and these videos, and then I never really actually knew somebody until
Mm-hmm.
recently. Like, because my boss I'm working for now, like I've known him for a while and stuff, but just recently, him and his brother, which his brother that I also work with, he was a huge heroin and crack addict, couldn't get off it for years and years and years. And
Gee.
then my boss's friend from back in high school
Uh-huh.
lives in K Town, Kitchener,
Uh-huh.
and but she ended up going down. He told me the story, and it's super interesting of why she got into it. She was into some other career. Like she went to school, did her whole career, had that all set up, but she was into traveling. So she's traveling all over the world.
Uh-huh.
She was down in South America, and she ended up getting a staph infection in her leg.
Okay.
And the staph infection was so bad that they were going to have to amputate her leg. So this is where it gets kind of trippy.
Oh
And in
God.
the Amazons are all full of these, they have a lot of the old ways, right? With these tribes that are still in the forest and doing all this natural healing and stuff like that. So she finds someone down there that they take her into the forest. They're singing to get this bofa frog to come down, and they take the fucking shit out of this frog and you smoke it. It's kind of like it's kind of like DMT. It's a different compound, but it comes naturally out of this frog, like a poison out of the back, out of the skin. And then you dry it. She
Weird.
smoked it. It makes you. It basically clears out every poison and imperfection. It saved her leg. So then she felt like, okay, this is a sign. I need to basically help people with this. Like this saved my leg and fucking could have almost saved her life because staph infections can be really bad, right? So now
Yeah.
she came back with all this fucking with all this. So the way she does it, my boss went and did the whole ceremony. So the way you do it is like you go for it's 2 day ceremony. The first day you smoke the bofa frog, and you do that ceremony,
A
and it
frog?
makes you. Well, no, it's part of the venom, but it comes from the bofa frog or whatever the fuck, and it cleans out the impurities. So it's like ayahuasca. Ayahuasca, you would drink a tea. It's all these different plants mixed together. You drink it. It's a super crazy psychedelic. That ayahuasca is really long though. DMT is shorter. It's like 20 minutes, but like when you go, there's no concept of time. So like
Right.
you're there, but like it supposedly like makes you feel like you are at the creation, like the beginning of time, like molecules and everything. Like, but it's weird the shit that it's undescribable what they taught. Like they say that they have a hard time putting it in words, but like anytime I've found a video of like people explaining it, it's all the exact same as when people die and they're gone and then they get brought back. They're seeing these entities, they're being blasted through what it feels like a fucking tunnel or a
Okay, wait, let
portal.
me stop you right there. I was 17 and I had a bad car accident. I turned 18 in the hospital. I broke 6 ribs, 3 toes. I had a punctured and collapsed lung. It was the first time I ever flew in a helicopter, life flight. Okay. They read my last rites 4 times. Um, I I I was declared dead a couple times, but I kept coming back. I guess
You remember
you can't
anything?
nothing, not a fucking well, the odd thing that made no sense because they had me on all these drugs because what happened was is one of my lungs went through my lung punctured and collapsed, and instead of like having to do another surgery when I was already not stable, they put me in a coma so the rib would come out on its own. So they
Yeah.
kept me like highly sedated. Do I remember the odd thing? Yeah, but like I had no life and death experience. I had no white light. I had none
Were
of
you
that.
still conscious the whole time though? Like still
No, not at all.
alive,
I
or
was
were
like
you
completely
or
friggin' out of
not
it.
conscious, but were you was your body still on basically? Like your heart's still beating and everything's
Well,
still
I
fine,
was
but they had
yeah,
you
like, as
sedated?
far as I know, like they didn't tell me all the details, but like I was on life support. I had a chest tube in my lung to drain the blood. I had tubes everywhere. Like it was sketchy for the first. Like I said, they did my last rates 4 times. So exactly what happened, they kept from me because they didn't want me to stress or whatever, right?
Because
Um,
when I was watching the videos, with the death thing, it was like, they were clinically dead for like, and they got revived. So they're basically like they were, on that beeper, they're flatlining.
like the movie
And
Flatliners, remember that? Like I wouldn't be messing around with that shit.
no, and it's like it's trippy because there's definitely something there. And it's like, I've definitely like, and this is where I want to touch on a little bit on like where, I was talking a little bit about like satanic shit and stuff like that. And this is where like I'm a like I believe in, some sort of fucking sketchy shit out there, because when I lived in Stratford, everybody's into like black magic and all that shit around there, right? So it's a smaller city, this and that. And I'm
If it
out.
works, I'm making voodoo dolls. I swear.
Well, this is where it gets trippy. So buddy's like talking to me one night, and I was like, this back when I was drugging and stuff too. So I'm all fucked up. We're drinking, we're partying, but this guy starts pulling out books and shit, and he starts showing me all this trippy shit, right? So I'm all interested because I'm like, oh, that's trippy, right? And then I go back to my apartment, and I'm like, well, fuck. I'm like, I'm gonna sell my soul, right, to the devil. So then I tried to like look up on Google
For how much?
the devil thing, right? To like
Yeah.
summon the devil. It's all ancient Arabic or whatever, but I'm trying. I tried it like 3 times. Nothing happened, right? So I'm like, shit's fucking load of shit, right? But
Yeah.
this is where psychedelics, I feel like because even with quantum physics, when with quantum physics and all the shit that they've been discovering lately, like they're basically saying like there's shit there that we can't perceive, right? Like right in front of our eyes that we can't perceive. I believe like psychedelics in a sense lift the
Oh,
veil so you
yeah.
can see into these
Enlighten
different
that.
dimensions and shit. Cause like, so I'm tripping fucking a week and a half later. I go to Buddy's, we're eating shrooms out of the bag. He throws down this ounce of these BC blue cap mushrooms, and
Yeah.
we start fucking. And next thing you know, fucking, like I'm really I ended, and like I've done mushrooms so much, and I've done way more than this than what I did this account. And I've never hallucinated. I've never
Right.
seen an apparition. I've never seen anything. It's always just been, euphoric fucking, I never seen anything that isn't there. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
exactly.
And then this night was way different, and it was tripping me right out because I'm sitting like I ended up eating them with my buddy. He wanted to spend time with his girl upstairs, so I went down to chill with all the other people that are just drinking, smoking weed. So I'm the only one on mushrooms down there, but like we're all sitting there chilling, watching TV and watching music videos and shit. Next thing you know, like this door out of my peripherals though is
Mhm.
is opening, and then a big black fucking, like it's bigger than my hands would be, and I got big hands, and it's coming through the door out of my side vision and telling me to come here. And this is after
Get fucked, bud.
I was trying to summon that shit, right? And this is when I was even like I started to not believe it again after, the devil didn't show his face. So I'm like, oh, what the fucking ever, shit's not real. Because
Yep.
I was ready to just be a famous rapper, right? So I'm like, fuck it, I'll do whatever they're doing. Next thing you know, when I look at the door's already shut, right? So I'm like, what the fuck? Because I just seen it open and a hand go, and then as I'm turning the doors, I'm noticing the door's already shut, right? So I'm already starting to be like, hey, this is like I don't know, I don't know what's going on, right? So I start telling my buddy because it happens like a handful of times, like 20, 30 times, and it just keeps happening. Every time I look away, I'll see that door open, like something's telling me, come here, right? Come here. And it felt like I could hear something, not hear something, but like something was telling me in my brain, like, come here, come here.
No.
And
No.
and the fuck thing is the weekend before I ate mushrooms too, because I used to eat them a lot, but I only ate like a
Did
little
this
bit.
ever happen when you were not on any sort of drug, by the way? Let's just clear
Well,
that one up. Did
uh,
you have any of those experiences like that? Maybe not to that degree, but any
not
experiences
to that
of
extent, but I've had paranormal experiences not high on anything, and that's where, like, uh, I'll get more into that because, like, that kind of is more recent, like poltergeist type of shit that happened. But like, it's all I believe it all to be like from the research I've done, even into the paranormal and shit. Like, this is all shit that's been happening for a long time, and I believe like even some of these things that when people are talking on a Ouija board and think they're talking to their grandma from that past, you're being tricked.
I have a
These are
hard time believing
well,
in
even
anything that I can't see physically, but I just want to comment on
well,
Mr.
'cause
Smith.
this
One
is
comment. Hang on one
well,
sec. Mr. Smith is a good friend of mine, and believe it or not, he's actually a former cop. And he lives in the Triangle of Death in Maryland, right? Great guy. I've had him on so many times. Like, we have different views on everything, right? But like, he's the only cop that I've actually genuinely respected. Okay, so I just want to address one of his comments, and it says, "So bottom line, illegal mind altering drugs make life better and eventually kill you." Got it. So I understand his position on that because get this,
well, 'cause
Chris.
you're a cop,
He
but the mushrooms have never
but he's
killed
not
anybody.
anymore. No, I know,
Mushrooms have
but
never
he
killed anybody though, and that's the thing, right? So it's like anything, you can take
but everyone
anything
has
too
different
much.
views, right? Everyone has different views, and I respect everyone's views, right? And listen to this. This story kills me, but he used to burn down fields of marijuana, and like when I first heard that, I was just like, oh my god, like I wanted to just be like, oh, right, like. But I totally respect that not everybody is open to the conversation that we're having. We're just shooting the shit, right? Wherever it goes, it goes. I
Well,
think the reason why people these days are looking for that mind altering thing is because we've been through so much trauma and people don't understand how to process it. And some people need that heightened experience to be able to maybe come to terms with what's happened to us. And
well,
I don't know how to explain it
it's hard
unless
to
you've
break
lived
the
it.
indoctrination too, though. So not everybody needs it. Some people like I
Right.
didn't. For me, it helped me
Through your shit.
when I was younger, kind of realize what's going on, and then from there, I kind of started to see because I watch all my peers. Everybody doesn't see what I see when I look into the world, and I'm seeing the world for what it is, and everybody else is kind of stuck
But
in this
see,
bubble.
I believe that people do have the foresight to see things much sooner than others. But when I say that, not with drugs, but like for example, this subject that we're talking about now,
Well,
people seen this
psychedelics are
shit
different
coming.
than all these other drugs, though. Like
I know, but
I
I'm
don't like
I'm
when
like
they get classified in the
not even
same.
just drugs. So not even just drugs, but like the situation that we're in the world. Some people seen this shit coming like 20 years ago, right? Like I was oblivious. Like I was like do out partying, not worrying about a single thing. I was
Look
one
at
of those people.
David Icke. If that's he's a big one. If you haven't watched his content, he from way back in the '90s, he's calling out the stuff that's happening now, and they were blackballing him then, calling him a lunatic and this and that, and all the stuff that he was talking about 20, 30 years ago is
Yeah,
all
it's happening.
happening to a T
Well,
today,
and
and
if
it's
you
like,
think back to a few years ago, not only were we not allowed to speak about this openly with each other, we were highly censored, but they also said, we're going to set up a fucking snitch line in Canada so you can report your neighbors. And this is the result of that. And now people are trying to cope in different ways. And I agree. I don't think that any substance, whether it be alcohol, any drug, is the answer. I think the answer is like doing work on yourself, trying to no, I know you're not bashing at all. I just wanted to set the record straight for anybody that might be tuning in now and be like, why are these assholes talking about this? But some people need that higher sense of self to be able to process like that we're going to be all right. And do I condone it? No, but do I understand it? 100%.
I'm 100% for that too. I'm exactly how you said it. But sometimes, like, for me, it helped. It like I was already on that mindset, but it helped reassure me that, like, even at the end of the day, regardless of what happens, everything is gonna be okay. It's like, but we gotta keep pushing. That doesn't mean sit back. You know what I mean? It's like anything. You want something, you want to manifest something, this and that. Okay, that's fine. You gotta have that goal, but you can't just sit back and expect it to happen. And
I think I think
you
we
have to
all
get
need
up, and you have to be making progress towards the goal that you want. But you always have to have it on your mind. That's the thing, and people need to not that's why they're trying to distract us, right? They want people to forget about the convoy, and they want it to be, "Oh, they got this, and they got that, and they got this, and they got that," people need to realize, like, if we don't stand up soon, we're not gonna be able to. It's gonna be, "You stand up. you go to jail. That's a
Listen,
freaking dictatorship. Like, what are we,
it's
North
already
Korea or
happening.
China? No, we are Canada. This is one of the like Canada. We are the free. Like, what is going on?
Chris, we haven't talked for a little bit before tonight that I texted you and said, do you want to go live with me? But do you know that there's people in Ottawa right now? You probably haven't heard that from anywhere yet, have you?
no.
Yeah. Do you
Last
know
I
that
heard
there's
was
been people, you
Toronto.
know that there's people, okay. Yeah. Well, there's certain things I could talk about and I can't, but do you know that do you know, for example, that there was a million march in Ottawa for the children for, like all creeds, cultures, races, ethnicities all came together, especially the Muslims, and they all marched. Did you hear any of that on the mainstream media? Probably very little, if any at all, right?
No, well, I don't
They're
watch the
suppressing
mainstream media
this.
too much just because, like, I
Me
get a lot of
neither.
mine. I like for my news, I like to watch just regular people like me and you
Live streamers, yeah.
that are going on and getting the facts and then saying this
Yeah.
is what's online and
You
let's
cannot
talk about
manipulate
it.
live footage no matter what they try to tell you. And like, I mean, and here's the thing, okay, about censorship. Like I'm on my fifth YouTube channel. I have shown things and I'm still sitting on information that some of it started to come out, but it's not coming out fast enough for me. And it's making me want to like just blow an artery in my brain to be like, when are you people gonna get this out there? Like, and nobody will touch it. And you know why? Because they're afraid. I'm not afraid, but I just don't have a big enough platform to get it to where it needs to be. But who the fuck's going to go in and do anything about it? Nobody, because he owns them all.
Well, and that's the thing too, is they're taking our guns away, and then we're gonna have no way of actually when it comes like that's why they're doing it. And it
I
happens
know.
in
I know.
every time in history that's happened, the government is committing tyranny. And
Yeah.
people are like so blind to the fact that okay, this is like people I think and that goes back to the people don't want to believe it. It's more, comfy to watch this show, but like regardless of if you want to believe it or not, it's happening.
Yeah.
And like I don't know if it's because, some of my peers don't have children and I do, and now I'm thinking about not just my future,
Their
but the future of
future.
my children and what
That's
and what
right.
kind of life they're going to be left
Would you ever pull
what
your
world are they
kids out and homeschool them? Because that's what a lot of parents are doing now.
that's me and my wife have already been talking about it because we know I've brought it to her attention. She sees the stuff too, but I went deeper into it. I started seeing it. Okay, that movement is like from through the schools. It's all coming this way, and it's like as soon as that stuff starts being pushed, like my kids in SK, and they're
Oh
already kind of
no.
like talking about gender and this and that, but it's like not
I was
too much,
eating
like
fucking paste
right.
in senior kindergarten. Okay, like where's the monkey bars? Like,
As soon as it starts getting even, as soon as it goes any further, it's basically okay. He's pulled out homeschool. We'll make it work. You know what I mean? Like we'll pull
yeah.
hours and get work around his schooling. It'll make it easier, anyways. Then we'll be able to work whenever we can do the school and get it all done. Wife does half the day, I do the half the day,
I could
and
come up with a compromise because since we're under the watch of Big Brother and everything we do is monitored, why not have cameras in the classroom for parents that are concerned
well,
and
and
want
that's
to
the
be
thing.
involved?
You want to know what concerns me? This is one thing that's so with my youngest, like when he started school and like even last year, I got told last year and I almost pulled him from the school
Mhm.
because of this, because I went in there, it was the end of the day, I went and picked him up. I got his stuff and like all like his backpack and all that stuff. And
Yep.
next thing you know, like he didn't have his lunch pail or something. So I was like, "Oh, well, we'll go and get it." We find his vice principal of the school, and he's like, "Oh yeah," like he was super nice. He's like, "Yeah, come on in. I'll take you in. We'll go to his class. We'll get his lunch pail." Next thing you know,
Okay.
Next thing you know, the secretary, like we're just told to wait inside the door. Secretary comes out, starts telling us, and she's getting all offensive. You need to get out of here. You can't be in here. You're not allowed to be in here. This and that.
Wait, what?
I'm
What?
like, what are you talking about? My kid goes to school here. Like, just relax. I'm waiting for his lunch pail. The vice principal's over here. No, you guys can wait outside the doors. They literally won't let us inside the school. And it makes me wonder why. Because you don't want the parents' eyes to see what you guys are advertising and what you guys are teaching our children. And
Okay,
it's like,
listen,
and
I'm no
it's hard for
parent,
me
but
to get
I'm
stuff.
very suspicious. You know
I'm
what I'd
very
be doing if I were a
suspicious.
parent? Yeah, I'd be sending a freaking tape recorder on my kid and saying, "You have this on from the time you walk in that door until you leave, and if anything goes wrong, you call me." Because you know what I don't agree with? What they're doing is saying, "Don't tell your parents," and if your
Well,
parents
and
tell you it's wrong, then we'll call on them.
that's where I'm starting to think that's what's being fucking told in the schools. Because I ask my kid every single day, "Hey, How was your day? What'd you learn today? Oh, I don't
Uh-huh.
remember. I don't remember. And it's like, are these teachers telling the kids to say that, don't tell your parents to say this and that? Because, my kid's very smart. He reads at a level higher than my daughter, which is freaking, 3 years older than him. And it's like
Nice.
I he's very smart for his age. So I don't, you know, he definitely
He would tell
he knows
you.
what's
He would
going
tell
on,
you.
right? So I don't know. It's just it's a weird situation. I don't know anything for sure, but at the same time, it's like I have my suspicions because I know that movement's going around. I was going through the thing. I was going to a church to do a program to become like baptized in the church so I could get my kid into a Catholic school because I thought that was my way to avoid all this, right? So I was like, if I get my, because you have to go through a whole system here in Canada anyways to do all that, right? So you
Mhm.
have to, like, the parent has to be baptized for the kid to be baptized for them to be accepted into a Catholic school. So I thought this was my way to get around all that whole
Yeah. Yeah.
stuff. But then I start hearing accounts of, that happening in all schools, even a Catholic, which doesn't make sense to me because in a
No,
biblical
because they're
standpoint,
against. Yeah,
they don't, it says in the Bible, all that's an abomination and this and that. So,
I
it's
know.
really bad when, well, the churches they've always been
Well, for
kind of
again, for
indoctrination and
anybody,
stuff, but like,
yeah, but for
that's,
anybody just tuning in, it's not about the issue of being gay or anything like that. It's
no,
about the
no, no.
children. And
Yeah,
it's about
that's the biggest
exposing
thing.
them to very
Well,
sensitive and,
it's
uncomfortable
grooming.
information. Yes, it is. In my opinion, it is. And when I was a
It's
kid,
grooming.
that's how it would be looked at.
Well, it
And to
is.
be like, let me age myself for a second, okay? The way that I learned about it from my parents is one day, well, from my mom, is one day I came home from school and there was a friggin' book on my bed. And I'm like, okay. So I read this book and it's about like, this is what's going to happen because things started to change in my body and blah, blah, blah. I couldn't even, then once, when I read the book, she took the damn book away. So it's not like I could even go back and look, but that's how I guess prude almost they were, back in those days. And the things that you're seeing in the world today in my generation would have absolutely been looked at as nefarious and grooming. Yes, I'm not going to lie, that's the way it would have been looked at. But
That's the
why
way I
isn't
look
it
at it.
today? And the fact that we can't even have a civilized conversation and voice our concerns concerns me even more
Well,
because
this
we've
is
seen the
the
school
biggest
meetings.
thing. The biggest thing. Why do you think they're not heinous? Why do you think they're not heinous on the
I know,
pedophiles in the legal system? Why do you think the list of Jeffrey Epstein
I
and
know,
Ghislaine Maxwell isn't coming out? Because all these judges and people that are in power are tied
I know,
into these things, and it's a huge thing. Like they're
I know,
Epstein was just the tip of the iceberg. Like I
I
guarantee there's
know.
hundreds, if not thousands, of islands out there. What's the one guy? Forget his name. He's an older fellow. He had an island where it had literally like a Mayan temple on the island where to do blood sacrifices. And it's like who are they sacrificing there? A lot of these
And
entities that they're
why? Like, what the
fucking
fuck?
because they're all nefarious. It's all they have this in their mind that like they think they have the hidden knowledge and this and that, and you know what, they
They have
definitely got shit
a
that they
mental
are.
illness. That's what they have.
That's the biggest part of it, and I think it's even. I think it goes deeper than even what we even see, like, even more than I can comprehend and you can comprehend, because
I know because
there's
our minds don't go there, but like this is the thing. And to me, the way that they're presenting it now is that they're going to
well, they're
make it
trying to
legal.
normalize it. They're
Yeah,
trying to
they're going
normalize
to
it.
make it legal. They're going to say it's a mental illness and that this can't be stopped. And it's like, okay, you know how it can be stopped?
Boom.
Cut off the fucking ancestor guy's dick.
Boom.
Yeah,
That's how it can
castration. Okay.
that's how it can be done. You know, a
Yeah.
bullet will always stop a pedophile dead in his tracks. And I don't know if I can say that or not, but that's my opinion. I have children, and if you don't think that I'll protect my children with my life
Any
over
parent would.
anybody, and that's
And
every parent. Any parent would fucking put you in the ground if you laid your hands on their
I
freaking
don't even
child.
have kids, but I have nieces and I have friends with kids, and I feel the same way that you do. I just feel like they're so innocent, and
Well,
it's so sad.
I'd treat any when it comes to anything like that, I would fucking treat any child like if I seen something going on like that, I don't care if the government wants to protect you with laws and stuff. I'll frickin' you're doing some shit like that, I'm gonna handle you. Like that's just how
Okay,
it
here,
is.
this is how open to interpretation our law is. Okay, remember I told you not long ago that I had a problem with one of the fucking mental cases here, and I got him charged, and it was about him threatening my life, and
Oh
it
yeah.
took a okay, so um it's really funny because if I actually played those videos, it would really contradict a lot of what they're saying because the cops are going by the human rights, the courts are going by the Bill of Rights. But anyways, off topic. So I said, well, what is the law on self-defense? And they said reasonable force. Okay, that is the definition of our self-defense in Canada.
Reasonable
Now,
too.
well, that's what I was just gonna say. Now, picture this.
Because
This
if
fucking,
somebody's threatening my life and they're
but I
gonna take
also
my
have,
life, then wouldn't be taking their life reasonable force. The
well,
only way to
and
stop a
also
killer.
I have PTSD. This guy is a drug addict. This guy is a violent offender. As per the police, you're telling me my life's in danger, and reasonable force to me is to subdue the threat. And I have PTSD, so you can't tell me that's not reasonable. So, like, I mean, of course, I would end up in jail for the rest of my life if something happened, and thank God it didn't. But it really needs to be clearly defined because they just change whatever they want whenever they want.
Well, and the laws need to be stiffened up in a sense too. Like a lot of the time, the cops won't do anything until after a crime has been committed. But what
Yeah,
happens
that's what
to
they told
crime?
me.
What happens to crime prevention? Like there's been accounts here
Yeah.
in London, Ontario, where there's been pedophiles, known pedophiles, sitting in the McDonald's, videotaping the kids in the playgrounds, and the people having problems with it, calling the cops because they don't want to get physical with the old man
Yeah.
or
And who do
whatever.
they protect? The
And
pedophile, right?
the cops come there and they say, "Well, there's nothing we can do until he hasn't done anything wrong. He hasn't broken any crimes." It's like you can see this guy, like your morals don't kick in as a cop. If I was a cop and I seen some shit like that, I'd be saying, "Yeah, you know what?" Because you got dirty cops out there getting away with dirty
Oh,
stuff.
yeah. Big
And
time.
like, okay, use your cop power for something good. Take that pedophile out and freaking go drop him off on a back road. Let him walk back to town.
Well,
See how
and
many
that's what
times he
they
does
said to
that.
me. They're like, we can't do anything until it happens. And I'm like, you do realize that he is threatening to kill me and blow up a house with like 16 people in it with a gas stove. And you're telling me you can't do nothing. Do you realize if he acts out on his threats, I'm dead and there's nothing I can do? Like, get your fucking head out of your ass. What's your name? What's your badge number? And get the fuck out of my face. I'm going above your head. So, you know what I did? I went into the police station. I was going to complain. The form says, oh, let's be clear. This isn't about disciplinary action. This is about going forward and how we're going to train. And it's like, wait, I didn't agree to that. I want this cocksucker to get a week suspension and some retraining because he's an idiot. So you know what I'm going to do instead is I'm just going to play all the videos that I got from the police because I recorded them. It's a one-party consent in Canada, in Ontario.
Well, and that's like the law system's broken. Like it has been broken. Like there's laws like someone breaks into your house and
Yep.
they strip down your stairs and break their ankle while they're breaking into your house to do who knows what, kill you, do whatever.
Yep.
They can still sue you. You can still sue them for breaking in, but they can still sue you for
All right.
fucking
All
breaking
right.
their fucking leg. And it's like so that's why like I don't know, it doesn't make sense. You're in my house. You're not supposed to be here, even if you break your leg. Okay, that voids that lawsuit because you're not supposed to be here. That's like that's the stupidest shit. That's the stupidest shit ever.
Even the
Like,
states have different policies as per the state, but you know the one that sticks with me the most is stand your ground law. You should be able to stand your ground. If someone enters my private space and I feel like my life's threatened, I should be able to take you off the face of the planet because you are in my space.
did you hear about that guy in Toronto? His someone rushed in to his mom's house with guns. Two people, I think it was. He started smacking his mom. He grabbed a gun that he had illegally. He just wasn't supposed to, but he shot that, or he might have been able to have it. I'm not sure the legalities of whether or not the gun was legal or not. But he shot this guy and killed him. But they were breaking into his house, attacking his mother right in front of him.
Yeah.
He's in jail now, man, for fucking second-degree murder. And it's like he's gone away for a bit now for that, for protecting his fucking mother when armed burglars come into their house. And they want to say like, oh well, no, that's what the cops are for. Half the time if you call the cops, they don't fucking come for
No,
25
10,
minutes.
12 hours, man. Fuck. I
By
was locked in my room for 12 hours waiting for them.
by then, so much crime and the guy's already gone. And it's like this is where this is why if we all like, and that's why I envy the states in a lot of ways of like, especially with their gun laws.
Yeah.
Everybody has a fucking gun, so you're gonna definitely second guess whether you're gonna go into this fucking house and try to take some shit, knowing that you might get in there in the dark, start rooting around, boom, and you're fucking, and that shit happens because
You want to hear
and
this crazy story? This was in the States and it's by a streamer. If you haven't watched him yet, check him out. He's got some wicked, unbelievable content. Matt Cox, okay? He was telling a story. He was interviewing somebody, and there was three guys, and they were going to do a heist, okay? So it was two brothers and their friend. One of the brothers was the driver. The other guy and the friend went around the back. They were going to go into this house and rob this other dealer or whatever, right? It was a sting by the DEA. They did not know this. Guns drawn, shots were fired. The two in the back were dead. They cornered the driver, so the brother away. He got out of the car, started running. They shot his friggin' leg off, and then they turned around and charged him with the murder of his brother and the best friend,
Yeah, that's
even though
that.
it was the cops
Yeah.
that did it. Like, I mean, what? Make it make sense. Like, I mean,
See, and that's where like it's all going in a weird way, and it's like I think people need to fight back, and as much as I don't want to fucking see a civil war or any type of war, I like to be peaceful. I want everybody to be peaceful and be able to just live their lives happily. But like in order
but
to
how
get
do
our
you do
happy
that
lives
with
back,
somebody who won't even listen to us?
and well, that's the thing. We just need to stop listening too. Like we're like this people need to realize this whole system's indoctrination. Okay, when we think about like slave, when you go back in time, okay, everyone wants to think, oh, slaves is just the blacks and this and that. We're all slaves. We're all slaves. And if you look at it in history, every tribe in every part of the world, they all had slaves. It was all part
Yeah.
of a thing, but they've just categorized it and made it a racist thing and made everything about race to divide us more. But like the thing is when you think about what a slave is, okay, they live on your plantation, they get food, they get house. What is it now with inflation? You pay your fucking rent and you buy your food, and that's
If you can buy
basically
your
all you
food,
that
if you
yeah,
can
and
buy
that's
food.
if you can. And like people are struggling to fucking choose between bills and food and losing their houses and this and that because everything's inflated way too high. That, in my opinion, is a slave. You are made to go to work, whether you think so or not. You are made to go to work because you have to survive. And if you don't go to work, you'll die. And that's how it is. No, like they'll give you a handout that's not big enough. It's good enough for you to go and buy some fucking drugs and live on the street
But
homeless.
this
And
is
that's
what
what
burns
happens
my
to
ass.
welfare. Fucking
This is
that's what
what burns
happens.
my ass is they do that to the good working people, but yet they have these people that are coming into the country illegally, and they're giving them like 6 grand a month and putting them up in hotels and giving them everything under the sun. While you got homeless people struggling,
You
people
know what
taking
it
their own
is too?
lives.
It's an attack on the middle class because the
Well, it's
only
to
way
make
to
us
get to
hate
the
each
high
other. It's
the only
it's
way to get rich and to get out of the fucking poverty is to climb yourself up through a business through the middle class until all of a sudden one day, okay, now you've made it. You're a millionaire. You have all this money. Because the only way to break out of the matrix, break out of the system, is to have wealth and to have financial security, like without having the government's
But you
aid.
know what? Even if I hit the lottery tomorrow and say I won $50 billion and I could take out all these fucking stupid elites that only have shitty diapers and bottles and rattles, I would do good things with it. Like, I mean, I would never let it go to my head. I would never try and be a dictator. I would build homeless shelters. I would build mental health patients, like hospitals. I would build like drug
You know what I
addiction
would do?
centers,
I would
homeless
build my own
people.
communities. I would say, "You know what? I'm gonna buy all this land, 100,000 acres, and I'm gonna build my own community of like-minded people like me to come live, and
Well, that too, but I would
we're gonna
actually,
govern ourselves because that's what we need." Like Quebec, you know what? People always talk this and that about Quebec, but like
I love Quebec.
Maybe Quebec's onto something. Like the news would always try to make, and everybody's opinion about Quebec is always. I've noticed this. Anyone you talk to, most of the time, it's oh they don't want to be part of Canada, this and that. It's like maybe we have it all backwards. Maybe it's like they're onto something. They're trying to get away from all this shit. And even with Alberta, with the what was it? They signed that clause where they're not going to
Yeah,
listen to
they're gonna
fucking
separate,
Trudeau.
and if they do,
They're,
I'm fucking heading. Woo
well,
woo.
that's where I've you know
I'm
I'm
going and I'm
definitely
taking you
thinking
with
about it.
me. But here's the thing, you know what? They're right. And when the convoy, the West always hated the East in their opinion. When the convoy came, they're like, when Alberta meets Quebec, you know that there's something going on in this world, and they're stronger than ever. But they're right. And if they separate, I'm fucking going back to because Alberta for the Americans is the Texas of Canada. And when
Well,
shit goes sideways, that's where you want to be.
oh, that's kind of like I've been wanting to go there too. It's just
It's beautiful. It's God's country.
it's like that's it resonates with me because that whole country lifestyle, I'm trying
I
to get
know, and
out
if
I'm
you
trying to
live
get
up
out of
north,
the
I keep
city right
telling
now.
you, like I keep telling you, and if you live up north, you will die once you see those mountains. It's game over. You're never coming
Oh,
back here again, like
I'll live
except to visit.
I'll live in the mountains. People call me
Yeah,
the crazy
Mr. Smith
mountain
lives on
man.
the other side of the mountains. Actually, he lives in Maryland, so he totally gets the mountain shit. Like
See, if I could set myself up in the mountains and build myself a little encampment, and the government wouldn't fucking come and crash it down, you'd catch me up there. If I could get a little signal, I'd pop up a fucking live stream every once in a while.
You
Tell everyone
can't. They block the signal because the mountains, right? Like it blocks the signal unless you have emergency equipment, like phones. But
what about that Starlink? You just got Starlink
maybe, yeah.
set up in a
I keep
tree.
trying to convince Elon Musk. Like I got to get his attention, and if I have to put a tinfoil cape on, I'm gonna do it. But like, save Canada, dude. Like, buy up all this shit. He's going after Trudeau online. Go after him in the pocketbook and just fucking get him on his knees, man. Like, just take away all of his power, so he's got nothing left but to sit in the corner and cry like a little bitch. Never had to change a diaper. Not sure I could. Me neither. And if it's shitty, I sure ain't changing it.
In a sec.
Yes, the snow is brutal in the winter, and you are surrounded by the U.S. military. Yes, Mr. Smith.
Anyways,
so this is awesome. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm gonna have to be signing off though here soon because I got a big day tomorrow in the morning and all that shit. Try to get
No
some
worries.
sleep. I didn't really realize the time. Fuck, we've been on here
Yeah,
for a bit.
holy, I didn't either. Okay,
Well,
so listen, I will call you or text you this weekend, and we will get together because you're off till what, Tuesday?
yeah, I don't go back to work till Tuesday. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm going back on days. Fuck this shit. I didn't even get to that part of my day yet. Okay, so anyways, if you want to go, that's good, and I'll talk to you, and we'll set some plans up. Maybe go fishing or something in nature.
Oh yeah, that's the best thing. It'll be good weather for it. So.
All right, cuz I love you. I'm glad you came on. I'm glad we finally did this.
I know we'll have to do it again for sure.
All right,
good.
I'll talk to you soon. Love you.
All right, love you too. Talk to you. Bye.
Okay, bye guys. I'm gonna stay on. Okay. So I'm gonna drop the link now because I love to hear other people's perspectives. And where it goes, nobody knows. Hang on, let's see. 1 second. I know who I hope comes on. And they know who I hope. Hang on. I gotta think while I do this. Dun, dun. Did it work? I hope. Yeah, it did, bitch. So if anybody wants to come on, shoot the shit. So let me tell you about my day first of all while I'm waiting for like my buddy to join me and he knows who he is. So I go to work today. Now, let me tell you about this guy, okay? I've talked about it before briefly. It was a guy that I've worked at the same place for 4 years, and I've known this guy for a couple of years. We worked on the same shifts. I always considered him a friend, okay? And we have PTSD in common, and that's what we used to talk about because I thought, well, at least I could talk about it with somebody who would understand and, not judge, sort of thing, blah, blah, blah. Well, then it was like, I don't know, a few months back, well, maybe like 6 months ago or something like that. I get this really fucking weird message from him out of the blue. And it was like, well, he used to check in periodically, right? And so he sends me this message and he's like, it was like the middle of the friggin' night too. So I should have known, but I just had this creepy feeling. So he's like, I'm starting to date and these are the two pictures I put up. And I just wanted like an unbiased opinion, from a woman or whatever. And I was just like, okay, I see where this is going. It's getting awkward. And it's a guy that I work with. So I can't be like, yo, bud, fuck you. Right. Like how I would handle it if I didn't have to see this guy 40 hours a week. So the next thing you know, after he sends me these pictures, and I was like trying to send out signals like, oh, well, I'm never having another relationship, like just kind of putting out that vibe, like, don't hit on me, which any other dude would have picked up, except this guy. So the next text I get from him is like, well, do you mind if I don't even like saying this, it makes me feel gross, but he honestly said this. He's like, do you mind if I send you nudes? And I was just like, that is creepy as fuck. So instant block. Well, don't I? Oh, yeah, there he is. Let me finish my story first. But here's my buddy. Yay. Let me finish this real quick. Okay. So next thing I know, I go back to work because in August they do what's called a job bid, and anybody can bounce around if you want another department. Well, don't he pick my department, and not just my department, but he's working with me. And I was like, oh, this is not going to go well, right? I knew this from the beginning, but I thought, whatever, just pretend like it doesn't bother you. Because if he sees he's getting a reaction out of you, he's one of those guys that will take that and make it like, take a crack and make it a gap. So I'm just like, yeah, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Well, then like last week he started like tripping and saying like, just kind of trying to micromanage me. And I'm like, dude, you're a fucking team member. You're not even a boss. Like, get off my ass sort of thing. Well, then this shit come up again. So finally, like the union steward knew at the time because we laughed about it. I'm like, can you imagine this guy wanting me to check out his junk? Like, what the fuck? Like, who even does that, right? Like, what kind of I would be so embarrassed if I were him, but hey, apparently some people have no clue. So we laughed about it, right? But it was always kind of in the back of my mind, and I just didn't really want to talk to him. Well, now he's at my door and I can't avoid it. Well, now he starts to try and micromanage me, and now I'm pissed off because it's like, okay, listen here, fucker. Like, if you don't put your foot down with him and show him who's boss, he's gonna drive me into punching him in the face, right? So I sent an email to HR yesterday and I was like, listen, I don't want him fired. I just want him moved down the dock so I don't have to see him every day. Hang on, I'm gonna add another fool to our stream. 1 second. Let me finish my story. Hey.
Oh, it's him. It's him.
Yeah.
Hey,
Okay, so 1 sec. Let me just finish this and then we can all
Carry
talk.
on. It's a good story.
Yeah, this is kind of, it really isn't actually. So, okay, so I sent this email yesterday to HR and I was like, listen, I don't want him fired. I just want him to go down to the other end of the building so I never have to see him. And really, I just want to document this because if he does it to another woman, I want it on paper that this is what happened and now it's a pattern, okay?
Yeah.
So what do they do today? They fucked everything up. I come in, he's at my door, and I'm like, now I'm like ready, like I'm throwing shit. I'm like, I'm going upstairs with my fucking union steward. Like I'm freaking out, right? Like I'm like, how could this even happen? I was promised by the ops manager, by the HR, by everybody, he won't be near me. He's at my door after he got spoken to about me. Great. So like, no, it's not uncomfortable here. So I caused this big, huge fucking scene. I go back up to the union steward and I'm like, how fucking retarded are these people? First of all,
point of the HR department if you don't fucking
well, and the thing is they gave him a note because anytime management speaks to a team member, you have to have a union steward present, and if you don't, that gets dropped. So they took a serious issue like this, didn't take a union steward, and now I'm afraid of retaliation. Well, guess what? I go outside, I have a fucking flat tire.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really. So I called my union steward again and I said, do those cameras out front work? And he said,
oh, you want to play those games now, do you?
Well,
now we're gonna go down this. Now we're gonna
he doesn't know the evil that he is provoking. Okay, so I called the union steward and I'm like, listen, I don't want to sound paranoid, but can you check the cameras out front and tell me if you can see him near my car? He's like, those cameras are just for show.
Oh, really?
I was like, all right. So yeah, so he wants to fuck around and find out. He's gonna, I can't say it because
are just for show. Oh, those cameras are just for show. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Are they? I want to know. It's
like a bunch of, like I said before, the inmates are running the asylum. So that's my day. So I was like, you know what? I'm out of here. You guys are all fucking retarded. I'm taking a long weekend. See you later. Get your shit together. And I'm coming on days next week. So how are you guys? I apologize for my rant, but I had to get that out because
no, you're fine. We're good.
That was a very interesting. What the fuck story is what that fucking was.
Oh, I got more, but I'll let you guys talk.
Like no, like you have to nip that shit in the bud, man. If somebody's fucking with you and they're saying, "I'm gonna send you dick pics," like how about fuck off, bud? Like I don't want to see.
You know what my HR manager said? You know what her solution was? Well, would it help if you just went to another shift altogether? And when I showed my union steward that, he fucking blew his lid. He's like, "Why should you move when it's this guy?" And I'm like, "Listen, this was a temporary shift. I'm going back on days. Fuck these guys. Like I'm out." You know what I mean? Yeah.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. So, Mr. Smith, how you feeling? I have to ask this real quick before we get into anything else.
I'm
Are you
great.
good?
I'm still breathing. Everything's great.
Oh, that makes me happy to hear that.
Me too, because I can actually say it. So yes.
Oh, that's great. I keep asking Truck, and he's like, I haven't asked him. And I'm like, dude, that's the first thing I ask him every time.
Did you see? Not to change the subject, sorry, but did you see Truck posted a short with him wearing a safety helmet and a reflective vest in a fucking elevator? You know why he had to do that?
Why was he stuck?
No, because the last time he walked in a fucking elevator,
Oh yeah, he tripped.
he fell.
That's a lawsuit, actually. Slip and fall.
Sorry.
That's hilarious. That's all
I'm
good.
sorry, Trock. If you're listening, I'm sorry, but it's true.
If he's listening, he should get his ass up here too, because I sent him the link. The thing.
I don't care. You want me to? All right, let me. All right.
So what's going on with you, Chris? House of Bad Influence. What's going on? Are you still fishing? You're back.
Didn't catch anything. I sliced my fucking finger washing a glass.
Oh.
Yeah, it was right to the fucking bone. I was washing a stupid dollar store glass. It was a cool glass. It was a Scotch glass. It had a moose and plaid and on it. I loved it. But it was skinny.
Super glue that bitch up.
Well, I was just doing this and it just went clunk. And as soon as it went clunk, it went right through my fucking finger, man.
Oh my god. Well, stop showing it. Put super glue on it and put it back together again, like Humpty Dumpty.
Put that away.
I put iodine on it. Iodine fixes everything.
Jesus. Actually, super glue is pretty good for fixing that.
It
kind
is.
of stuff, but
It's like liquid Band-Aid.
I was out having a bonfire tonight, and I was out chopping wood, and I fucking nicked this knuckle here, this side. So I got both hands now.
Are you
okay? So you need a helmet.
Yourself? What are you
I
doing?
need a helmet when I leave the house.
He's just a going concern. He's like you, Mr. Smith. Trips going up the stairs, you know. Yeah.
He and I get into a couple beers. We just grab an axe and fucking do.
Oh, totes. Heads are flying. Yep.
Everything's fine.
We make fire now. We make fire. It'd be good. Blood, fire. Yes.
That would be one hell of a party. I would love to attend that. Absolutely, 100%.
Well, depends on the country, but
well, I don't know. Ours are pretty easy for minor crimes or really violent crimes. I mean, hey, you get away with that, but don't you dare.
There's a lot of people. There's a lot of Canadians that are the smart ones anyway, who have the money and the ability and the passports and non-criminal records.
Yeah,
that are going to the States and man, I would too if I didn't have my past and if I had all my checks and balances in order and shit and I was good to go. I would go to the States. Absolutely. I would start a company. No, but I would never start a painting company in Canada because I know. But there's states down the States where I would love to start a company and I know it would thrive. I know it would thrive.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Well, actually, there is a way around that. If you are a business owner as a Canadian and employ Americans, you don't need to go through the immigration thing because you're making jobs for Americans.
Well, you have to apply for a green card and you're only allowed there for so many months and then you got to beat it back to Kazakhstan and fucking. Yeah, if I'm going to leave Canada, I can't leave Canada, man. It's my country. I love it here, man. This is my country.
I don't think we should leave. I think all these assholes that make us want to leave should leave.
Right. That's the way I look at it. It's like I don't know. Like I wish we had a First and Second Amendment. We don't.
I actually have a simple solution for all of this, honestly. Okay. And this is not supposed to be.
It's a joke.
It's just reality what's going on now.
Yeah. It's true.
Both of you all could get on a plane to fucking Mexico or Guatemala and cross the American border as Venezuelans or something, fake ID or not, doesn't matter. You get right into the States and you can fucking do whatever
I've heard
want.
That. But our border is so tight and hard for security. Like, why are they discriminating against us but allowing the drug cartel in on the other side of it? I don't get it.
We joke about going to the States coming across Roxham Road, but
right now you can't.
Yeah. They're letting all kinds of terrorists and people. I'm not talking about the illegal immigrants. I'm talking about
they're doing it on purpose, man. They're doing it. They're letting in the wrong people on purpose. They're doing it on purpose. It's it's psyop. They've been doing this psyop for a while now. It's not.
No, I don't deny that. The
Canadian military and the Canadian government, they signed off on before COVID. Conveniently, they signed off on a psyop. Like a psyop is something that they did with the hearts and minds of the troops in Afghanistan, the Canadian troops in Afghanistan, winning the hearts and minds. That was a psyop. So they signed up on the same shit that they'd signed off on in Afghanistan, in Canada.
Can you
So,
elaborate on that? Because I don't know what you mean by that. They signed off on what exactly?
Psychological
they
operations.
have permission to perform a psyop on your own citizens.
Get
And
the fuck out of here.
Yeah, yeah, they approved it. That's true, though.
Well, okay, so are you telling me that the veterans are not on our side? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm talking
That
about
would break my heart.
the current military in Canada chose their side, and it's not ours, and that's why all the good ones are not in the military anymore.
Yeah, I know.
That's
And
actually
they're still. I feel bad for the ones that are still in there, and same with the cops. There's a lot of good cops, man, but they're like
he's got a valid.
They're stuck in a fucking shitty fucking system.
He's got a valid point because there's at least one that went public. Special Canadian military forces. I think they're Royal.
There's a couple.
Yeah.
Military
Yeah.
forces, and there's one that went public with. He's been suppressed, like he's been like attacked by.
There's been several. Jeremy McKenzie, our buddy, is one of them.
Yeah.
But this dude went public and he got crucified, like crucified.
Yeah.
And he's still fighting it, but he went public again. He's like, fuck that. Sorry. He's like, fuck
No.
that. I'm doing it again.
No.
Again. And he's still being crucified. And he was Canadian Special Forces. And he was working with like U.S. SEALs, Delta, like all these special ops. So
These guys are not. They're a commodity. Like, oh, you just can't lose these guys. These guys are the best of the best, man. Like, I've met so many veterans, and I've listened and talked to so many of them, and it's like, man, you have to be like top tier to get to that point. And
absolutely,
you're just like, oh, you're not. Oh, okay, well, no, you can't do that to those guys. Those guys,
absolutely. No, you're right. You're absolutely right,
man. It makes.
I just feel sorry for the ones, the veterans that we've lost that fought for our freedom and our humanity, and now to see our country in such a state of despair and distress and disgrace is just, as a Canadian, it makes my heart break.
Well, this is what I fucking said to the fucking Fed boys when they were here. I said, "What are you doing about the Chinese influence in their everything?"
Tell that story for everybody. Chris, I don't know.
We're looking into that. Oh, don't worry. We're looking into that. Oh, are you now?
Chris, tell everybody the story why they came to your house and who and why. This is funny.
I'll show you guys the card.
This is funny.
I'll watch out the number.
While you go get what you're gonna get, I know what you're gonna get, but while you do, I'm gonna explain this. Just to show everybody how stupid these people are, they declared an emergency over a fake country with a fake president with a goat who snorts cocaine. Like it was in the fucking the Public Emergency Commission. These are the people running the show. Like, don't you feel safe? Like, oh my god, like you can't even make this shit up.
You can't make it up because it's just silly.
No, you can't.
So here, I put my thumb over the guy's name, but you can see. Ah, shit. Can you see it?
No, you can't see shit. I'm on my phone.
I can see the card.
Yeah, it's CSIS. Their card.
Yeah.
Fuck, I probably didn't really cover the name.
Okay, so tell people why they showed up to your house and who they are for who couldn't read it.
Person of interest because I fly a flag out front of my house, which is like a scary, scary flag, right? It's like, ooh, scary pirate flag. It's
their intel is tweets, by the way. This government agency that's our Central Intelligence Agency is getting their intel from tweets.
It was the Alphabet Mafia people down the street from me who fly their flag proudly out front.
Mm-hmm.
And they have no problems with their flag flying high. But I fly mine pretty proud outside, and it's the diagonal flag, like the one I got wrong.
Yeah, understood. Valid.
They don't like my flag.
I put it on the roof, man. Fuck you.
Right. So they they got dressed up in matching T-shirts and went around to all my neighbors up and down my street and put a letter in everybody's mailbox saying, it was all copy and pasted from Anti-Hate, CBC, CTV. It was all mainstream,
garbage for media.
Right. That was just knocking Jeremy and Diagonal and stuff. That was like, because of course we're all racist and terrorists and
yeah.
Right. So we're all the bad things, right? All the ifs and isms. And then actually at the bottom, which really broke my heart, actually, because coming from another neighbor, it actually did hurt my feelings. They said if you see them on an evening stroll, do not say hi to them. Don't wave to them. I'm like, that kind of hurt, man. Actually.
Yeah, but you know what? Anybody that knows you knows that you would like pull a kid in off the street and feed him if they were
My
hungry.
neighbors were fucking pissed.
Yep.
Like
You are the nicest dude, man.
To fly their own Dagalon flags, man. That's how pissed off they were. They're like, how dare you tell me who I can say hi to or not, right? Like, they were very angry.
Don't take that flag in.
They're like, you keep flying that flag, Chris.
I'd get 10 more and I'd put them all on my roof. Fuck you. How you like me now?
It was so that really hurt though, man. When I can show you the letter.
It's too long though.
It's a long letter. Theirs is our response. So Michelle fucking come up with a perfect response. I'm gonna show you this one. I have to show you this one.
Okay, because I don't even think I've seen this part. Mr. Smith, I don't think you would fare well as a Canadian.
No, I'd actually be pretty over violent, I think.
I think we need people like you, though.
But here's a quick example of their letter, right?
Are you serious?
Yeah, it's like fucking totally fine print. But look at the bottom. The bottom, I'm pretty sure you can read.
I'd have to freeze it. That's from your.
Do not engage in any, even politely saying hi on an evening stroll. Like, what? Did you see that?
Is that from the like a local? I don't know what they call it there, but
that's my alphabet neighbors down the street, right? Yeah. So that was, I found that very hurtful. But this is our response.
Yeah.
We're the Freestones. The house flying Dagalon flag. Yes. Yes.
You can probably turn around and read it.
Yeah, I know. We have.
I can't read. I can't.
Yeah, read it. Read it to us because we can't see shit. We're blind.
I'm gonna read it to you. It's story time. Story time.
Don't read anything that'll get you in trouble.
We're the Freestones. The house flying the Dagalon flag. Yes, we have flown the Canadian Red Ensign as a tribute to those who have served in World War I and World War II in Korea. We also fly the Canadian flag and the New Brunswick provincial flag. This is Canada. We have that freedom. Please do your own research on Dagalon. You will discover it is a community full of friendly and diverse people. It all started as a joke, nothing more. Fictitious country starting from Alaska down through Alberta and Saskatchewan, then Montana, and all the way through Texas and Florida. And lo and behold, that forms the Dagalon line. A time-traveling plastic goat is the vice president.
Yeah.
We'd like to thank this opportunity to thank you for being great neighbors for the last 18 years. And that was her response, man. Like, look how simple our letter is compared to theirs, man. Like, fucking settle down. And we didn't wear masks.
Stupid people like to baffle you with bullshit, so they make it all long because they don't know what they're talking about. So if they just use this word salad, they'll confuse you and you'll drop it, right?
Yeah, it's painful, man. It's painful.
So here's the biggest question. I think I've talked to Kim about this briefly, but of course I forget. You guys don't have a constitutional protection like.
No, we don't.
Right, because you're under the crown. Is that correct? The crown. Yeah.
Yeah, we're under NATO bullshit. We're a Commonwealth country, which is horseshit.
Okay.
Now we're screwed. We don't have a first and second. If we had a first and second, things would be.
Got it. But you did have somewhat of a second, but it got really, really constricted because of no protections under a lack of a constitution, right?
I remember in the 80s, man. I remember seeing 22s and shotguns in the back of pickup trucks at high school.
Exactly. Yeah.
And here in Canada.
Yep.
Like, you could walk down the road if you lived in the rural areas. You could be walking down the road with your gun, like safely carrying it.
Yep.
And looking for cartridge and shit, and nobody bothered you. The cops didn't bug you.
Correct.
Cops probably knew you. Like the cop out in the rural areas, like they knew you. But now they switch cops around, so they're not from that area, so they don't know you. It's like they do it on purpose, right? Like they don't want cops to get to know their constituents. And
I wish I was good at editing videos and had the time and patience, because I got some stuff that if I put it together, like it would make them look even more of like a horse's ass than they already look like. But
but the thing is, what Chris is talking about, it's the same in the States now. You can't, like, kids would go to high school with shotguns and hunting rifles in the back of their, like, mounted in the back of their pickup truck or whatever.
Gun rack. And the doors, the windows and doors would be wide open, and nobody touched anything, man.
Exactly.
Right? Nobody touched anything.
Isn't there an age restriction on firearms in the U.S. or no?
18 for long-barreled weapons, 21 for handguns at a minimum.
So how
they're
trying
to change that now too. So who knows?
You know what? I'm sick of their changes. I'm sick of them forcing their choices down our throat. You know what? When are people going to start asking my opinion? Because I could fix this country in a fucking New York minute. Like, go into that House of Commons, spank all their asses, fire them, take away their pensions, make them walk home, fuck you, and you're going to jail for your crimes. And you're lucky that's all it is. Take it or leave it.
Did you just say you're going to control the world by spanking asses? That's kind of hot.
Yeah, but we're dealing with friggin' psychopaths and sociopaths. More than that.
Sorry. I just went with. I'm sorry, Kim. I just went with it.
One cheek at a time, man. Cheeky.
I'd like to line them all up and knock their heads together like those chimes things that used to be on the metal things, the balls, you know? Yeah. Because you hear it rattle all the way down because between all of them, they don't have half a brain. They're so fucking, oh my God.
Like a hollow sound.
Yeah, like a fucking coconut, okay? Like a coconut.
Like, I fucking told you that you're gonna do that.
I keep trying to encourage Trudeau's wife because she just left his ass, and I keep encouraging her, like, I'm waiting for your tell-all, bitch. Like, write it now, please. I'll help you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure she
Oh,
does.
yeah.
Yeah. But she wants to live, right?
Yeah.
Who cares? Say it now before he fucking has your ass for the rest of your life. I would open my mouth with a megaphone, like, listen to my story. Look what he made me do.
Yeah.
He needs a bottle every night to go to sleep.
Well, but that would be her insurance. If she did write some shit, that would be her fucking insurance, right?
Oh, he made her sign an NDA, no doubt. But I'd break it because you know what? When the laws are broken, an NDA is null and void. So fuck you, and I'd sell it all.
But if she's got a manuscript of things like, you know, all tell all shit, and someone's holding on to it for her, and it's like, anything happens to me, this goes public, and then he's fucked, right? Like, so that's probably her.
There's so much stuff that if we were allowed to talk about it publicly, he would not be a free man. But I can't. All I can say is it's my pinned tweet on Twitter. If you're on Twitter, the information's there, and it's fucking bad. But we encourage that shit in Canada. Come on over here, break all the laws you want. You're a criminal, sure, just walk the street. Fuck it.
I don't know. It's like, this is why all my buddies are all moving out in the rural areas and moving out north, and they're buying places out in the country and shit. It's like, I'm not leaving, man. I worked hard for this fucking house.
Why should we be the ones to run when they're the ones making us?
I'm not fucking going anywhere.
Stay your ground.
Yeah, okay, the demographics might be changing a little bit around me, but, you know, you'll fuck around, you'll find out at my house, right?
This is what I like the most about people. It's their own independence, their own thoughts, their own will to say, you know what, this isn't right, and I don't know what it is, but I'm speaking up, and I love people like that. I would rather deal with people like that all day long than deal with a fugazi, because you need to have balls. You need to be strong-minded. You need to know what's right and wrong. And you need to know how far you're willing to be pushed. And if you can't do that, then sit down when you pee. Like, fuck.
Don't fuck with Bigot Street, man. Bigot Street, don't fuck around. Like, if you're a meth head and you're fucking around with my neighbor's cars and shit, I happen to be sitting on my porch. I'm just sitting on my porch. I don't know. Sometimes I'm up all night. Sometimes I go fishing and I come back at 4. Or sometimes I leave at 4. Who knows? I'm an all-nighter guy sometimes, and I'll see fucking weird meth heads and shit walking down the street.
I record it. You don't even know what I see. I know it before the news knows it.
It's like, no, I chase these fuckers, at least 2 of them, at least once a year, man, with a baseball bat off my fucking street. And they have no fucking clue. Like, it's like, and this is why you should make crack great again, because crack, they were so fucking paranoid. Because when you did cocaine, you were so paranoid. You're like, oh, you got busted, and then they'd run away. But with the fentanyl and the meth, like, they're just zombified, man. They're like, what?
They never fully hit the ground, but they're like one of those.
I'm about to brain you, and they're like, what? I'm about to brain you. what? It's like, I'm gonna, like, why aren't you running? I don't understand it.
Because
Why?
they're on fentanyl and they're in another planet, man, and they never hit the ground. Like it's the funniest thing if you watch them, because I
I
observe
wish-
people, and it's like one of those things at the gas station that are filled with air and they just flop around like nothing to them, but they don't fully hit the ground, and I don't know how they do it. It takes skill.
Like, make crack great again. Like, let's bring it back. Bring back crack.
I wish Chris was my neighbor because we'd fuck shit up. Like I would be
Hey,
like,
what about me, Dank?
here's we would fuck shit.
I'd go up into those mountains with your ATV, and I'd come back with that mountain lion on the back to say, "Ha ha, fucker."
They're your neighbors. I care about my neighbors, and I don't fucking want these fucking asshats and shitheads fucking with my neighborhood, man.
You didn't change the name.
Hey, the way I see it is, if it ain't bolted down,
Oh,
it's
shit.
gone.
Didn't change the name. Oh, Michelle just pointed that out. Fuck.
What'd she say?
I left it on Michelle's name.
What is
Oh,
Lady of the House?
Yeah,
Well, that's a new one.
Fucking son of a bitch.
That's hilarious.
That's the toughest lady of the house that I've seen.
I take
Where's his crown, Michelle? He needs a crown and a sash.
I know.
Oh,
He could
my
rock
God.
it.
Michelle, have you ever pulled the pin on a grenade?
No.
Thrown it? No.
He's a police officer, Michelle.
Well,
Don't be scared.
Chris and I are going to do that soon, and I don't care if it's the States or Canada, but we're going to do that soon. If
We're
we
doing
have,
it at your house, dude.
if we have to. That's nice. Are those little aluminum horns?
No, it's
Yeah.
a simple hat.
Oh,
Yeah.
so that's for better signal.
Right.
There's my truck.
Dude, that's killing me. That's killing me. That's
Hang on.
awesome.
How do I post a damn link? Help me out, you guys. Hang on. Truck's coming on. Finally, the dink.
I texted him like 20 minutes.
I know he just got in or something, I think he said.
For fuck's sake, boy.
Huh.
Hey, laddie. Upper kill.
There he is.
I remember when I was having problems with StreamYards, and all it was like my voice. You didn't even see my avatar. And I was like, if someone tuned in right now, there's Chris sitting on the fucking stream with his tinfoil hat on, me speaking like I'm the captain. This is your captain speaking. Like, we were dying of laughter. It's so funny.
Truck left me in the bodega parking lot for like 20 minutes. Remember this? Do you remember
Yes.
this? And there was shit going on. He left me in a fucking bodega parking lot in his car on his phone. I had to hear all this shit. And I'm like, where the fuck?
You know what's funny is I take my phone and my camera and I get that shit on tape, man.
I'm changing this name, so I'm going to leave the studio and change my name back to.
No. Don't change the name. Leave it. Leave it.
Lady of the house. Yeah,
We
it's already out there.
We understand your wife is in
I
charge.
can't take it back.
She is. She is in charge. She wears the pants. He gets one reset. And that's
fuck.
just,
The reset button. You ever seen that happen?
I think I have one night when you guys were having a party and you were swinging from the rafters or something. Like,
Yeah, reset.
where did
button.
Mr. Smith go? What happened to his avatar?
Here we go. Here's the reset button.
So the hand comes in, goes bam.
Yeah.
Harder.
It's a forehead punch.
Oh yeah, I do it to myself sometimes. Why does it not show me about? Oh, there. Hang on. Add to. Okay, here we go. Where did Mr. Smith go? Hey, Trock.
I don't know. Mr. Smith went for a leak, I think.
Hello.
Oh, did he?
Hello.
Hey, how's it going? You know my friend Chris. You both have the same name. We've all spoken before. We've hung out before. This is a good mixture, actually. You guys are all hilarious.
Are we? Are we now?
Well, some days, most days,
Do we entertain you, Kim?
it don't take much. It don't take much to entertain me. Yeah. So what's going on with you, Trock? Trock.
Caw-caw!
Caw-caw! I always say that when I'm with a friend out in public so they can hear me.
Right.
Caw-caw!
Caw-caw-caw-caw.
What are you up to this weekend, Chris in Hamilton? Are you doing the Thanksgiving thing?
No, Michelle bought a fresh turkey. She's gonna cook it up tomorrow.
Oh, really? Tomorrow?
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody's gonna pop by or not. Might have a couple people pop by, but we never
Gobble,
really.
gobble.
So I got the stuffing in the oven now. because I cook it outside, and then I just
Right,
do potato or in the crock. No, potatoes in the crock pot. So I don't.
Oh,
I'm
right
not
on. I'm coming for dinner.
Come on down.
Yeah, man.
Potatoes in the crock pot are so easy. Just
Kim,
pop
I
them
invite
and
you
wrap
down
them
here
in
all the
oil,
time. You
and-
never come down, for fuck's sakes. You never ever
The
come
only
down.
problem is the drinking and driving thing. We've talked about this. That's my only issue.
I got a
No.
fucking air mattress right here. You can crash. I got a
Alright.
couch.
I got the simple solution. If you don't want a ticket, don't fucking stop.
Yeah.
Well, that's another
If they
issue
try to pull you
altogether
over,
because
don't stop. They can't hand you a ticket or do DUI tests. That's all. Just my opinion. None of my business.
I don't know how they would respond to that in the U.S. I've seen them intervene like commercials on TV to say we have a high speed chase.
None
It
of my
wouldn't
business.
end well.
None of my business. I'm just
If you
saying.
can get away, if you can get away, manage to get away from the cops, or they let you get away, then you run away and you just go home, pretend you were sleeping the whole time, and your car was stolen.
You
None of my
can get
business.
away probably on a motorcycle, but on a car, you have no chance,
Your
man.
car was stolen. I don't fucking know where the fuck was my car. I didn't drive it. I was sleeping here all the whole time. Fucking-
None of my business. I'm just saying. All I'm saying is, if you don't want a ticket, don't stop, because then they can't hand it to you. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but the cops here,
Yeah,
like, they'll kill me. You'll see me on the news, man.
Shoot you.
They will. Like, they shoot first and ask questions
Yeah.
later, man.
Actually, no, they can't even pit maneuver. My God, man! Like when I watch cops in high speed chases, I'm just like, fuck. These guys seriously need like training on the track. And like, not only do they need more bullets and more ammunition to like they need more ammo. And I'm serious, man. They need better training. Like they need more, because I know Canadian cops, they're allowed 100 bullets a
What?
year. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Are
Yeah,
you
and when they
talking about-
use them, then they just call SIU, which is their buddies, to come in and investigate them. And guess what? They did no wrong, and they're back to work.
Unless you go and spend your own money, so it comes out of your own pocket to go train. Like they shouldn't have to. If
Are you
you're a police officer, you should have unlimited fucking ammo, man.
Are you talking about Canada? Because that's
Yes.
okay.
Canada.
Thank you. All
They're
right,
even limiting the ammo, though, in the States. Did you not tell me that, Mr. Smith?
No, in
I'm
Canada,
sorry,
these guys have. These
No,
guys have.
Mr. Smith told me that they're limiting the amount of ammo you could buy in the States. Is that correct? Or am I wrong?
It was. It's no longer that way now. It
Oh,
was.
good. Fuck them,
No-
right?
no longer.
Good.
Well, I got a Slava herder, right? Fuck Slava.
Yeah, it's Slav. Yeah, it's not that way anymore.
Well, that's good. How did you get that drop? Did you speak up and they actually listen, or did they run away like a bitch and have 50 security guards around them?
No, well, I don't need to buy any ammo, but what happened was, so Chris said Slava, which I know what that means.
Huh?
But some of our exportation of ammunition took a priority over domestic manufacturing of ammunition for quite some time. But we're back to normal. Like you can go to the store and buy whatever ammo you want now in the States. So,
Not here, man. They're making it difficult.
I need to be a fucking American, okay?
Yeah.
I really do.
There's gun clubs and stuff here, and we're still in the courts and stuff here over the transportation of ammo. Our government's been
I chalked the
messing
back.
up transportation, like, because okay, so if you're a gun store in Canada, a hunting store, like you rely on like what 2 or 3 people that can deliver your ammo to you that are federally approved.
Okay.
And obviously, those guys are gonna fuck with them and say you can't deliver to these people and you can't like. It's just it's getting silly. It's getting silly.
So do you have to be permitted to get
Yes.
ammunition, to buy ammunition?
Yeah.
It is so strict here that even if you have a handgun license, like for instance, my brother does, okay? If he needs to, and he used to be a trainer at a shooting range, if he wanted to move his handgun from his home to the shooting range, he would need to call the police department and let them know, because if he was pulled over with that handgun in his vehicle, he would lose that and every other piece of. Hey, Trot.
Oh, good. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. My head, something wrong with this new headset.
I
Chris,
can't hear you very well. Can you, Mr. Smith?
Yeah, Chris, check your audio a little bit. It's kind of like the gain
It's
is a little bit.
still not
high.
right.
There you go. Now
There,
you're
that
good.
sounds a little better, but you sound kind of quiet, like far away from your mic or something.
You got to be kidding me.
No, you're fine now. No, you're good now.
Oh, so I don't know, something with my new headset. The neighbor's dog just got sprayed by a skunk.
No, you're good.
Oh God, good luck getting that
Yeah.
small out, man.
Poor girl. Yeah, they're washing it now.
My last dog, Sasha, got sprayed by a skunk. It was horrible,
Yeah.
like for months. It was-
Hey.
ugh.
Hey, it's Chris. Where's your thinking
Chris,
cap?
he's back. Yes.
Where's this
Crazy ass cat wanted it.
It's
thinking cap?
It's not Chris. It's Lady of the House.
Lady of the house.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Where's your wig? That's hilarious.
Wig.
Oh, there's something.
I should get a wig though. That'd be
Oh,
funny.
my camera's not working.
Chris, Chris, not Troc. Shut up, Troc. I'm talking to Chris, Lady of the House. Chris, Chris, Lady of the House. Troc's gonna change his name to I Steal My Daughter's Candy. So don't worry about it. Your name is good.
I should change my. There, it's working now. Hey, Chris, nice to see you. I should change my name to something. I don't know what.
How
Well,
about
oh,
I got one. Kim's gonna fuck shit up.
That
With
may
no-
be taken as a threat in Canada because we're snowflakes here.
yeah, it could be a fine. You could get a fine. We'll fine you for that. We will fine you.
Well,
Yep.
fight back.
We'll
They'll-
freeze your bank account. We'll freeze your bank account.
Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to get like a GoPro that attaches to me so I can just show you when I get beaten down by police. I'm gonna say, wait though, I was told to do this. Like, just fight back. Like,
Beaten
in my
down by the
opinion,
police.
okay, as a former police officer, how do you feel about this? I don't think a man should be able to hit a woman. If he can't search me, a cop, why can he hit me?
The only time I've
That's a
struck
good
a
point.
female on the job in 30 years is when she's physically assaulted me or
Yeah, shit. Whatever.
But if none of those situations were occurring, fully compliant, polite, and just straight up assaulted.
you don't I don't care if it's a male or female. If you're a male or female cop, you don't lay hands on anybody like physically aggressive, like attacking
did.
them.
And I said to him, "Don't put your hands on me, cunt." First of all, and then he's like, "You're just saying that because there's people here." Oh yeah, I don't care because my first instinct was like, I can take this guy, I can ragdoll him, throw him down, but then I'm gonna get tased, right? So I was like, okay, don't do that. Bad idea, right? So then I got lippy with him, and he's like, "You're only doing it because there's people here," and I'm like, "How does it make you feel to put your hands on a woman? Like I could totally kick your ass, and you know it, embarrass you in front of all your colleagues, but I won't do that because now I have a record then."
You're pretty-
But do you know how bad I wanted to?
I know you're pretty aggressive in general. But
I wouldn't say aggressive. I would say passionate about what I think. I don't beat people up. I don't
agree.
physically assault anybody. That's aggressive to me.
Well, I know, but I'm the same way, man. I'll say things like I would pay $500 to punch a cop in the face for charity.
Yeah, I say stupid things, but do I do them? No.
Ooh, pick me. Pay me $500.
I think we talked about this once
in the
before.
face all you want.
We talked about this once before. I'll punch you in the
I
face.
know.
$500
I know.
for your favorite charity,
I
and you get
know.
to punch me in
No,
the face.
for your bail.
No, I ain't.
No,
punching
it's like
back.
it's like a slap fight. I have a slap fight for charity, right?
So okay, let me say this though.
It's dollar
You know-
signs. Dollar
you know
signs.
If you're gonna slap a cop, he can't have his mace or his baton or his gun or his anything. It has to be straight
No.
up like
Yeah.
No, slap fight.
You know,
Slap fight for charity. And
no,
so-
not even charity, just for the fun of it. Because I could have kicked his ass and he knew it. And then he left because he's like, I have a
Oh,
female partner, and how bad would that look, right?
I would much rather get a punch in the face than a slap in the face, man. Anytime.
You know what's even funner?
What?
When you steal a cop's car or his gun.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, that's hilarious.
I would highly recommend not doing that.
What the fuck do you know about that truck?
Oh, their laptop. We used to take the laptops out of their cars.
It would be funny to take a car, but not when you get caught. But nowadays,
Well,
GPS and all
well,
these other
I
things, they
mean-
trace you.
Yeah, well, the idea is to not get caught. You know?
Okay.
That's
You
key.
give- I've
You
known
give it to
dummy.
someone. You give it to someone you don't like. You know.
Mr.
I've
Smith,
known-
did you have that happen?
I used to wear a coat. I used to wear a Canada coat. It was a college looking coat I bought from Sears, and it was like one of two in the whole fucking city. And it was such a heat score because I did a whole bunch of shit, not good things with it, like stealing car stereos and shit and whatever.
Oh,
Shit.
dummy.
Right,
Dummy.
but I gave this coat to my buddy, and then he kind of looked like me.
Oh no.
It didn't,
You're a douche.
didn't end well for him. I'm pretty
Mr.
sure.
Smith, did you ever have any pranks played on you when you were a police officer like that?
Fuck no, but I saw troopers and city cops that they had handcuffed fucking mutts run away, escape, steal their fucking police cars.
Oh, God.
Because they don't care. They don't care. There's no shit given. They will fucking do that shit. Yeah.
Yeah, but the problem is
They
that's not,
handcuffs. They give you
Listen,
handcuffs.
listen.
And
that's
then-
not
Listen, even if you get caught, the best part about it is you might get in trouble, this and that, but that cop will get tortured for years
Oh,
by
for
his
the rest of his
partners.
career, yeah.
I was trying to say it's not the bad guy's fault, it's the cop's fault or the trooper's fault for doing that, for allowing that to happen.
Oh, you learn, and you learn. It's a learning thing, right? Like
But
that's
every
what experience. Well, this is why we want experienced people in the job.
But
man.
every single instance I've seen is the bad guy is handcuffed, either behind their back or in front. It doesn't matter. The
I don't
cop
think-
fucked up. The trooper, the cop fucked up. That's
Yeah.
that's how it is.
I don't
That's
think-
impressive. If the dude got away with handcuffs behind his back and run like that, I gotta admit, props where it's due. Like, that's hard to do.
It's not. It happens all the time in the States.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes,
Wow.
and they steal. Whatever. But yeah,
No, it's possible. Like you can get the cuffs out from behind the back.
Yep.
Pop the window out with your feet, and you can climb out the fucking window and bugger off because they're over there having a coffee over there somewhere, investigating something, and they're not paying attention.
yeah. But
I stole a car stereo in seconds. My buddy says it was 5 seconds. It was my record.
Wow,
I think it was 6 seconds. He said it was 5.
that's impressive.
But by the time I popped the window, went inside the car, took the Alpine stereo out, closed the door, 6 seconds.
Ooh,
and there-
Alpine.
And there was like fucking 12 cops and cars up the street, like just 1 block away from when I did it. Like I did it right in front of them. I did it like if one of them had to just looked over this way, they would have seen me doing it. But they didn't.
They don't care. They don't care. though.
because they were just too busy like talking and whatever. Like, and it's nighttime.
There was like a standoff
Yeah.
downtown. And
Okay, so the lights are going too, and this is. I wiped out. I was at a bonfire there a couple weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. You get bonfire blindness because you're
Yeah.
sitting there staring at a bonfire, and now
Yes.
I got a leak. So you turn around and go take a leak, and now you fucking can't see shit because everything's fucking
Yeah.
dark, right? And you wipe out and eat dirt, right?
oh yeah,
Like
yeah.
that's why they didn't see me because all the fucking lights and there were too much, and they couldn't see a goddamn thing, man.
There was a standoff in downtown Brantford, and there was like 20 cops. Okay, they didn't even notice the fucking guy in the background running around hiding everything, and I was just like, I see it. I'm not even a cop. You people are
They have
stupid. Like,
Did they ever catch that kid? I remember I saw it on the camera. He was like running all around.
no, they didn't. No, they didn't. And like, I mean, hey, all the power to you. If you want, at this point, I mean, what do? You try and do the right thing, and the cops are like, no, we can't do nothing.
Yeah.
And they've come here and said, all you got to do is say that you're a drug addict and a mental health patient, and you don't get charged. So I was like, you do realize you just told me how to break the law and get away with it.
Didn't they have an
Good thing I'm not a
assault
criminal, right? Like, I mean,
Jeremy.
And if anybody
broke,
doubts me, I got the audio of it.
Jeremy broke it down pretty good, man. He knows exactly how to fix our police force and our military.
How?
It's an easy fix.
Okay.
You start from the top. You fire the top 13 people. Gone. Right.
I
Okay.
agree with that.
Next from the ranks. You come up within a week or two. You don't pass. Gone. Right.
Yeah.
And then no, it's merit-based hiring. Stop with the fucking diversity. Enough with that shit. It's merit-based hiring. There's a lot of veterans out there that can fucking totally fit the bill. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of veterans who have PTSD and that should not be cops too, right? Because they could, but they could do other police duties. They could do detective duties.
Yeah.
Right? Not cop on the beat. And my God, man, whatever happened to that? I would love to see cops walking down my street. I would love to see cops in pairs, 2 by, walking down my fucking sidewalk like the old days. I would love to see that shit. Because then I wouldn't have to chase fucking crackheads up the street in my underwear. Fucking baseball bat, man.
Right?
Fuck's sakes.
You
Why
chase
do we have to
crackheads
do
in your
that?
underwear?
Well, my boxers or
I'm just fucking. I like them.
I'll fucking chase them naked up my fucking street. I don't give a fuck.
Here
Right?
come the
Like,
Mounties.
Get the fuck going. I don't fucking need these people on my fucking street, man. They're like,
No, I agree.
they're all
No, I
messed
agree.
out.
I agree.
That's where I see the future going, because like-minded people are banding together and they're sick of the corruption. And if the cops won't do something and you try and follow all the proper channels, eventually it's coming and they know it and that's what they want. But it's like, we're not going to do what they think we're going to do. We're not going to go Gestapo. We're going to show them how it's done properly and legally and with a moral compass.
Confident people, man. Can we? Like, I really, and all of us far right, racist, misogynist, whatever the fucking Nazis.
I'm a woman. How can I be misogynist? Fuck
All
off.
us bad guys over here. Well, basically we're white guys, right? So you're white. So you're all the ifs and isms. I want to see good cops again, and I want to see a good military, a strong military. I want to see people who are competent, who can handle the job. Like let's stop lowering the bar.
They've eroded the trust in every establishment, including doctors, including everybody.
No, the bar is
get it
up
back?
here. You can't fucking hit the bar if you don't meet that bar. Well, then no, man. Like a fucking cops. That's a high fucking standard. I would never want to be a cop ever, because that, to me, in my mind, that's a high fucking level. It's a high standard to be. Like, you have to be a morally, you have to have values and morals, and I don't sometimes. Like, I try to.
Well, I mean, yes and no, or you could be one of the criminals.
You have to have some shared values and some shared morals that everybody be on the same fucking page, be part of the community, and a cop in my community. If my cop was from East Hamilton, or maybe it was a Maritimer, that'd be cool. I got a Maritimer cop. I got pulled over by a cop who was from fucking England.
Jesus.
And he fought in Afghanistan. No, this guy fought in Afghanistan. He pulls me over. I'm wearing my painter whites. Oh, Michelle, tell him this story, please, Michelle, because your version would be better.
So there's a fight around the corner. By the time we get there, it's all broken up. Most people have scattered.
One kid was getting a shit kicked out of him by 20 people.
Yeah, so
we're
walking with this one kid. Cop comes by in the van.
They were gonna
looks
kill him.
out, says, "Everything good? Good. Okay." So we yay. We walk a little further. Then boom, boom, boom. Cruiser, female cop, grabbing his stuff, putting on the hood. Going, what's this? What's this? And then she grabs his painter knife and goes, "What's this?" I'm like, "That's a tool you can buy a Canadian Tire for a painter." I said, "This part cleans the. It's a 5-in-1. This part cleans it here. This one opens the can. This one does that." And it goes
A scraper?
Yeah, she said that was because the guy
It's in my pocket, my side pocket.
Thing in the back. Of
I could totally fucking rip your fucking throat out.
So this guy's going to Chris. I served in Afghanistan. You gotta respect me. And I got this.
Yeah,
cop
he said, "Call me sir," because he served in Afghanistan, so he demanded that I call him sir. because hey, I served in Afghanistan. I demand you call me sir. I'm like, this is why we don't like you.
Yeah.
Right? You don't.
But he walked away.
No, you don't demand respect. Respect is earned, dude. You don't fucking. I served in Afghanistan. Well, thank you for your service, but don't fucking be a dick and say I have to fucking call you sir. I'm not in the military. I'm a fucking civilian, bud. Like, fuck off, man.
We did nothing
It
wrong.
it annoyed me. It annoyed me the fact that he was a veteran and told me that like I'm a veteran and I demand your respect. Like it was gross, man. It's kind of gross, and I really wanted to punch him in the fucking head. I came pretty fucking close.
Oh, we should tell them.
But if I had to punch him in the head, I would have had to punch that native chick out in the head too, and they both would have knocked the fuck out. Now I had to run in the back of the house and lock the door. That would have been fun, right? I don't know. I'm not sure if the wife could have ran that fast. I don't know. I don't want to leave her.
Well, you never know, right? When you have to, you have to.
Yeah, for sure. But it would have been like boop boop, fucking run.
That's why when I met Mr. Smith, I had a lot of respect for him because he stood out right away as a former cop with integrity, and I don't see that anymore. And it actually was like too bad. Too bad I can't find one in Canada that I can say the same about.
No, but we need good police again. We don't have them, man. We need the good cops. Can we please have some good cops back again, please? Please.
It's not.
They've lowered the bar. Instead of going to school for policing, now they've lowered the standard of education you need to qualify.
Who the fuck wants to be a cop anyways? It's a shitty fucking job because they're making it fucking way worse. Like now there's more protesters. There's more crime. There's more everything. There's more everything. Like what is there more of? Everything.
Yeah.
The shitty shit stuff is like fucking, it's up here. Like if you thought being a cop like 20 years ago was shitty, well now like why would you want to even want to be a cop now? Like
Chalk, are you talking to me?
Can I give you the real world perspective on
Yes,
that?
please do. I love it.
Not many people want to be a cop anymore because you get crucified politically. You get crucified internally. They call them, at least in the States, politicians with badges, like your
here too. Yes, sir.
Your chiefs of police, your sheriffs, things like that. They create policy and things that align with politicians' objectives and things like that.
Don't you have the option to say no as a cop? No.
No, because you have the constitutional law. So I guess I should correct that. Yes, you do. However, you will still get crucified if you try to do the right thing as a police officer or sheriff's deputy in the States, and you have a politician with a badge that's just trying to simply comply with, not simply, but corruptly comply with some local state politician's wishes as far as law enforcement, you'll get crucified. If you try to do the right thing as a cop in the States now, you're fucking done. You're fucking done. They will crucify you. You'll get put in jail. You will fucking get fired.
What?
Or you're locked up in legal battles, right?
Exactly.
Well, I will tell you, I was never a police officer, but I went to management and I didn't want to go any further because I seen what directors and CEOs are like. But I was always that person to say, I'm not doing that. And yes, it got me hated. And yes, you know what I mean? It put me in a compromising position. But it's like, if someone's going to come back and sue this company, I don't want my name attached to this shit because I know what you're doing is illegal and wrong and unethical. Did it make me popular amongst my team? No.
So in the States, it's all politics. Cops are generally overall good people in the States. The problem is that they're run by politics. You have politicians. I'll say it again. Politicians with badges. So
they have to walk on eggshells, more or less. What you're
they're
saying.
appointed. They're like, Chris, put the fucking weed down. What the fuck is wrong with you? And it's like,
weed.
And it's like, but the problem is they crucify cops that are acting under the color of the constitutional law, which is what we have in the States. So these different local governments and politicians with badges, all this shit, they're altering their stuff to keep their Stop it, Chris. I swear to God, I'm gonna kick you in the fucking dick.
Wait till he lights it.
Oh, it smells so good. It smells good.
But is it? Oh, I'm sorry, Christopher. I thought you were gonna quit that. Oh, apparently not. You're gonna do it right now, you fucking worm. But
Should
it's
I
like-
roll one?
Shh. Not you, I'm sorry.
We're talking about a serious subject over here.
Yeah.
Okay,
and
go
Chris
ahead.
was like,
I'm sorry.
Weed. I'm gonna
Son
smoke some weed.
Right?
Fucking-
Let's just throw
In
some-
my personal opinion, politics have no place in any sort of business, unions, police, anything. You
God.
stick to your job and you stay out of the bullshit.
I
And just
agree.
because someone's telling you to do something that you know is morally wrong, fuck you if you do it. That means you have no
Exactly.
backbone. I don't respect you.
Exactly.
Bottom line.
If you don't do the right thing, fuck you. If you
Yep.
try to make other people do the right thing or do the wrong thing, fuck them. Stop fucking shoving that in our fucking face, Truck.
Right.
But just to give you an idea of how cocky they are here, Mr. Smith, the cops are going on TV saying, guess what Ottawa paid for? All that overtime paid for my in-ground pool. Like, you know what? You are the biggest piece of shit ever. Ever.
Yeah, I agree.
And he said it with a smile on his face. He goes,
Yeah.
because he was asked, like, how do you sleep at night? He goes, well, I got a new pool. And he said it with a smile on his face. Like, it's like, really, bud? Like, okay.
Who?
Meet
Truck?
me here when you're not in your
No,
uniform, bud.
I'm going to go take a dump in that guy's pool some night.
Meet me here when you're not in uniform. Let's see how we get along then. Okay.
Yeah, no, I know. You can't.
Is there an age? Is there an age?
Age for what? Truck. Can't hear you.
For weed on the screen, is there an age limit or something? Is that what you're saying? I don't know. I'm asking
I think to buy it, you have. I don't know. What is the age?
that.
Chris, you're muted.
Maybe
I'm-
21 or 19. I don't know. How old do you have to be to buy cigarettes? 18, I think. 19. I don't know.
In the States, 18.
Yeah, I would think is. Don't quote me because I'm too old to know this. How would I know? They don't ask me for ID. Soon they're gonna ask me for my senior citizen discount.
Chris, you're muted. Truck, you're muted. Nope, can't hear you. See you talking. You're muted.
You need a sign language person. Captions.
Nope.
He hasn't even smoked any yet.
Dude, you got to quit smoking. You know how much fucking money you'll save and how good it'll be on your health?
Go
Yeah,
to the
but Chris-
reserve and buy them for cheap. Fuck it.
Yeah, well, I'm going through shit because of smoking, but
I know, and I'm sorry, but you know what? The world is a better
I
place
don't-
because I don't quit. I would be like an exorcist.
But Kim, I don't care. That was my choice. I did it, and nobody else.
Yeah, but you're stronger than me, okay? Let's just say it like it is. You can shoot yourself in the fucking toe and walk away and laugh about it. I would shoot myself in the toe and be like, "Ah."
Get the fuck out of town. No, Chris Trock, you're still muted. Yeah, you're talking about.
Maybe
we
try
can-
taking out a headset, Trock.
Mute. Oh, fucking mute.
Say it again.
Maybe your
Trock.
headset's dead.
He's still fucking muted.
Yeah.
Is he
he's still-
fucking with us? I think he's fucking with us.
No, he's not. He's really.
Unplug your headphones. Unplug your headphones.
No. Trock, and this is a thing, Chris, the other Chris. He's a computer tech guy, and
He should
can't-
know these things.
He says he is, but I'm beginning to think he's like a 007 or
Look
something.
right here. It's like, there's one
No.
right here. I'm running analog. I'm running through my stereo, so maybe it's me.
Trock, leave and come back then.
It's
Because
his.
it doesn't show me he's muted. Does it show you?
No, he's not muted. It's the connectivity between his headphone and speaker thing to his computer.
Oh, well,
happens.
you know I have connection issues on here because I talk about things they don't like. They don't like you so much.
Yeah.
No, it has to do with him, not you. Trust me.
Are you sure?
No, it says he's on mute. Right next to his fucking name, it says he's on mute.
Yeah.
Well,
you
I
have-
can't see. I'm on my phone. What the fuck?
Well,
Trock,
take him off mute, Kim. Maybe it's you.
Trock,
I just unmute him. Hang on, let me see. Unmute.
All right.
Hang on. There, talk
It's-
down, Trock.
It's
It
not
says
you.
his
Kim.
mic isn't connected. Can't unmute your guest. Your mic
He's
isn't
on mute.
connected.
He's on mute.
Oh, there he's off. He's off now. Hey,
Truck.
Chris.
go. Caw.
Caw-caw.
Say something now.
Caw.
That's the code when you're in trouble. Caw-caw.
He's off mute now, and he's not saying anything for once.
It's his goddamn headphones.
Say something, man.
Something, man.
Can you hear me now?
Mother of God.
Yes, I think I did.
Can you hear me now?
Who's saying that? It's not him, is it?
Say
No.
something, Chris. Say the word something. I don't fucking know.
Maybe he can't hear us.
I don't
Can you
know.
hear us, Chuck?
He's not on mute anymore.
Let me call. Hold on. Let me call him.
Say something,
Maybe-
Chris.
I don't
Like,
think he can hear us.
Say something. Say something.
It works.
That
I'm just
might
doing
help.
sign language.
Sound check.
He's
Sound check.
connected. He's connected to his computer by wireless.
But he's not even saying
why-
it.
I think it's something to do with his headset.
If he
It
said
is.
something, we'd fucking be able to fucking help him out. But he's not
I don't
saying
think he can
shit.
hear us, though. That's the problem.
I don't. Maybe we can hear him, but we can't fucking hear him. He doesn't say shit.
Well, I don't think he can hear us either, though, is what I'm saying.
I don't know.
Usually he can hear us, but he can't communicate. Like he can't say anything. is
But he's
how-
not saying anything, though. That's the whole point. It's like, would you fucking say something? Just say
He's probably
something.
trying to fix it. He's probably trying to fix it.
Oh no.
But
Yeah,
he's
he-
just not saying anything, though.
He is trying
Well,
to
because
fix
he's
it.
concentrating. I can't, when I'm lost in the car, I turn the music down. Does that make sense? No.
Oh, see the red lights going. That's my
Something.
call going in.
Trop, can you hear us? Be clapped.
That's my call going in.
You can hear us, but I don't hear
Okay,
him.
Hey,
leave and come back in if he can hear
Oh.
that.
he just sent me to voice. You see him go like this? He just sent me to
Yeah, he did.
voicemail.
Because he's trying to
Yeah.
fix it.
Yeah.
I think he's fucking with us, to be honest
No,
with you.
he's not. No, he has this problem all the time. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. He'll fix it, but it's not unusual.
It's not
about
unusual.
My
Yes,
friend.
yes, I can hear you. Yeah. What happened?
It's not unusual to be muted any time.
That's almost.
If you are muted,
We just heard him and now he's gone.
It's not unusual to feel me cry. I want to die.
It's pretty disturbing.
What, his singing?
Everything. Yes. Well,
Got
goes
you.
his face, but whatever. It's none of my business.
Oh, you don't like Tom
Listen,
Jones?
just because I can't sing doesn't mean I won't sing. And when I'm drunk, I sing the loudest, and I don't give a fuck that I'm out of tune. If the words are wrong, I don't care. I'm having fun.
George, you're wrong. I hate that, man. I've done
Wait,
that.
There
I
he
went-
is.
My God, man. I thought, oh, I won't even say it. I'm not going to say it.
Trot.
Can you hear me now?
Yay, yes.
Oh, for the love of God!
Yes, sir. Now, what do you got to say? Because you were like all pent up there. What's going on?
Oh my god, I have no idea what happened. I had to go back to my old headset because,
You
I
couldn't
don't
even
know.
hear us, could you?
and then when I dropped, what I should have done was I should have just left and then came back in.
You couldn't hear us, could you? Because I was telling you to do that.
At some point, yeah, I couldn't even hear. I don't know what the hell it was.
She knew it.
Whatever.
She
Look
told
at
you.
that! Look at that bald-headed motherfucker with his fake beard.
Was this
Fake
fake
beard.
beard?
It's not fake.
Look at that!
Peeled off.
And we can hear and see him.
Listen, I
Well,
was
you must
trying.
have a lot to say because you had a lot built up. So get it all out. Like,
I'm trying to grow these so that they cover the bald spot. You think it'll work?
oh,
Yeah.
my uncle had a comb over and it was a no.
Eyebrow comb over. Just comb the eyebrows up. Over.
Yeah, no.
Truck.
Soon
does
it'll start
mine
growing
work?
out your ears, too.
What's he doing?
I said mine doesn't work either, does it?
No.
Huh?
If I let my hair grow out, I'll look like fucking Krusty the Clown from The Simpsons. I swear to God. It'd be
Dude.
horrible.
Okay, my hair is long and thick as fuck. And if it's really humid out, I look like Monica from Friends. Like, it's insanely huge. Like, I can make a wig for all of you guys and still have long hair. Straight up facts. People pay good money for this shit.
if I let my hair grow out naturally, not only will I look like Krusty the Clown, I won't be able to walk straight. If you know what I mean. Not
Well,
on my. I'm just saying.
never mind where my head went.
No, your head went in the exact right place.
Okay,
That's what I was
good.
talking
Okay, good.
about.
Because I automatically go to the gutter.
There'd be a lot of chafing and the chance for a forest fire. I'm just saying.
Oh, nice.
Oh Lord Jesus, it's a
No,
far.
he won't be around. He'll be like, that's
Oh,
fucked up,
Greg,
and hope for the fire department to respond.
Could you imagine?
That's horrible.
Yes, I'd
That's
like to
horrible.
report an
I'm
emergency.
sorry.
What's the emergency, sir? Well, I got a fire in my pants. I'm chief.
I apologize. That's horrible. I shouldn't have done that.
So what's
Hey,
the
it's
weird?
a fucking free for all up here.
Yeah.
If you could post a picture right now of the weirdest haircut you ever had back in the 80s or 90s, like what would it be?
I had a mohawk.
I had a perm.
Everyone had the bowl cut. You can't lie, fuckers. You cannot lie.
Don't
Perm?
do
I
that.
had a
Mohawk is work. Because Mohawk, you gotta lay down and you gotta fucking iron it, and you gotta put finesse and hairspray and iron it and put more finesse. It's all hairspray, man. It's like fucking. It's like concrete.
Dude, I used to have, what do they call that? The white foam, like the hair, like when I used to have, what is it?
The moose. Yeah, moose.
Yes. I used to use
Oh
that.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I used to wet my hair. I used to put gel in it.
And moose. Yep.
And then get hairspray. My sister's hairspray.
Oh yeah.
And friggin' spray, and it would get all hard,
Right.
hard
Yeah.
as a rock, but it would be curly.
It's like glued to your
shiny.
fucking head. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And then when you start
I
sweating,
still do that to my hair.
everything's sticky when you start sweating. It's like, why am I sticky? Why are the hornets fucking all over me?
Yeah. Like what the hell? Was
Why am I
thinking?
sticky? I'm not touching that one.
Oh my god, that was like, what year was that? I think it was. Like
Yes, Bella, the Joe Dirt look.
93,
Party in the front,
94.
business in the back.
Hey, Bella Rose.
This is one of my best friends' ball to this day because we used to go to the dances back in the 80s and shit. And this guy would spend an hour. He would spend an hour. He didn't have much hair that I have right now. Right? More. Like, we both kind of had the same hairline, maybe a little bit less, but didn't matter. Like, this is the 80s, 90s. But every fucking hair had to be perfect. And if it
He
wasn't
sounds
perfect,
like a woman.
no, he would start over again. He would rinse it out, and he would start over again and comb it again. I'm like,
He
dude, I'm
sounds
gonna fucking.
like a woman.
No, I'm wait. No, I would walk to the fucking dance
Yeah, you're better off.
because he was my ride, right? Like, I'm not fucking waiting for you, but I'm just gonna fucking walk.
Yeah.
And
That's
like,
hilarious.
sure enough, dance, like, and half an hour later, he'd show up, and his hair was perfect. But it's
You
like,
don't even want to know how long it takes for me to get
Chris.
ready. Jesus fuck, Ricky.
Chris,
But he's bald. He's fucking bald now. He's bald.
Chris, you would have been better. Chris, you would have been better off stealing his keys. You would have ran out there.
I've done that too. I don't recommend that because that will not end well. Don't steal anybody's keys. Don't
Yeah.
Are you
If
sure?
Don't take it.
Are you sure you weren't friends with Christopher Walken back in the day? Lady of
Uh-oh.
the House. I'm sorry, Chris.
Oh, fuck that. Imagine hanging.
You gotta rub your hairs. Rub
Yeah.
your hairs a little bit.
That's
No,
so funny.
you know, you gotta rub your hairs.
What was that
Sorry.
movie with?
Rub the hairs. Yeah.
It
Oh, you
stimulates.
really want to know how long it takes to get ready? No, you don't. It depends on where I'm going. If I'm going somewhere fancy, it could take it depends. It could take from an hour to two, but not every day. Like that's not an everyday thing. That's like a fancy ass like Christmas party that company. You know what I mean? Like for that. But like on a regular day, like I could be ready in 5 minutes to go to work. Just slap on a hat and boom, I'm out.
Where's
Bye,
Krumel
Carmel.
at?
Thank you for watching. I know it's late over there.
Good night, Cromel.
What hell's that? Australia?
No,
He's
like-
in the Netherlands.
like Nick. Yeah.
Oh, Netherlands.
This is what I love about YouTube is you get to speak to people globally and find out how everything is there. Like this is how we do what we
Just
can
as-
do on our end.
We haven't talked to Cromell in a long time, actually.
I know. Anybody is welcome to join the panel if they would like to. If you can tolerate us, by all means, come on up. Like, I mean,
Great.
Yeah.
Yes.
we're like the fucking Breakfast Club over here.
Yeah.
Hang on, let me see if
Hello.
I can invite again.
Bella
Thanks.
Rose.
Get Bella up here. I haven't talked to Bella in fucking.
I'm gonna
forever.
post the link again. 1 second.
I don't wanna.
What was that? A bowel
Yeah.
movement?
Yeah, I rub the hairs. Come on, Bella.
Go, Bella, go. Go, Bella, go. Go, Bella, go. You can do it. Get
Come
on,
on, Bella.
Bella, go.
That kind
We are
of cool.
we are a friggin' handful. I'm not gonna lie, but hey,
Oh, I'm sorry.
you
I
scared me.
Bella.
556. What? What do you mean? What did he do?
Sorry. I'll stop with the Christopher Walken shit. Just come on here and say hi. I apologize.
That's hilarious.
apologize. You know.
I wish I was good at like voice impressions, but I'm good at like imitating people's walks and like their mannerisms and shit like that. But I can't get their voices down.
Oh, by the way, 556 Media,
Yes, sir.
Little Trock now has a white belt with a yellow stripe.
Well,
Already.
that's your problem. You try to steal
Mr.
his
Smith,
candy
tell
now,
Chris what
I'll
we
fuck
think
you
about
up.
Chalk's daughter.
She's awesome. Very afraid, but she's awesome.
Yes, we are afraid for Chalk. We're convinced that
afraid
she
for
is
him.
going to. Yeah, he's going to be in the walls one day.
No, I'm not afraid for him. That's his own problem. It's none of my business.
What do you mean in the walls? What?
I seen a movie
know,
one
like-
time where they hid the
Like
bodies in the
Stranger
walls.
Things. Yeah, like Stranger Things. You know,
You gonna learn how to drywall
German garden there. And
and mud?
Hey, Chris, lady of the house. Sorry. All you need to know is let the bodies hit the floor, and that's Strock's problem.
Let
not
the
ours.
bodies hit
know
the
what I mean?
floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. That's his mom.
Yep, that's not our problem.
well, she'll be here soon.
She does karate, right? Chalk, or is it Taekwondo?
Yeah, no, she just started karate.
She just started karate, Bella.
Oh, you're
See, I have a thing. Okay, I'm gonna say this.
Okay.
I have a thing against karate.
Me too.
Because
What is
karate, karate instructors, like, they don't teach
Mr. Miyagi.
No, because you need to get hurt to learn, and you can't get hurt in karate, because people will bounce and they don't want to be part of your club anymore because I got hurt. But people who
I dare someone to try and hurt me.
boxing, no, but if you join boxing, you join jiu-jitsu. And that's, if I can recommend two things, if you ever want to learn how to fight, at least
Live in Hamilton.
at least 1 year. Yeah, well, Hamilton or any fucking shitty area.
Yeah.
But boxing and jiu-jitsu, I think a year of each, you'll know all you need to know about your ground game. And boxing will teach you to stay on your feet, for one thing, because you don't want to go to the ground. That's the last thing you want to do is go to the ground, man. But if you have to go to the ground, karate's not going to help you. Jiu-jitsu will, because now you're on the ground. Now you're in this room. I'm on the fucking ground. This guy's on top of me. What the fuck do I do? Jiu-jitsu,
You
man.
fucking punch him in the throat, you knee him in the balls, you poke him in the eyes, you do what the fuck you gotta do, you grab him
Yeah,
by
there's
the
all
nose
that.
and you yank back on his head.
I
You
know, but you
fucking
don't
right
always
up.
think about that. Because they're okay, what if they're doing the same thing to you, man? Like, it's ground game is important.
Then
I
they
think
better be able to run fast when I get up.
jiu-jitsu and
That's all I'm
boxing,
saying.
hands down, jiu-jitsu and boxing, I think, is the two most
I'm-
main important things you should learn.
I'm 110% behind him on the boxing thing for sure. Absolutely. 110%.
I would love a punching bag.
Yeah, I got a couple friends of mine that have their kids that are young. Actually, they're like 7, and they're in boxing already. They're not sparring.
That's great.
But they're learning how to read the rails, and they're learning their reflex. They're
I
learning all
believe
that stuff.
every child should have the basics of self-defense, at least in this world today.
Yeah, you
Do
kind
you
of
know what I'm
have to.
saying? Like I believe every
Have you
the
seen
bare
the
minimum at least if
crowd
nothing else.
behind
But
it?
I always taught my
No, in the subways and shit, they're just fucking hammering people in the fucking
yeah.
face and like, what the fuck, man?
I used to teach my niece at a very young age because she's always been very beautiful, and I was like, "Listen, I'm going to teach you how to defend yourself if you are outnumbered or like bigger men." And like it's something that started when she was very young, and she's never had to use it, thank God. But at least those skills are there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm glad I learned a bit of boxing. That's why I like
I'm glad I lived in Hamilton. It made me the way that I am, and it made me tough,
How do you tough now,
right?
Ross?
I don't know.
How do
Well,
you
these
tough
kids,
now, Ross?
Well,
these
I mean,
kids, these
when
kids
you
today.
when you
I'm
grow up in a
I'm
toughened hood, right? You have to kind of learn how to sink or swim, right? And
sorry.
I'm
Yes.
always a swimmer, no matter
I
what.
was just, I was
I'm
just
not gonna
going
sink. I'm gonna swim. Yes, exactly.
But no,
I
I
didn't take
agree with
offense,
Chris.
Mr. Smith, ever. No.
I agree with Chris, Lady of the House. Boxing is key because you're not just using hands; you're using arms. Taekwondo, any martial arts uses other parts of the body for the most part, but boxing is key because you're up here, you're up front, hands and arms. Correct, Chris?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're using
Yeah.
your brain. Like it's you have to think. Like, and it's
And
not easy to think. It's like if you're starving to death or if you're freezing cold and you're hungry. So if you're freezing cold and you're hungry, you can't think straight.
Right.
Kind of
Right.
the same as when you're punched in the face. When someone really clobbers you, it's kind of the same as when if you're freezing cold and you're hungry and you can't think straight. You're like, it's a primal, natural. No, but your brain will readjust itself
That's true.
to the situation. And it's like,
Well, your
I'm getting
adrenaline's running at that point now.
it's fight or flight. It's fight or flight. So you're
Yeah.
either gonna
And I have
you're
a
gonna-
mean ass right hook, man.
Fight, flight, or freeze.
yeah.
Yep.
So,
I have a mean right hook. I know how to defend myself. Would I be able to fight off like 6 people? Probably not, but I could probably do some damage at least on the way out.
here's the deal with that, Kim. If you face yourself with 6 people, you find the biggest person, you smash them right in the fucking face, and they'll fucking whimper and
Oh, yeah.
fuck off. You hit the fucking second person, that's the second biggest, and you punch them in the fucking face. And I guarantee you, the rest of them will just go.
I believe there's a lot more to it than just being physical. It's situational awareness. It's being aware of every single thing and people and like who is more likely to do this and what are the odds if this happens and having an exit and a lot of different things. Like because I'm a woman, I look at things differently, right? Like I look at guys' sizes and could they take me, and I don't put myself in situations where that could happen. You know what
Valid
Oh,
point.
okay, so say you are outside of a bar. You walk outside of a bar, and some bitch didn't like you, and she's got all her girlfriends outside, and there's 5 of them and 1 of you.
Yeah.
If you take on the mouthy one and you knock her the fuck
Oh,
out
yeah.
right away, right?
Yeah.
Then one of her other friends is gonna come up and she's gonna get in your face. You knock her the fuck out or punch her in the fucking face. The other ones are gonna
depends.
fuck. The other ones are gonna back. I'd say 9 times out of 10, 'cause I've experienced it. The other ones are gonna back the fuck off for a little bit, and then they're gonna fucking grow some stones, and like unless you finish them off, like they're gonna grow some stones.
The culture of the people from bigger towns and bigger cities that use
You don't know how to
like armed weapons. It's a different strategy now. You got to be careful, man.
Yeah, you have to know how to
Always.
fight. If you can't fight multiple
Yeah.
people, you should not go out to bars at all.
Well, I don't anyways because it's just bullshit. I'd rather drink at home. I have way more fun.
Me too. Yeah, that's
The funny thing, and I experienced this both professionally and personally. The funny thing is, everybody that says, "Oh,
yeah,
it
join.
has nothing to do with anybody on panel or anything, like anybody's watching or stuff." I'm just talking about my own personal professional experiences. Everyone says, "I'll fucking kick their ass." No, you'll probably get your ass kicked.
Yep,
You
that
know what I
happened.
mean?
Yeah.
The best thing to do is avoid those type of confrontations.
And
Yes,
that's
sir.
why I like karate, because they teach you you're not learning this to fight.
Right, but how? Sometimes you can't avoid them. Sometimes you're in this room now, and you have no ways out of it. And you're
Well,
face.
that's why you have self-defense. That's how you learn.
That's what I was going to
That's
get
right.
to.
Defense, yeah.
That's what I was going to get to, Chris. The lady of the house, Chris. I'm sorry, I have to keep differentiating.
Why does he keep calling him that? Why? It's
Because
because
his name tonight. Look at his name tonight on the screen. His
So,
wife
yeah,
was using
you
his
should-
channel and she changed the name.
what
But
the
like
hell?
you
Lady
said-
in red. Mhm.
But like he said, you should train. You should be prepared. You should be. But the whole point is avoid that type of shit in the first place.
Yes,
That's right.
Yeah.
But
And,
if you're
learn,
ready,
and learn how to talk your way out of it too. Like there's an art.
De-escalate. Try that first.
De-escalate, like with humor. I try to use humor, but
Mm-hmm.
sometimes my humor doesn't come across very well, and it just escalates things
Same.
even more. Right? Like I'm like, hey man, I don't want to fight. I love you, man. I love you, man. It's like,
but it is.
games. It's like sometimes
what it is.
say it's gonna fucking de-escalate.
What, Mr. Smith? I see him trying to say something.
But it is what it is. The bottom line is you can't just go into a situation like this and be like, I'm just fucking destroy. Like I'm just going to be the badass. Da, da, da. If you have no training, if you have no experience, you have no understanding of what the fuck you're dealing with, you're fucking done. You're gonna be toast, right?
Yeah.
It
It'd be
hurts.
funny to see.
Not really.
Well, kind of. If somebody's looking for it and they provoked it, then yeah, get your ass kicked, dumbass.
Well,
If you don't go picking fights, you can't win, right?
I've done it all the time. It's called St. John on a Friday night. Fucking.
Well, that's different. Guys
Oh.
are different, right? Like they can drink all night together and then punch each other in the head and then be best friends again. No worries. But
Oh, we did that. We did that too. And I wake up with my pillowcase stuck to my face.
yeah,
I pull a pillow out. So you pull the pillow out so you don't get your pillow wet. I learned that one. The first time I fucking soaked my pillow and that sucked because it took forever the pillow to dry. So then I learned to take the pillow out of the pillowcase and then soak the pillowcase so you can get it off your face. And then, put some peroxide on it and wash the blood off and shit. Because you just got your ass kicked.
Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith,
Yes, ma'am.
are you listening to me, Mr. Smith? As a former police officer, did you ever find yourself in a situation waiting for backup or in a dangerous situation where you were either outnumbered or ended up on the ground? And if so, how did you deal with that?
That's scary situations. Yes.
So first, I have to address the fact that Trock was trying to eat a hostess type
Brownie.
thing or fucking whatever.
Hey, I just walked 4 miles. I can have a little snack.
I called it. Oh yes, because that.
Hey,
makes
you
up
deserve it then.
Right.
Yeah.
And he looked at me. We made eye contact here right now. We made eye contact, and
You
he
two
did
are
not
too
answer
fucking
the
funny,
phone.
man.
He did not answer the phone because he knew he fucking knew why I was calling him. He's like, I'm gonna answer the phone. But
Don't
anyway, back to
don't
the
eat it.
original-
Don't
back
do
to
it.
the original question, which was
Yes, the
let's
question.
expand- Go back to the original question. Sorry.
The
Be
original
distracted.
question was, when you were a former police officer,
Yes.
did you ever find yourself either waiting for backup or in a dangerous situation that you were either outnumbered or on the ground waiting for backup? And if so, how did you handle it and get out of it? That had to have happened as a cop, I'm sure.
He ran really fast.
I
Hey,
used to
that's
be
all you got to do sometimes.
in Wheaton, one of my districts. When I worked in the 4th district, they called me the fastest white boy in Wheaton because I could.
Hey, whatever you got to do.
Now.
Wait a minute. You're white?
What?
I thought you were Armenian.
Are you that? All right. No.
Are we doing like the scale of what is white? Are you
no,
beige?
it's like
No.
I claim myself as beige. I'm beige. Beige.
I'm a
Right,
fucking billionaire.
There's
I
a whole
identify as a billionaire.
grayscale.
all I know is I tan really well during the summer months. That's all I know.
So do I. I love it.
I'm sorry, Kim. Ask your question again and tell Trock to shut the.
No, her question was like, did you ever find yourself in an oh my god, holy shit situation where you're outnumbered and you can you're fucked and there's no backup, right? Kind of thing. That's what I personally got started.
Oh, okay. When I
Probably not.
worked, well, when I first started on the job, it was rural and there was no backup within close distances, and that's
Right.
how you're trained and you deal with it. When
Mhm.
I moved and went to a massive DC metro ghetto area, backup was not a concern. It was
In the ghetto.
Right.
so that wasn't a concern.
So it never ever
But-
happened to you. You never found yourself like accidentally going by a crime in progress with multiple people, and it was like, oh fuck,
No,
Yeah.
I'm in trouble.
no, I never did. 30 years, never did. No, sorry.
I need backup.
No, that's good.
No, I've called.
That
for,
is very
I've called for
good.
backup. I called for backup plenty of times over the years, but never find myself alone or within reasonable distance of getting backup. But then again, you have to remember, like if you're a cop and you approach us like you're going to be outnumbered, if you approach that situation, you're a fucking moron in the first place.
Totally.
But,
Unless you're in a car and going 60 at them, like fuck off.
I'm not putting myself. And I was
Oh.
taught that back when I was
That's
19.
it.
God, that's so funny
Yeah.
you said that. I saw that one. What was it? Like a 4th of July in Providence. This cop gets in his car and drives down the field of grass and just plows into this kid.
What?
The kid must have flew about 50 feet, man, in the
I
air.
guess that one, yeah.
I'll never forget that. I'm like, in front of all.
Why
these
did you do that?
Because the kids were idiots. They were all beefing in the grass, and they just wanted to vamp up on them quick. And he must have been an idiot rookie or something. He friggin' I couldn't believe it right in front of everyone.
Let me guess, the
I'm
cops
used to
got
cops
off, right?
Being like that, I'm used to cops being sneaky, like but that dude just did it right in front of everyone.
And let me
It
guess,
is-
he got to keep his job, right? Nothing happened to him.
I don't even know. I got out of there. It was like they have this thing on Saturday night that's called like water fires in Providence, where they put like
It's called what?
water fires.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they get wood and they put it in this little basket in the freaking river down there, and they just light them all. They go around with boats and light them up, and people walk around. They play music, and vendors are everywhere. But
And then drive into people with cars, straight
these
up.
ghetto kids were like beefing in the field, and all of a sudden the cops just came up from out of nowhere, and then this cop literally came off the main road from in front of the mall and drove down the hill of grass and just I put my joint down and just like whacked that kid like he must have been doing 50 miles an hour in the grass.
Jesus. Did the kid
And-
live or not? Is that
And
stupid?
then
to ask?
stopped. You know what? It took them forever to get him out of there. All the other kids all went around the whole scene, and the cops were getting, it was ridiculous. I got the hell out of there. I thought it was going to be a riot.
There should have been, in my opinion, but hey, who the hell am I?
I love Bella Rose's comment.
What's that?
I just scared people off by making them think I'm crazy.
Yeah, I think a lot of people think I'm crazy too, but I'm just misunderstood. Like, you have no idea how out of my way I would go for people, but do me wrong and you'll see a bad side of me.
Bella's not crazy. She's
But,
actually pretty squared away.
The
yeah.
cops in my hometown were bad. Oh my God, they were bad in my hometown.
They're bad here too, you guys.
I
I
got caught
can't
by
stress that enough.
God.
German Shepherds. I got caught by twice in St. John.
Oh yeah, you're never getting away from one of those, man.
I know they ate my shoe the first time.
I'm sorry, did you say
You're
German
lucky, that's
Shepherd?
all.
It was before they went with Belgian Shepherds and Dutch Shepherds, whatever they have now.
Right.
Wow. Let's ask Biden about German Shepherds because I think pretty sure that the fucking Secret Service and White House staff are pretty fucking done with being attacked by German Shepherds. Oh, wait, two. And neither one of them in their White House anymore. So Commander, the most recent one, has been ejected from the White House for attacking Secret Service staff and White House staff. So
Because of the cocaine. He just was found
See,
there.
dogs know.
Seriously,
Dogs know, man.
if I was the dog, I would have bit that prick too.
Well, I'm not
See, they
saying
better
the
not
dog
beat
was-
Dakota because Dakota bites, right?
I'm not saying the dog was
Oh,
wrong.
I could never.
They're trained to smell certain substances.
I'm not saying the dog was wrong. I mean,
Oh, I know.
but
Well, let me get the pepper.
I trust a
But-
dog's instincts over people's, and if a dog is biting someone, they know something. Trust it. Let them attack. Fuck off.
none of my business. None of
Especially
my
shepherds. They're
fucking
brilliant animals.
Luckily for me, the
That's
lady
how
that
it's true.
once the dog caught me, then the dog knew they caught me, and they're just like, "Hey," and they're waiting for a treat, right? And I was petting one dog, and the cop got so pissed off because I was petting his dog. He goes, "Stop petting my dog!" I'm like,
Yeah, it's
"Oh,
working.
good boy, good boy,
The
good
dog,
boy."
yeah, the dog is working. Please
Hey.
Yeah.
don't pet the dog.
Yeah, it's like petting a CNI dog or something.
Hey, Truck, how tall did you say you are?
Me?
No,
I'm
the
five-
other Truck.
I'm
Fucking-
5'10". Why?
Okay, I'm just looking at you like full.
I'm in a chair, you banana. Look at the
Yeah,
stupid
I
candle
know
thing
that.
my ex-wife bought me. Look at this
What is
silly.
that?
Look at this silly candle.
Oh, it's a Darth Vader
Uh,
thing.
Yeah, you heat up the wax.
Yeah.
Oh, Sensi. I know what that is. That's cool.
It's Darth Vader, right? And the thing.
Probably the nicest thing she ever bought you.
Well,
Other,
and,
other than a bullet, yeah.
and then is the freaking helmet. It's like where's the camera? It it just sits
That's
right
dope.
on.
He's
Yeah,
still
it's
around.
Sensi. I know exactly what that is.
Yeah,
He's
that's
not here.
crazy.
Christ.
And these
Hey,
things
late-
light up.
Lady, I'm sorry. Shut up, Truck. Lady of the house.
Right?
Takeover takeover is actually lady of the house because
Lady
Chris has not changed the name yet.
It's still your
great.
name.
I know. Yes,
Okay.
okay.
Well, I'm just,
Hey, Michelle knows she's always welcome. She's always around in the background when we're on lives. You know what I mean?
No, I know I can do
She's always
that,
welcome.
but
Oh,
he hasn't-
Oh,
he
one
hasn't
other
changed
thing.
the name yet. She
one other
like,
thing. Listen,
You should sit here.
Yes, sir.
when that
Your name. It's your name. It's your name. That's your name.
But the stuffing I gotta attend to in a minute.
Hang on, Chop.
I'll
Oh, I
tell
love-
you.
Okay, what?
I love the paintings.
Here,
I love those paintings. Wow.
I can't
Oh, I
see shit
love
on my
that.
phone. God damn.
I brought two of them back from up in Nipissing, and one of them I painted myself. The one right above my head,
Oh, I
this
didn't even see
old head
that.
right here. The one right here. I
Yeah.
painted that. That's my homestead back in St. John.
Oh, I can barely see it. That.
The one next to that, the one over here.
Yeah.
That's
those are-
that's a cottage up northern Ontario. That's painted by a well-known
oh, okay. Is the cottage red?
The one right behind my ear, this ear right here, this one here. This is an old one that needs to be cleaned. But that I think is 100 years old.
Yeah.
I tend to
Wow.
like landscape.
No,
Yeah.
but I love. Yeah, me too. I'm the same, and I like the colors.
Right here, I just got. That's from
Yeah,
Nipissing. That's an oil-based painting from Nipissing. It's up north Ontario.
That's cool.
I wish I
But
could paint. I can't.
the other one over here, this is a fucking poppy painting that I bought.
I like that. Yeah, with the flowers.
Poppy painting that just screams First, Second World War veterans. You know,
Yeah.
it needs to be reframed.
Poppy
properly.
fields in Afghanistan.
Right?
Yeah, there's poppies grow everywhere, but they seem to grow. where
Yeah,
there's
they do.
blood, right?
Yeah.
The more blood, the more they grow. It's weird.
Yeah. Where they tell you you're going to war for a righteous cause and you find out you're fucking protecting a drug field. Like, all right.
More blood, more poppies.
What'd you
Right.
do
Yeah.
with what'd you do with your thinking cap, Chris? You had it on earlier. I freaking love that thing.
All right, we'll put her back on.
Oh, the
I-
fucking, yeah.
I want to make one of those. Frig.
Cool.
I was gonna too,
Oh,
but
yeah.
then I
Oh,
seen
yeah.
his and I was like,
Oh
I
wait,
can't.
he's got his what did the cop say it was? A concealed weapon?
Right? Oh, I'm a threat.
Oh, the putty knife, yeah.
Because he's a
It's not
painter.
even-
He's a professional
It's not
painter.
even 4 inches.
Yeah.
And it has to be like the blade has to be like 4 inches, I think.
No, I
That's
think
not
you're allowed to
avoiding.
legally have up to
Avoiding that.
6 here. I think. I don't know for sure, but I think so.
At this state,
Put your 3D glasses on. Give me a second.
Remember
Oh, yeah, I
that?
broke- I
3D
broke my
movies?
glasses.
Bring those back.
Wait, put
That's
your
a-
head down a little
That's,
bit. Yeah,
that's
yeah,
a
yeah.
mul- that's
you gotta
a
see the
multi.
antenna. You gotta see
That's
the
a
antenna.
multi-purpose drywall knife. That's all that is. It's not a weapon.
Oh, I
No,
know,
it's
I
not.
was-
But
telling us a
this is
story.
the mentality of the people that we're dealing with. Like, words are, what they called us Nazis because we didn't agree with them, but they give a standing ovation to one. Like, fuck off with your bullshit and projection.
Yeah.
No, I
They
get
need a
it.
dose of reality, okay? They need all of their handlers to go away. They need to see what they're making people live like. Like, they have no idea what they're doing to everyday, just normal people. We can't even eat. We can't even run a place by ourselves anymore. It's so expensive. Like,
Yeah,
who wants to
Yeah.
live like that? Can you thrive like that?
Kim. The sooner you realize they hate us,
Thrive. I'm
better
barely
you
at,
are.
Dude, I've known that forever, but
barely
it doesn't
getting
mean I
the
have to
top-
accept it.
I'm barely getting the top of the water. Thrive.
They fucking hate us.
Thrive.
They hate our guts. They fucking hate our guts.
I know that, but it doesn't mean I have to accept it. I hate them too. So what does that mean? That's not
I
getting
try
us
not to-
anywhere.
I try not to hate anybody, man. I really
Time
do.
is right.
I'm not
It's-
born to,
No,
but when
it's-
people have destroyed my life, like, I mean,
time-
I'm better
the time is
now,
right.
but it took a long time.
When the
Sorry,
time
guys,
is
what?
right- when the time is right, they're gonna get karma. They'll get their karma. Trust me.
It's coming soon, you guys. That's all I can tell you.
Trust me.
When?
I have a couple comments from Chris from Canada. Not you, Trock. So shut up. For a
Lady
minute.
of the
Yeah.
house.
Lady of the house, Chris.
So
I love that. That's gonna stick now, I think.
I fucking hate that.
so
Jesus. God damn.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Smith.
Wow,
What are your
that's cool.
comments?
Oh,
Yeah.
I like
What are your
that.
comments?
here's another one.
Oh, I like that. It's nice and short. Send those to me. I like those.
No.
What is it?
I'm not saying those are
Switchblade,
switchblades.
man.
Oh, those are perfect for like close contact, like in the train or something. If I need
Sure.
that fucking thing.
I think they're illegal in Canada. I'm not sure though.
No, act of self-protection. Just had a guy just got stabbed.
Yeah, man, it's crazy.
You got into a fight. You got into a brawl in the Bronx, and some guy just stabbed him in the stomach, and he just bled out and died. Like one stab, boom, done. Bled out, died.
Yeah.
It was hard to watch. It was fucking hard to watch. I can't watch that shit.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah,
I
but
can
the kids
see that.
today, they're not using knives. They're freaking shooting at you.
I know, man, but you just got into a beef with a guy you don't even know, and now you're dead. It's like, and the other guy, you never caught him. Whatever. So like you just killed a guy because what? You guys can't fight?
They never caught the guy.
No.
Wow.
The people that do that shit are weak. They're cowards.
Yep.
They have no sense of. Well, they have no sense of anything, but they're not even able to defend. Like if they got, I mean, think about it, Chris. Chris from Canada, not you, Truck.
Not
Think
Chris
about
from
it.
Rhode
If
Island.
they tried to get into a fist fight, they wouldn't be able to do it, right?
Yeah.
They wouldn't be able to do it because they can't. They
So
don't.
yeah, stab you.
that way. They're weak. They're
So I'll
weak.
stab you.
So they
Well,
think it makes you a tough man to stab someone and go to jail for the rest of their lives? Is that what you're saying? Like, that's retarded to me.
Yep. They think they're tough because they stab or shoot somebody. That's all. Because they can't stand up man to man, person to person, woman to woman. That's it.
I say
I don't
let's
care
go
what
back
the
to
man
the
or
old
woman
days, man. You take it to the streets and you deal it out, and that's it. It's over. It's squashed. It's done. No weapons. No nothing.
I've spent decades. No, those days are gone, man. Those days are long gone. And I spent decades.
We don't
learning.
need to accept that. We need to bring it back. Fuck
No,
that.
you need to avoid that situation. Avoid that
Believe
situation.
me, I don't look for it at all. Trust me on that one.
Here's the thing. Putting headphones and hoodie over your head is stupid.
Yeah.
Yep. Dairy.
Put headphones on your head and you got a hoodie on, and you're a young person who does not have fight. Even if you do not fight, even if you're a fucking, I don't care if you're Rocky, and you're going down the road and you got headphones on and a hoodie. Even Rocky would be an idiot for doing that, right? Like,
Yeah,
it's
because
just
you're gonna get jumped from behind, of course.
right. And
Again, it goes back to situational awareness, right? Being aware of your
people
surroundings.
Correct.
People get that shit, man. It's like you need to fucking pay attention to what's going on around. I've been seeing too much too much fucking internet, man, lately. With people just getting fucking punched straight in the fucking face for no reason. Like there's 5 fucking dudes just walking.
And nobody breaks it up anymore. They just record it now. That's what makes me sick.
Everybody has their phone out. It's like, I'll punch you when I come to, and you're still standing there recording me. I'm gonna punch you in the fucking head. So
I'm still old school, and I would still jump in and stop that. I would defend that person.
Yes.
I would stop it.
Kim, yes, so would I, man. I'm the same way.
I'm not going to change who I am just because everybody else wants to change the way the world works. Not me. Sorry.
Yeah, I agree.
Chris, is that one of those Mancoon cats?
No,
Back here?
that's shitty.
Mancoon.
Shitty kitty?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
Mancoon, I think they call them. The big cats.
He's not. Well, he's getting fat, but he ain't that big.
Yeah, my cat too. He just keeps eating and eating and eating and eating. All freaking. How do you feed your cat? You just fill a bowl
all day.
Oh, you just keep filling a little bowl.
That little fucker will eat fucking all day, man. He goes to my neighbor's house, so he eat here, gets treats here. Then he does his little rounds.
Yeah,
and
he
the
mine
neighbors
too.
do, and he comes back home licking his chops and still wants more. Like, you fucking fat bastard.
Yeah, mine too. He does the same thing. He goes downstairs where the landlord is, and I give him food, and so he gives the cat the food. So then he comes up. That cat must eat 7 times a day.
Oh, and he's eating mice and birds too. So he's
Exactly.
He's
Oh
constantly.
my god.
Yeah, they are. They go outside. They find birds and little mice. They leave them in front of your door.
Yeah, no thanks. The first time they did that would be the last time, okay?
Mine's gonna
That's
come
the little part. He doesn't like the ass. He doesn't like the ass, and doesn't like the head. So he'll
Yeah,
eat
they
the
spit
Well,
the tail.
I can't say I
the
blame
tail
them.
out. Yeah, they spit the tail out for some reason.
Right.
Sometimes, yeah. But it's amazing if you actually watch it. It's amazing. I was shocked the first time I saw him do it. It was like watching a lion eat. I mean, he literally ate.
I can't
that
watch
thing
that.
from-
I can't watch that. It's too gruesome.
crunch, crunch.
Yeah, quick though. It was quick. It was quick. Yeah.
That totally fits him perfect. I've seen that background before. Who's on his left? Vin Diesel? Is that Vin Diesel on his
No.
left?
That's his back. Yeah.
That's actually me with
That's
Obama
Telly
and Trump.
Savalas.
I'm on my phone, so everything is like so small I can
just-
barely even see it.
You actually think I look like Vin Diesel? That's kind of hot.
Well, all I can see, like on my phone,
I thought that was Billboard Chris there for a second. There's Billboard Chris, and
I'll change it. I apologize.
no, wait, don't
Let me
yet.
go
I'm gonna
shave.
take a picture of it and show you what I see, so you understand.
Let me
Like it's
go-
like
Okay.
I'm gonna shave my head and face.
there. Okay, go ahead.
Lev, send,
hopefully Billboard Chris. I think
send
you're
me a
Billboard.
pair of those sunglasses. Send me a pair of those cool sunglasses.
No,
you
that's
got.
actually me.
I wish I
Like,
could pull off Eater
I know.
sunglasses.
I
They're
know.
hot, but I can't wear them.
That picture of you look like Billboard Chris. That's Billboard Chris. You gotta have the shades though. Billboard Chris. Now you need a billboard.
If I didn't
There
have
was
this
one
beard-
video that Mr. Smith did. I'd admit when he was in his cruiser and his uniform, I was like, "Hot damn, that is a good look for you." A bulletproof vest.
that
He
that
looked
was,
badass. I was like, I wouldn't fuck with that guy.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't want to get pulled over by him. Oh,
Well, that's
I
what
did-
cops
oh,
are
my
supposed
God.
to demand respect. Like, fuck, we can go down that road again. I don't want to. Really.
No,
I
no,
think
I was
I
just
would.
saying he did one video, and it was actually a very cool video. I would like to see more of those. That was a pretty cool montage that you
Are
put
you
together.
talking about the one where
I
are you
would see
talking
more
about
good cops too, man.
Actually,
Are you
I
talking
would
about
want.
Sorry.
I would want to get. I
myself?
would want to get pulled over by him because he does give people chances.
He would let me
He's-
off.
he's a
I know
good
he would.
guy.
He's
Yeah.
easy.
Yeah, he's a good guy. Look at him.
You just gotta
Are you-
charm him. He'd
Kim,
be
are you
like, "Oh,
talking
have a
about-
nice day."
Are you talking about the
You.
one where I doxed myself?
No. It was not that long ago, and it was like a montage of like, I don't know if it was. I will find the video and send it to you. But there was a clip of you in your car in your uniform with the freaking bulletproof vest on. And I was like, that's some hot shit right there. Like I wouldn't fuck with this guy, and I don't say that about cops because I like to push buttons, right? Within reason, of course. But yeah,
Did that make
he's
you
good.
moist? Were you moist, Kim? You're moist.
No. Don't be silly. He's married.
No, I did one. Oh God, that was like over a year ago. But I actually did one. I docked myself like twice: fire rescue, EMS, and law enforcement. But I think you're talking about the most recent one. No, Chris.
Yes, I am.
I'm sorry, lady of the house. I'm serious. Like I actually, I doxed myself a couple times, and I don't care.
I've done it. I gave my whole address and my postal code out live.
Yeah.
And my phone
Actually,
number.
on a side note, something happened in a different community today. I'm sure maybe 2 people on here have at least. I only heard a minute of it. Okay.
Ooh, I know.
But
what it
all
is.
I'm going to say is this. Yeah, all I'm going to say, I don't know the whole Scott basis, but enough to figure out what happened, okay? And all I'm going to say is this. If you are stupid enough to put your fucking address out there, talk shit every day about different people, below the belt shit, you deserve what you're going to get. Don't be fucking stupid. Someone got beat up, made a video on the ambulance. Like, talk about slip and fall. Like, I mean, come on. You can't
was
create
just
your own
gonna
storm and then complain when it rains. Like, come on.
I was just going to ask if you saw the video inside the ambulance, but obviously you have.
I did, but I was trying to watch MRE's live to find out what happened, but I don't know who it was, and I didn't see the actual video of the beatdown, which I would have loved to have seen.
I know,
but that's what you get for lipping off.
I know who it was, but it's none of my business. I'm not going to talk about it.
Oh, me neither. Me neither. But it was funny.
No,
Because that's what happens. This is the result of you going on, shooting your lips off about things you shouldn't be, bringing in people's families, exposing real life shit, pushing people's buttons, saying this is where I love, pull up. Well, someone pulled up, and guess what? He called fucking ambulance and whatever, right? Like, so don't call people out if you can't take a beating. Bottom line, because I wouldn't. I don't provoke people that way. I come out and I state my case. I try to keep it as non-personal as possible, unless somebody's really pissed me off. But I don't do stupid things. Like, I know the line, right? And maybe once in a while, maybe once in a while I make a mistake, but I don't purposely go on here and say, "This is where I'm at. You're a fucking goof. Your wife's a slut and that." And it's like, whoa, man, you're going too far.
No, don't do that.
And
no, Kim,
this is what I wanted to talk about because this just happened. But the reason, sorry, one last point, and then I'll let you talk. I apologize. I didn't mean to cut you off. But the reason why I'm bringing this up is because I watched a series, and it was about doxing, and it was about stupid kids, gamers that got mad at each other for whatever the case may be. And the guy was, they do something called swatting, okay, where they call up a fake call, whatever. Well, he gave this kid, his arch enemy who was beating him on this game, he gave his old address. So and said he had weapons. So the cops fly up, of course, all aggressive. Everyone's got their guns out, whatnot. The father is coming out of the house, cooperating, hands up in the air. And one of the police accidentally shot the kid in front of his kids. And then his daughter turned around and committed suicide. Her boyfriend found her, and then he committed suicide. So that's the type of shit that can happen when you're playing tough guy. You know what I'm saying? Without even meaning for it to happen, it could go there.
Actions and words have consequences. Absolutely. Like I doxed myself, I don't know, 3 streams ago. So if you want to go to the house of bad influence, not leave you the house. But go to
but Chris, you're a different type of guy than the person we're dealing with. You're not on here calling people out. Like,
no, but I'll tell you my fucking phone number, my address, and my postal code, and I'll fucking tell you exactly where I live. Because if you haven't figured it out on my fucking live stream, then you're an idiot, right? Like, if you don't know where I live already, then if someone wanted to know where I live and they really hate me and they want to get me, like, you can find me. I'm not the boogeyman, right?
Yeah, but you're in the same caliber.
No, seriously, like, fucking come get me, man. Like, fucking come on, let's go. Right? I don't give a fuck. Like,
I can't think of a time that you've even remotely pissed somebody off enough that they would attempt to even do that, other than to come have a beer with you and smoke a joint. That's it. Like, I just can't see it.
Right? Because it's I'm not.
You're a different type of guy. This guy comes on provoking people. I mean, it's gonna eventually end up bad, and he's lucky that that's all that happened. But eventually, we're gonna be talking about one of these people that it's like, we've seen this coming. We tried to tell you, but
I hate drama and shit. I'll avoid drama.
So do I. I veer away from it, and I'm a chick, okay? Like,
it's my cat back there licking his nuts. What the fuck's he doing?
Giving
I was just going to say, is that a cat or like a morph going on back there?
Nice.
Like fucking
He's
with
cleaning
my
his
head.
coat. He's
Back there licking his arse. I don't know what the fuck.
Okay, that's a cat then. Okay,
That's awkward.
Who's fucking with me?
I don't
That's
let
what they
Dakota
do.
do that. I tell him to have some class.
Poor
No, he
cat.
wasn't. He was giving himself a bath. He wasn't cleaning his ass.
Yeah, well, not when I'm around.
He was licking his lower back. He
Hey,
wasn't
if I
anywhere
could,
near his
if I
ass.
could lick my balls or my ass,
I was
on
waiting
live,
for
it
somebody
might
to
be-
see that.
I never leave the house. I just stay home.
Exactly.
That's
There,
hilarious.
you know what? Forget it.
Marilyn Manson removed ribs, so he could supposedly do that. I don't know if it's
That's
true, but that's what I
okay.
heard.
I've heard that.
That was an old wife still. Like, it's like, oh,
I don't know, man. Some people are that creepy.
If I could suck my own dick, yeah, I'd probably stay home for a while too. But you have to go to work.
I think any guy would, yes. Really.
I just love the fact that the cat just left.
Right.
The cat's like, fuck this shit, and just fucking
I'm
rolled
out.
out.
That's what I started. I'm going to clean my balls in peace. Fuck off, you guys.
Mm. That's awesome.
Yep.
That's so weird.
Wait a minute,
Yeah.
Mr. Smith.
Yeah.
How many beers have you had? That was your second beer, right?
It's none of your fucking business, and I'll thank you to keep out of my personal affairs.
That was your second beer, right?
At least, yeah. What's your
My
fucking point?
fifth.
I'm just wondering.
How many pieces of Hershey candies have you stolen from, I don't know, your daughter or somebody else today?
Stop stealing Halloween candy from last year.
So
Don't fucking
today,
From last year. Oh my god.
today it was like 4 or 5, but there was a little small Hershey bar.
Do you see? He attacks
They're like
me,
not
and then
even
I
an
ask,
inch.
What you doing?
They're like this big, like like little
"Oh,
candy
the
bars.
cat's back! The cat's back! Hold on, lady of the house has the. I'm sorry, Chris.
Where's the pugs? I haven't seen them yet in this live. They're usually around. Or are they with Mrs. Smith?
I killed him.
Oh yeah, they're
Oh
definitely-
geez, you
it's
buried
12
him in the backyard, eh?
12
I
a.m.
buried him anywhere.
They're sleeping. Yeah,
Hey,
They're up in the mountains.
they are with
Yeah,
with
they're with her. Yeah,
Mrs.
they're with
Smith.
her.
and they're chilling out.
Yeah, they're with
And
her.
how is
It's-
she doing? Is she well? Yes.
Oh, she's done with surgeries and all that other shit, and
That's
she's
great
just,
news.
the last
running
recovery
circles
mode
around
You guys
now.
are tough. Yeah.
Now it's my turn in the barrel, so I'm going through whatever. But
No, dude, you're doing good. You said, and that's all. I can't have no more bad news. Okay. That's what I'm telling.
No, it's all good.
I'll come down there and kick your doctor's ass if they try and say any different. I don't care.
It's all good 'cause I have no news. Oh, you know what they will? I'll tell you this, and Chris, both Chris's.
You have to do it.
Fuck it, I don't care.
You have to do it.
So they wanted to stick a fucking camera on a cable up my dick at the
Yeah.
beginning of the week.
You got to do it.
Hell no.
I don't have to fucking do it.
Did you get knocked out?
Fucking do it.
That
You better go
matters.
back
Do you
to
get
it.
knocked out?
No,
No, I didn't fucking do it because they're like, we want to stick this camera up your dick
your cock.
and into your fucking.
Yep.
Up the eye of your cock. Up the eye of your fucking cock, man.
Right down
Would
to
you
your
be knocked
urethra.
out for that or no?
No, wide
You better not
awake.
be
Then hell no.
fucking hit the fucking head for that shit, man.
No, wide awake.
Right?
And they said it would be like a reverse catheter. I'm like, I've never had a catheter, but I know what that is. And I'm like, that's not happening.
No.
And this was Monday. I'm like, fuck you. So anyway, the ultimate result is I have a cat skin coming up soon because they're not shoving a goddamn cable with a camera on it.
You're gonna do
the eye
it.
of your cock.
They're gonna do it. You're gonna eventually have to.
No,
No.
No, the cat skin will show anything.
no,
No. It'll never be the same. You don't shove anything up the fucking eye of your cock, man.
they don't have to. They don't have to fucking do that.
That's what they do. That's what they do now. It's crazy. And then
No, they don't.
fill-
No. How
Then they
the fuck
fill you
no?
up. Then they fill you up.
Yeah,
with this
that's a
toxic
definite no, and I don't even have
glowing
that paraphernalia.
They make you drink this toxic glowing stuff.
It's not gonna
It's
happen.
crazy.
Oh, fuck you.
Hey, fine.
You know
I'll
what?
do
Doctors are the poison of the world, in my opinion.
poison shit, and then I'll go.
No, but
and
the
get
stuff
poisoned.
works. They use this. They have these new
Does
ways
it?
of
Does
doing
it work?
things.
Is it safe and effective? I don't think it is.
Yeah,
The trust has been eroded in my mind. I'm sorry. That's just my opinion.
They have.
And
to
if
go
others
in
have a
there.
different one, no problem.
Say
But what I've seen here, no,
Yeah,
not a
but they have
chance.
to go in there to see. How else are you gonna get in there?
Tell me why
not
they
that
have to go in there. Tell me why there's no other way.
CAT
Not that
scan.
They have
That's
to
how
check.
else they're going to get in there is a CAT scan, which is what they're going to schedule me for, because they're not going to stick a fucking camera in a tube
Right.
up my fucking dick into my
Right.
fucking body.
Yeah. I don't friggin' know, man. Fuck that shit.
They'll
Wait
get
till you
it.
have to get your
No,
fucking
no,
prostate
they have
checked.
technology. They got
They'll-
no. They have the technology to fucking do this shit without doing that, and they're just being assholes.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna say they're being dicks, but that's it's.
I'm just saying.
Right.
It's
Yeah,
not
you
Okay,
bad.
so you know what the female equivalent is to that?
I
Is
do.
having to get one of these fucking pap smear things. And then not only that, once you get to a certain age, they also want to check your boobs. So it's a full on straight up violation. Like you are violated 100% in there. Like it's like, you know,
That's actually
Well,
no.
they
I
have
get,
to
I
check.
get what you're saying, but that's actually how my wife found her cancer.
They have to check.
and that's, and you know, I don't know. I just have a different, I just, to me, it's like, you just violated me like altogether. Like it's just
Oh yeah. Oh, it is. It is a violation. It's an absolute
100%. Like, is there no better way to do this shit? Like, what are you doing?
But
I just
she
don't
did-
like all the
she-
cold
she
metal.
did it on a
You know.
whim.
I just wish we had more competent doctors that were just hired from what's.
Listen, if I got something terminal, I don't really want to know, to be honest with you.
Like
No, I
how
want more competent doctors. I want to see more competent doctors. I haven't seen a fucking I haven't had a decent doctor since 1989, man. Like I had a smoke with a guy. We closed the door and opened up the window, and I had a fucking butt with the guy. And he's like saying, "Like you should quit smoking, Chris." I'm like, "Yeah, I know." We're both fucking having a butt, blowing smoke out the window. It was fucking retarded.
Oh, the doctors? Yeah, we used to do that at one time. I remember
know.
that totally.
But he was
Yeah,
the
I
best
do.
doctor I ever had because that doctor could look at me. And he knew exactly by looking at me, by the color of my eyes and my tongue
They know.
and just breathing. He knew exactly like what was up. Like he
From
could
my
diagnose.
observations,
No,
I think the American healthcare is much further advanced than Canadian, and it seems, just in my experience of observations, is that more people in the U.S. that are diagnosed with cancer survive than what happens in Canada.
Oh, there's big business in cancer.
I'm telling
so it's not
you.
cancer. Like,
No,
there's
they
big-
have further. They have more technology. They have it's advanced Western medicine. In my opinion, as a Canadian, they just let you die. Here,
So okay, so there's other guys on here that are about my age. I'm guessing. So if
Mhm.
you had a 1986 fucking Oldsmobile Cutlass Supreme,
Oh yeah. Those guys were
305
comfortable.
or 350 or 305,
They were
you
comfortable.
were driving that Cutlass Supreme down the road, and it started making a noise. You would know exactly what that fucking noise was. If there was an air leak from an air hose, like you would know. Like you would know just from the sound of driving that car.
Oh, like a vacuum leak.
Yeah, a vacuum leak. You would
Yeah.
know exactly what's wrong with that car. You know if there's a bent valve or something's going down. Like you know just
With
from
the
the sound.
The tranny was low on fluid.
Right. You just know from the sound of it, man.
well, the part I don't understand is when doctors are like, "You're."
That comes to your body, and doctors should know that, and they don't.
But
They-
you know what I don't understand is that like they're like, okay, you have this, you have
Yeah.
5 years to live. Okay, listen, if I have 5 years to live, why can't you fucking get rid of it? Like I don't understand. 5 years is a significant amount of time. Doesn't that mean there's some sort of treatment that could be done to like mitigate this shit or what? I don't know. I'm no doctor for sure. I'm just asking a genuine question.
Every case is different.
I just don't. I don't get it. Like it doesn't make sense to me. You know.
It depends on a lot of different. There's a lot of things included. It
No,
depends
but
on a lot of
doctors,
things. Like
we don't have doctors like that anymore. We should have more doctors that can just look at you and go, and they know you, and your doctor's knowing you. Those days are gone. Where the
I
doctor,
fired my doctor.
well, no,
Fuck
but the
you,
doctor.
bud.
So the doctor delivers you when he knows you since you were a baby, and he's known you since you were a kid, and he can look at you like an old Cutlass or Mustang, and he knows exactly like, dude, like you're fucking up over here. You gotta quit smoking or something like this over here, or
Yeah.
change your diet. Like eat more of this, eat more of that. They'll know, but just by looking at you, for fuck's sakes, man. That's a good doctor. Like, we don't have those anymore, man. They're gone. They're fucking gone.
Yeah, I mean, I think the last good doctor I had was my pediatrician.
Right? And they're all dead
when I
now
was a
because
kid.
we're all crypt keepers up here, you know, like.
Yeah.
They don't care about you. They don't care. They don't care. The care is gone. Like, do no harm.
Well, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't talk about this because Mr. Smith is going through something right now, and this probably isn't making him feel very comforted right now.
I think Chris, sorry, lady of the house, is right, because they don't care. They're all about the money. They're all about insurance,
the kickbacks,
money, and stuff like that. That's what it is. That's been my experience over the last couple months. They're just worried about being paid and reimbursed. So you pay your copay, or they get reimbursed by insurance company. That's all it comes down to. He's right. He's absolutely right about that.
Again, I'll say what I said before is that politics should not be involved in any job except the job that it is intended for. And I don't know about you, but like when I was a manager and I walked into a troubled environment, I would listen to the guys. I would sit down and I would go around and talk to every single one of them, address their concerns. I would never dream of hiding. To me, that's the biggest coward. You might as well never show your face again. You're a fucking joke, dude. Like on an international scale, like everybody thinks Canada is a joke. India's pissed at us. Everyone thinks we're Nazis because of fucking Trudeau. Like it's a joke.
Do you want to hear, Kim? Do you want to hear something scary?
Yes.
So my wife was dealing with the cancer stuff over the last literally calendar year, right?
Yes.
The breast cancer stuff. Her insurance company, who also is my insurance company, denied her twice. Denied her for testing and denied a cancer surgery to remove the cancer.
What?
This is
what was the reason that they provided? Their dinks.
Right.
I hate them. But what was the reason they gave?
Yeah. They didn't. They just denied. She paid out of pocket for one. She had multiple surgeries because the first one. Well, so she had the original. What do they call it? It's not the surgery. The tests, like to see if there's cancer.
Yeah.
Then she had the original surgery, and that failed. And then they were like, "Nah, we're not paying for it."
Okay, here's what a lot of people don't know, and I don't know if this is the same in America. You could tell me right now, but people don't know that you can fight your doctors and you can also fight your insurance companies. You do not need to accept it, and I've had to do both.
Correct.
So do not be afraid. It's in Canada, the way it works here, and this is going to sound really bad to say, but you have to go in there and be as ignorant as possible because they will just ignore you. They'll leave you sitting in the hall.
It's the same here. So she got denied. She's like, "Well, I'm paying out of pocket, and they can fight it out and reimburse me." And then like the specialists, the doctors, and the whatever sides, the insurance company, the whoever, and they argued it out. They're like, "Yeah, this is actually something real. You need to fight. This is why the insurance is there in the first place." So
I don't even know who the fuck they think they are. Like they'll come back and say, "No, you can't do this, but we'll pay for this." And it's like, you're not a doctor. You're an insurance company. Know your role. Shut the fuck up. I pay my premiums. Pay for it. It's life-saving. You know what they did to a lady in Alberta because she didn't take that experimental therapeutic treatment? They let her fucking die because she needed a lung transplant. They let her die. Now they're playing God. To me, that's unforgivable.
The fucked up part with the cancellation that they did was 2 days before her long scheduled surgery, second one. They're like, yeah, we're not gonna do it. 2 days before everything's scheduled and stuff like that. So, thank God. The people that were on the other side of the insurance system were like, "F this, we're gonna fight this, and everything's already scheduled. This is not something you can delay."
Good.
Yeah,
they got it through, and it worked out. But that's just how the insured. I'm talking about the states now.
no, it's the same here. It's the same here, and it's just disgusting.
Insurance
And I have no
companies-
problem fighting with these guys at all. Zero problem.
No, insurance companies need to be. I don't know. I as much as I hate to see government regulation, but insurance companies they're like mafia, man. Like, you have to have insurance to have a house. You have to have insurance to have a car.
True.
And it's like, if you don't, like, insurance basically tells you how much you're going to pay for insurance by what kind of car you own. So, fuck.
Yeah.
If I buy a 4-door, it's cheaper for insurance. If I buy a 2-door, I'm
Well,
paying.
it also depends on the geographical area, the amount of money, a lot of
Like,
things.
fuck off, man. Insurance companies need to fucking settle the fuck down, man.
I have no problem
They-
fighting with those guys. Not even one. You should have called me. Goddamn, I would have had her in tears.
But insurance companies are dictating to us how we live.
Yep.
True.
30 years.
If you let
Right?
them,
No,
but you've got to
concerts.
learn to speak their language. Okay, so for instance, you got to say, "I bet you're charging my insurance company for a private room, but here I am sitting in the hall."
You
Then
want
they
to build a
listen.
casino. You want to build a house. You want to drive a car. It doesn't matter what you do. Insurance companies fucking control it all.
Right.
Right? You want to own a business. Insurance companies. Insurance companies can suck a dick, man.
Yep. Everybody can on that side. If you're corrupt,
I can't believe
can.
that they allowed this to happen.
I will have
It started
to.
in the 80s.
I'm sorry.
Right?
I'm sorry. Tim. I will have to interject here. I will not suck a dick ever. I
No.
just
How about
Me-
friggin' no?
Me neither.
No. I don't recommend no. No.
it would be a different story if it was their personal loved ones and they treat people like shit, not people. They look at policies and numbers and how can we avoid this? And it's like, okay, don't pay for this surgery, but I have $1 million life insurance, so you're going to pay that then? So
They're
what's
all
cheaper for you? Pay for my surgery.
They're all for fucking making money. They're all corrupt.
You
That's
just got to
all.
know how to play the game and talk to them like they're the shit on the bottom of your shoe, because that's what they are.
They don't give a shit about any of us. They're just there
No,
to
they
make
don't.
fucking money. That's it.
And that's sad. I will never lose my soul that way. I will never lose my
If you-
compassion for humanity.
If you want to make good money, you can go sell insurance, and you make over $100,000 a year just selling insurance, right?
No, I wouldn't, because I'd say this policy sucks and they won't pay you, and go with this insurance company because they'll give you a deal.
You would have to, leave your ethics and your morals and your values at the door on the way in, right?
Anyone that does that, Chris, is an oxygen thief, and they should
Yep.
not be permitted to continue stealing oxygen.
Oxygen thief, I love it.
It's true. It's really true. And you know what? I don't care how much the money is or what the perks are. I would never sell my soul ever, no matter fucking what. If I can't come home and sleep at night because of a decision that I made that affected somebody else, no, not happening ever. And I don't care what the bribe is.
I'm sorry.
I don't.
But it's true. He knows it's true. They're an oxygen thief. Anybody
are.
that does that shit is a fucking oxygen thief, and they should be prohibited from stealing any more oxygen.
Stop stealing my oxygen. I cannot
Yeah.
share more oxygen with you.
But meanwhile, they want to ban cow manure because that's, putting all this bad shit into the world. But what are they doing? Like, they're ruining humanity. They're creating a mental health crisis so they can manipulate you into doing what they want.
No, it's true. Though.
And at this point, knowing what we know about the medical procedure they were pushing, and they're still pushing it, in my mind, they should be getting charged with serious fucking crimes. That's just my opinion.
Day of the rope. Day of the rope.
I made Chris laugh too hard. I apologize, lady of the house. Chris,
Gun bomb, knife rope. Hey, Kim, I'm gonna mess up your algorithm. Gun bomb, knife rope.
now.
Oh, dude, they already hate me anyways. Fuck.
There you go. Gun bomb, knife rope.
Has anybody else noticed on their personal streams when they go to stream that like half of it's cut out or things are missing, or you know what I'm saying? They do that to me all the time. It's like blurbs are missing out of it. It's like what? I don't
So
know.
if I go back and watch this, it'll be all fucked up or something. What are you saying?
Oh, sometimes, yeah. Like sometimes
edit?
I'm muted out. Yeah.
Do you edit it?
No, I do not. I don't edit. How? Are you kidding me? I'm on a phone. How do you think I can edit? I don't know how to edit from my phone.
No, I don't even go back and watch my shit because I don't want to.
I only do to make sure because I've been having audio issues. So I started telling my chat that if you can't hear me, put a 1 in the chat, and if you can hear me, put a 2, because I don't want to be up here looking like a tool. talking to myself like a mime, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, they play all kinds of games. It's fun. I play that.
It's weird though. Why? Like these guys. This is why I love. Like this is the reason why I went and got a microphone and a camera. And I'm not a computer guy, man. I'm not into this internet shit. But I'm doing it because the DAGs and the the Freedom Patriot.
You get to
shit.
meet great people, though. You really do. You can take that away from it.
Yeah, for sure, man. I met. Oh my god, I've ever met.
Like you guys right here. You guys are my people. Like for sure, 100%.
My house. I've had Chris Dacey.
Right.
Was Chris Dacey here? I think he was here. Chris Deering was here. I've had people in my house, man, that were like fucking. I don't want to drop names.
Yeah, but even just everyday people. I don't even care who you are. Like, just
except for Jeremy McKenzie. Jeremy McKenzie is not.
because he's still on house arrest. But you know what? All I'm saying is this is because of this platform, we were able to all cross paths and we found friends. You know what I mean? And I talk to these guys on the phone all the time, like a lot. I even fell asleep with Chris Chalk on the phone one time, and I haven't done that since I was in freaking high school. Okay, like I don't know what it was, but I was like, "Did I fall asleep on you one night?" He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, oh, "Shit, I'm sorry."
All the people I've met, like veterans and ex-police, ex-military, they're doctors, nurses, Indian chiefs. I've met people from all different levels of society who all think the same way. It's like we're all common. Like, what the fuck ever happened to common sense, man? Can we bring it back and make it? Let's make common sense great again. For fuck's sakes.
What the hell happened to it?
I don't know.
No
It's
one's got
weird.
any.
I do. I'm a logical person.
Yeah. There's few of us.
It's all part of the programming that they've done for the last few years, and people don't realize it. And until you do, and force yourself to be like, okay, this is what happened. I got fooled. I need to go back to my core principles and never waver on what I think. Even when everyone's saying 2 weeks to flatten the curve and it's safe and effective, when you know it's full of shit, and if you can't even ask questions without being censored, you know something's wrong. So follow your gut. Don't believe the hype.
Yeah.
Just follow your gut. It will always tell you what's wrong. That's just my opinion. It's kept me alive in situations I should be dead.
Yeah,
No, I agree.
To a steak
Oh
sandwich.
my god! Hello, America.
Can't do
Oh dear.
that.
Oh
Right.
dear. This one's going to be censored now.
Yeah.
He's in America, YouTube.
Oh, he's
Yeah,
got
it's Canada, man. You can't do that on a Canadian fucking line.
No, he's in America, though. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. He's not
America!
under our...
Sorry.
He's my American friend. He can't... He's not dictator under... He's not under the dictator here.
You're allowed to have this in fucking Canada, and this is for baseball.
Oh dear.
That's all. It's for baseball.
If we're going to start showing off things that could be misconstrued as something...
Oh, I can slice your throat with this, but it's for painting.
Yeah.
You know what my best defense is? My voice and my dog. People will not even come near me with my dog. He's a
Yeah.
beast.
He's a
I wouldn't
man.
want to meet him on a dark road at night. And I'm not a small person, and if he wanted to, he could take me down in a fucking minute, man. Like, if he wants something, he's going for it. And
Never did
that's
that.
that's my best defense. And I don't need weapons to do it. Like, I
You
just...
should put him on
I'm smart.
video.
Should I go easier, or is I gonna be like?
No, go harder. Do what you do. I don't care. They'll just disable the comments on me.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
I don't care. No, I don't care, dude. It's all good. There's only one person watching right now, and I don't even know who that is. Like, we're almost at 4 hours here.
Only
It's
one
Bella
person
Rose.
watching.
Oh, right. Yes, it is. If she's still here. Bella, are you still here?
I can't see the chat.
It hasn't moved in a long time. People lose interest after a while, right?
Drop. Timer.
Yeah.
I wish I could say what I really wanted to tell you guys tonight, but I can't yet because I don't want to jeopardize everybody.
Let's hear this fucking beeping. What the fuck? I thought it was you guys. And then
What beeping?
No, Michelle had the timer set the microwave for
It's like a
stuffing.
microwave.
Fuck's sake.
Ah.
So I heard beep 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 beep. What the fuck? Beep beep.
I have no beeping devices.
No, it freaked me out. Anyways, I'm gonna go see what Beers and Cheers is up to because
All right.
they're crazy. they're fucking crazy over there.
Well, it was good to talk to you, Chris, because I haven't talked to you for a while. I'm gonna stay on here.
Well, I can hang out with you guys if you want, but like, I don't know. But I kind of get boring. I'm a boring dude.
Well, no, I mean we're just just shooting the shit. But I understand. I mean it's been almost 4 hours. If you want to go, I'm not gonna hold you hostage.
It's been 4 hours. Really?
Yeah, like 3 hours and 49 minutes, which I usually don't like talking this long, but these guys I can talk forever to for some reason. I don't know why, but
Well, I can talk.
shoot the shit about everything.
No, but I haven't been on Beers and Tears in a while, and
No, it's all
like-
good, man.
no, it's like okay. So to me, this is like the bar, right?
I know.
Nosy into the bar, do. I'll have a fucking I'll have an Alpine.
As you say, it's time you'll never get back, right?
Great. Then you sit there and you just get shooting the shit with people, and I love shooting the shit with fucking people, and with Beers and Cheers, half of them are Aussies, and I just I love ripping on them, like you fuckers. Like,
That's the one good thing I'll say is that I've got to meet a lot of great people over the years around the world, and it's very interesting to learn different ways and cultures and things. Like I like to learn new shit, right?
Yep.
From real people, because you can't believe what you see on TV because it's all mindfuckery.
That's all it is.
Yeah, I believe in what I can see, what's tangible, what's real. I need evidence.
Reality. Yeah.
Yeah,
like,
I'm not believing your fucking science. I'm not believing your bullshit. Like I want to see real shit.
I like talking recipes and stuff too, man, because if shit does hit the fan, like, can you survive? Do you know how to can food? Do you know how to cook food? Do you know how to hunt? Do you know how to fish? Do you know how to do anything? Like,
I know how to fish.
No, but
I know how to. I know enough people that I could find a network and I could trade shit, and I have my uses.
Dr. 556 Media is well educated on this subject.
Yes, he is. You should actually watch his channel because he has prep bags, he has go bags, he's got everything. Like
what? You have a channel?
Yeah. Put it in the chat,
Yeah.
Mr. Smith, please.
556 Media.
Yeah, give me a link. I'll fucking sub to it right now.
And Chris
Hold
Truck,
on.
drop your channel as well because we all need to find like-minded people.
I'll find it. Hold on.
If I knew how to do that, I would. I don't know how to do it.
Chris, you go to your channel.
I'll look for it.
Yeah, it's his house of bad influence.
I
Not legal.
gotta get out of the home. I gotta get to the home. Okay, so we're gonna do 556 Media.
That's the link. Okay, I'll find that.
This is how we grow our networks, right? I think you put it in the private chat. Yeah, you did. Put it in the regular chat, not the private chat, silly.
I'm looking for that. Hold on a
I'm
second.
doing it now. Hold on.
You put it in the private chat. Put it in the regular chat.
I'm working
on it, mommy.
Oh my gosh.
Do it. Go.
You can do it.
Do it.
My internet's too slow.
So is mine. I thought they were supposed to zap something yesterday, October 4th. I thought was like the day like all electronics were like blowing up or some shit.
October 4th was supposed to be the big day. I think that was the big
That was
day.
yesterday.
Yeah, was it?
The only
Yeah.
thing I'll say is like my devices have been weird lately, but that's nothing new.
I think I did it.
Oh, cool. There it is. Yeah, there you go. Let me check it out.
Yep.
Oh yes, and
Why can't I fucking click onto it? Fuck's sake.
because you have to do it in YouTube, not on StreamYards.
Yeah, won't let me do it.
I
You gotta copy and
put it
paste
on
it.
YouTube. I think.
Yeah, you have to do it on YouTube, not on StreamYards.
I did it on both.
You copy it.
No, I mean for Lady of the House.
Oh,
Next time I see you, Chris, you better get a freaking apron, okay? That's all I'm saying.
Chris.
I have one.
A frilly fucking apron with lots of frills and sparkles and rainbows and shit.
No, I have an apron that I got for Halloween. It's all covered in fake blood and shit. It's like a bloody smock. It's a smock, is what it is. But
It's
I don't like this up, man, but I think I'm going to do something rather insulting this year to express myself.
Lady House. God damn it, Lady House. I'm not. This has to go. The Lady House shit.
Oh,
Hey,
it does.
this Lady House is nonsense. You know that, right?
He needs an apron, Michelle. He needs a frilly apron with sparkles and frills and a
Bedazzled.
boa.
It's got to be all
And a boa.
bedazzled.
Yeah.
Oh, gotta be Bedazzler, right? Bedazzler with the rhinestones and shit.
With a
on it.
wig and friggin' heels, okay? That is some, yeah.
The
That's
hairy
some
chap that fucking made.
Oh, that's some weird ass shit, man. Yeah.
That's gay.
Well, I'm actually going to get off here because I have to go to bed because I'm old and ill. So I'm going to do that.
All right. Well, I was glad to talk to you. Are you leaving me too, or what the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. I'll take off because I mean I do have to work in the morning.
Well, hey,
Sure.
listen. I'm gonna bugger off and you guys chit chat. It was fucking awesome talking to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Always, man.
Always
Yeah.
awesome. Yeah.
You guys
always
crack me
awesome, dude.
come up
These
with a-
guys are good dudes. I have their
Safe.
backs always,
Yeah.
and yours too, lady of the host.
I promise I'll come up with a better name next time.
No, stick
Queen
with
of the
me now.
world.
This is
I'm
awesome.
queen of the world.
I don't know.
What was that bitch on Titanic? What was she saying when she had her arms spread on the thing and she's like, I'm blah blah.
Oh, for
Uh,
fuck's
no.
sake. I don't know.
You know who I'm talking about, right? Kate Winslet and Jack was behind her and she's I'm something of the world. And it's like, no bitch, you pushed him off the fucking thing into the ocean and he died. Okay. Like you're not queen of anything.
No.
Right.
Okay, guys. On that note,
Jesus.
let's catch up over the weekend, okay? Because I have a long weekend this weekend.
I mean,
All right,
are you planning
Okay.
to stay on? I don't know. I mean,
I will if you want. Yeah. Okay, bye. Whoever's leaving, bye. Thank you. Talk to you
All
soon.
right,
I'll
ladies.
hang for a little bit.
Thank
Okay.
you, Chris and Chris and Kim.
See you guys. Yeah, you guys.
Thank
we'll
you
talk-
guys. Always a pleasure. Every
Yeah,
time.
right.
Never
You guys
never a
have a
dull
good
moment. All right, me and Trout. What the fuck, eh?
Yep.
Okay, let's see. Now our audience is gone because it's like we've been on forever and
Well, let me see if I can find Mandy. I wanted her to come on.
yes, I would love her to come up. And Emery too, if you can, because I'm on my phone and I can't send any links or anything.
Let me see here.
Let's see. Unless somebody sent me something. I don't know. It's stupid when you're on your phone that you cannot literally leave the StreamYard's page or it will kick you out. It doesn't end the stream, but it kicks you out. It's mental.
You must have hit the back button. No?
You're here.
You got kicked out of StreamYard, you mean?
No, if I go to like leave this page, like say I go to send a text message, like a link for somebody to come on,
Oh,
and I
yeah.
leave
I
this
know what you
page,
mean.
it will kick me out on my phone. It's like, what, why? Like, I don't get it.
It's crazy.
Like, what did I do to you?
That's why every couple, like, I don't know, maybe every 20, 30 minutes, I'll put the link in the chat. I'll copy and paste it and just put it in the chat so I can rejoin.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Because
I remember one time when the computer, remember the laptop that I still want you to fix for me? One time I was on it with my friends. We were doing this interview. I ended the live. Or no. My laptop started screwing up. Well, I couldn't end the live because I had started it on my laptop and my laptop literally died. So I had to call my friend and I was like, listen, you have to log into my freaking StreamYard account and end this live because it wouldn't end. I was like, oh my
Oh,
God.
wow.
Oh yeah, it was total mental. So ever since then, now I'm afraid, right? Because it's the same laptop. Yeah.
That's nuts.
I believe it or not, I actually used to be good at computers until smartphones came out, and then I just was like, this is more convenient for what I need, right? So when you don't use one, you kind of lose the skills that you had, right?
Yeah, but
Well,
like
at least for
you can
me.
you can look stuff up like on YouTube,
Well, I look a lot of stuff up on
and
YouTube.
it'll show you like different features the phone has and everything.
Yeah. I mean, I look up everything. Like, it's the weirdest shit. If I ever went through my history, I'd be like, who knows what the hell I was thinking? Like, I'll look up one thing and I'll be like, nope, I'm going over here. Do like ADD and bouncing ball.
Yep.
Start off on one thing and then it's like, whoa. So yeah.
Mhm.
Well, I'm glad
I
you got to
still
come on.
I still do that, but now I'll just do like a few things, and
Well, yeah.
but I take really long doing them. I just start a project.
Well, I seem to lose interest after a while, or I go on to something else, or it takes you in another direction, or I'm just
Yeah.
like, you know what? I just feel like streaming something tonight. I don't really even want to get into all this. You know what I mean? Just take a break and watch like something stupid on Amazon or whatever, right? Netflix or whatever.
That's kind of like when I paint. I don't paint. I like paint like every 10 years.
Paint like what? The house or paint like creative
I
paint?
do like I do like impressionism. I use like oil paint.
See, I wish I could paint. Like I'm creative, but I can't draw and I can't like I can do great interior design shit. Like I have that kind of vision, but to sit at like an easel, a blank easel, and try and draw something, never gonna happen.
It's not true. First
Oh
thing
yes,
you gotta
it's
do is
true.
stop
Trust
saying
me,
you
I've
can't.
tried.
Well, the first thing you gotta do is stop saying the word can't.
No, I've tried this many times. Like I don't throw that word around because it's like, oh no, I'm a victim. But trust me, I've tried many, many times, and it's like, okay, so then I'll look at something to get inspired and try and draw it. And it's like,
Practice
no.
makes perfect.
Yeah, but not everyone has artistic ability, you know.
Practice
I could be a great
makes
interior
perfect.
designer, but in terms of artist, not a chance. Just saying.
I'm telling you.
Speaking of
I
that, do you
believe
remember that dude?
anyone.
What's his fucking name? Remember the
I,
dude with the afro? Bob Ross.
ooh, Eddie. Oh, yeah.
There was an interesting Netflix documentary about him. Man, did he get screwed over? Like everybody screwed him
Really?
over. Yeah,
He was. I always thought he was a nice guy. I
he
used
was
to
a nice
watch.
guy, and that's why he got screwed over.
Yeah. Happy little tap taps. Yeah, he was funny.
Had to bounce. Don't forget to also
Let's make a
sub to Chris
trade.
Trock. Chris, he's saying in the chat that he had to bounce to sub to 556. Don't forget Chris Trock's also in there. So these are my
Oh
guys.
yeah. Yep. Did I put mine?
Yes, I think
I,
you did, or what's his name did, Mr.
I
Smith.
gotta.
You did.
I gotta put yours.
Well, he knows mine. He's on my
But
channel.
someone else might watch this show.
Oh, I doubt it. I'm
Really?
down in the algorithms with the snakes. Okay, legit. And I'm not even the worst one out of the bunch, and I'm a lot better than I used to be. That's for damn sure. Oh, he
You know,
did sub to you.
you might be better. You might be better off because you want to be low key. You know.
Well, there's nothing really about me that is, but I want to learn Rumble. I have an account. I don't really know how to use it, but I heard that you can get away with a lot more. But I don't really know what to do with
What
it.
is it?
Rumble,
Rumble.
Rumble, and Twitter apparently are like the most kind of less censored platforms. I get away with a hell of a lot more on Twitter. I'll tell you that, and it's like a gong show out there. Like I go out there just to piss people off. It's fun.
I would stay clear of that. Those.
No, it's fun when you're like having a bad day and you don't want to fight with anybody. You just go on and read comments, and it's like, you know, I think this guy should invest in knee pads because he spends so much time on his knees. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, or like, yeah, I say a lot
Yeah.
of comical yet insulting
Hey, listen.
things.
I used to do tile up. You had to wear knee pads.
You what? Oh yeah, totally. He should invest in
Yeah.
a knee pad company because he's a fucking knob gobbler. Huh. Kane Shades. What is he saying? Being low. He is the best. Kane Shades, do you want to come on? Chalk's up
Oh,
here.
is he up? King Shades
Yeah.
is up. Oh, I think it's earlier in Cali. Is he in Cali or
Yeah,
Florida?
they're 3 hours
I forget.
before us. So right now it would be like 10 to 10. Yeah, 10 to 10 there. Pacific. Here, let me see if I can.
I think he's in Florida. I forget.
No, I think he's in Cali for some reason. I don't know why.
How you feeling? Okay, you can
Hang
see the
on.
chat.
I'm going to put the link in the chat if he wants to come up.
Okay.
I don't know where the frig MRE is either, but maybe if you want to text him and see what he's saying.
Oh, shoot. Oh,
He's in Miami, so you were right. Well,
yeah.
I would love to
Yeah,
come to
he's
friggin' Florida.
He's chilling. He's chilling. He's like in that exotic area.
You know what I would not like though is friggin' alligators or crocodiles or whatever in the hell they are
Yeah,
kind of running
yeah.
out of the friggin' marsh as you're walking down the street.
Yeah.
Like hard no to that one. Okay.
Oh yeah, they hang out at
Hard
all the
no.
golf
That's
courses. Yep.
even kangaroos I've learned are very vicious and should be banned from society. They
Well,
stay on their tail.
You know, that's where the Everglades are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be going there.
Oh, and they have pythons now.
Yeah, hard
It's
no.
crazy.
Hell no.
Hmm.
I don't even really want to see one in an aquarium, to be honest with you. Like, I mean, no. Isn't that how Steve Irwin died? Was a friggin'
stingray, I think it was. You know, one of
a
those.
stingray? Are you kidding me? What a way to
It was,
go.
it was a bigger
Okay,
one.
Jesus coming up. Yay. Hang
Oh,
on.
good.
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on? Thanks for having me, Kim.
How you
Thanks for
doing,
coming
man?
on. How are you feeling? Are you good?
Oh man, I'm doing much better.
Oh, that's
Much better.
great. Good to hear.
Yes, man. I've lost a lot of weight. Lost 30 pounds since my heart attack on July 10th.
That's
So,
amazing. Good for you.
Yeah.
I didn't think you were a big guy to begin with, honestly.
oh man, I was like 2 cheeseburgers away from like 300
Yep.
pounds. I
Two
was a
Yeah.
big,
cheeseburgers.
Yeah,
yeah.
me too. Yeah, me too.
I was a big boy. Yeah.
Wow. Well, good for you. Like, I mean, I started taking my health seriously a couple years back, and it comes and goes. Like the weight, like I have never gained any weight back, but like your body will plateau off at a certain weight, and it's like that's where I'm stuck at. And it's like, what the hell do I have to do to
Exactly. I've plateaued right now at 260. As I'm waiting for, I got a doctor's appointment with the cardiologist in a few weeks.
Yeah.
Once I get a clearance, so I could do some like more cardio and whatever, I think that I'll drop more pounds.
100%. Yep. Every time I say that, I laugh.
Yeah, I'm in a little rut myself right now. I just keep walking. And I don't eat as much carbs or sugar, so it's working. It's just I'm in a little. I call it ruts. You fall in these little ruts.
I've lost, I call it like a plateau. I've lost like 70 pounds, like major sizes. Okay. Like major difference, but I just can't, like, I just want to lose maybe 20 pounds more. And I just like, I don't know what the hell I got to do to do it. Like, I mean, and I'm very active in the summer. I do like swimming, everything outdoors. Like, I mean, everything. I just don't know what the heck is the last 20 and I won't go.
Well, I know what I did was I cut all the sugar stuff, the Coca-Cola, all of that stuff is gone. I eat chicken breast, fish at dinner, a couple boiled eggs in the morning.
Yeah, no carbs.
No, yeah. So that's what I've been doing since my heart attack. I've only had maybe a couple apple juices, but everything is water.
I love apple
juice.
Yeah.
Everything is water.
Yeah.
It scared me straight. Like I'm scared to like I'm looking at the box. I'm looking at everything. Like man,
you're not even very old either, are you?
No, I'm 43.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that ain't no joke. Forget it.
Yeah, and it caught me off guard. And that one morning, I woke up and I'm like, holy crap, man! Like, oh, what the hell is this? And I'm stubborn about the ambulance. If I would have not have called if my girlfriend would have not have called the ambulance, man, it would have been really, really, really bad.
Well, yeah, I agree. My ex-wife, one time she mentioned an ambulance, and my blood pressure went even higher.
Oh yeah.
So I understand what you're saying, Kane.
Yeah. And it was my cholesterol was through the roof, and I've been studying the heart attacks. It says it's worse for women because women it doesn't really hit them. I think they start having shoulder pains and like they don't have the symptoms like a guy has.
Yeah, it's different.
Yeah, the women have different as far as the heart attacks.
Do you have any heart issues in your family that run in your family at all?
My father passed away of a heart attack. So.
Oh.
But he was in his 70s,
Well, I've had like 10 people die since June 26th, and some of them are heart attacks, some of them are different, So what's going on that all these young people are dying now?
So not eating right, not taking care of themselves.
Yeah, that could be it as well. Yeah.
Yeah, listen, we were in a pandemic. We were trapped in home. We had to like order out all the time, or one person could go to the market, and you'd be lucky if there was stuff there.
Oh yeah, that's where I messed up, Chris. Yeah, oh man, eating out and stuff, all that stuff.
Oh,
yeah,
I gained at least 30 pounds just from that, and then at least 20 from being married. So forget it. Yeah, I was
Yeah, in
almost
my
300.
opinion, they should
Yeah.
never have even outdoor parks and stuff. Like that's just not necessary. Like you stop people from exercising. Like that's part of your physical and mental health. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah. My
I don't
knees were
know.
killing me before. Now it's kind of going away from walking a lot. I dropped a lot of weight, so just gonna keep doing
Hey,
it.
slow and steady wins the race, right? That's the way it goes. If you lose it
Well,
fast, I'm a firm believer and it's going to come back on. You got to change everything and don't even look at it as a diet. Just say like, I'm taking better care of my health and you'll be successful. And we all have, all three of us have. So that's great. Like, yay, woo.
yeah, you just gotta keep going.
Yep.
Hey, Chris, I love the show that you did with MRE. I think it was called Automobiles. That show was awesome because I mean you guys were on there because you're childhood friends and you were taking me back about hanging out at 2 o'clock in the morning playing video games and all of this stuff
Yeah,
and talking
yeah,
about school. That
yep,
that show was so cool, man, that you
yeah.
did.
Because we did it, we lived it. So why can't you just speak about it? I always, it's just you can't tell people's names. That's the
Yeah.
thing. You gotta, but yeah, man, it's like
But
friggin'
it
we're
was great.
reminiscing.
It was great because you can almost like when you're telling the stories, you almost can imagine it,
Yeah. Oh my God, forget it. Back in the day.
Was that really long stream? I've tried to watch it, but I haven't been able to finish it. It was like 4 or 5
Everyone
hours.
loved it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
it was
know.
great.
We want to do another one. It's just the timing's been bad lately on the weekends because, the last couple of weekends, I was doing stuff for my daughter and she was sick one weekend. So I was like, she was up in the middle of the night. I couldn't do it live. There was no way. But we'll do another one. What happened? There's no sound.
What do you mean there's no sound? Can you hear me now?
Oh, it was just very quiet.
Yeah.
Well, it's letting you talk.
Oh, I gotta go find my cane shades now. Give me a second. I got them somewhere.
Cane shades? Did I send you a pair of cane shades? I know I sent
No, I got a
Oh.
pair and I had them before before I ever met you. I got them like a month or two before, right?
Yeah.
My daughter was wearing them. She come in the house. I'm like, oh, I like those. Those are cool.
Well, what I did a few
She
years
left
back,
them.
what I did a few years back when I had my Miami Hurricane show, I actually made like I ordered a bunch of like I ordered 500 of those orange plastic glasses, and then I set cane shades on it. And what I would do is I'd pass them out at the games when I would go to the Hurricane games. I'd pass them out and stuff. So and
Oh,
to be honest with you, I still have like 30 of them. In if you want one, I'll send you. So it's actually the glasses I'm wearing right here in the avatar.
Fuck, I wish I could see. My phone sucks. It's so small. But yeah, send one to the igloos in Canada. I'll represent.
Okay.
yeah.
That's hilarious.
These don't say cane shades on them. They say something else. I don't know what the hell they say. But anyways, they were in the car. Hold on.
There's
Awesome.
actually 3 cane shades. There's my nephew, and then there's Bo. There was
Yeah,
3.
because you're Unk, right?
Yeah. I'm Cane Shades Unc. There's
Yeah.
Cane Shades Bo and Cane Shades J. So us 3 had a show called Cane Shades, and then when I started going into this crazy, look at the Cane Shades. Oh, look at them. Oh man,
Styling and profiling.
yeah. So when I started coming into this genre, I just used the name Cane Shades,
Yeah.
and it just stuck.
Those mundos de la mundo.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I couldn't believe that when you said you were on the commercial there.
Oh yeah.
I was like, oh my God, I remember
Commercial.
watching.
Yeah,
you.
when I was a kid.
Oh, it's very famous. I had a best friend from back in the day. It was like that too. He was on like a CVS commercial, like Christmas or something. Yeah.
It was I was on Telemundo. There was it was a lady who sold shampoo, and I was in a couple of the commercials, and my line was "Yo soy un chico muerta," and I did the thing because I had long hair, and I did the thing with my hair, whatever.
Yeah.
And I didn't even know what I was doing. I know that I know when I came back to the neighborhood, all the kids were telling me about the commercial, and they were like making fun of me, and like, "Oh, chico muerta," and then I realized, I was holy shit, I was on TV. Like I didn't even know what I was doing.
Well, you were
Right?
young, So
Yeah, I was like, I think from '84 to '86. That's when I was doing those commercials.
Really?
Yeah, they were on the Spanish
crazy.
network on Telemundo.
Hey, that's cool.
Yeah.
I would love to get that footage. That would be. I know my
Don't have
grandmother.
it? Oh
No, my
wow.
grandmother had it on a tape on
VHS
a
or something. Yeah.
VHS, but I'd have to go through.
Is it on
The,
Google, do you think?
no, I really looked. The only thing I found is I went to that lady's website that she had passed away. That was the lady who was selling the shampoo, and I did find a picture of me on that website. Like they had all the kids that year, I think '85, and I was actually on that thing.
Yeah,
So
85. I think I was what 80. I think I was 9 years old or something.
oh yeah, you're way older than me.
85. Yeah.
Way older.
Those were the days. That's when times were good.
Oh yeah.
And we didn't even know it. We just thought we were having fun and making memories.
Oh, we were so innocent.
Right? Oh,
I finally just started watching that show. You're gonna laugh. It's been on for a while, I think. Stranger Things, but I thought it was pretty pretty good. I got
what show?
Stranger Things. It's like
Oh,
Netflix.
I never got into that Stranger Things.
me neither. I think I watched a couple episodes and I'm like, no.
So I just went and I just watched it from like the first one, and it was interesting. So, but it was like based back in the back in the
'80s
and the '90s and stuff. Yeah, I think it gets close to the '90s, the later episodes.
Yep. Yeah, David. Yeah, the bodega returns. Not tomorrow. Well, not today, but next Friday, Friday the 13th. I'm coming back.
Next week's Friday the 13th.
Yeah, next week is Friday the 13th.
Oh, shit,
I gotta get my mask out.
Well, make sure you send us the link. I want to be there.
Okay, yeah, awesome.
Isn't a bodega a friggin' store? That's what Truck told me. Am I wrong?
Well, it's more than just a store because it's a small deli. That you could get all kinds of paper goods. Like if you need toilet paper, it depends. Well, Cane Shades, you explain it.
Well, they don't have no bodegas in Miami. How I came up with that name is I had called out an informant, and then the informant was making fun of me, like that fat guy that looks like he works at a bodega. And I said, "Oh," I said, "Wow!" And I was doing shows with Lee, and when it was time for me to leave Lee, I told Lee, "You know what? I'm going to start my own little bodega." And then I said, "Oh, that'd be a good name for a show, the Bodega."
Right.
So that's how I came
awesome.
up with that. Yeah,
it's awesome.
That is awesome. Well, I'm glad to hear you're doing better, feeling good. It's good to hear you. I know everybody was worried about you, and that sucks. Like it really scares the God into you. You know what I mean? When you're that young, and it's like, whoa.
Yeah, it was a scary moment. I'll talk more about it on the bodega, but I want to give a shout out to everyone that was supporting me. A lot of people wrote me, and especially MRE. I mean, he had my back when I was in the hospital with this other mess that was going on. And yeah. So I appreciate it, all the support, man. I'm very grateful. So
well, not that I should probably bring this up, but I was on a certain someone's show last week, and he popped on, and it was like I was trying really hard to keep my temper under control because I can go really ghetto, and I don't want to do that because I was trying to prove a point that it's like you can have a disagreement with somebody, but still not be ignorant. And believe me, it took every bit of restraint that I had. But it's like because he was saying one thing, and it's like, okay, maybe that's the way you see it, but Emery was protecting his buddy Cane Shades, and I respect that because I'm the same type of person. I'm loyal. You know what I mean? Like, if somebody's never made me question their integrity or their loyalty or their friendship, I've got their back 100. And no matter what anybody says or does or tries to do, I'm going to stick with my friend because that's the way that I grew up, and I still have those beliefs.
Yeah,
definitely.
And when you see that quality in somebody else, you appreciate that, right?
Definitely. I mean, there's a lot of good people on here, and there's a lot of oddballs on here, and
Yeah.
I'm happy I'm surrounding myself here on the internet with good people. You know.
Well, that's just it. That's what we were just saying. Like just before you joined, it was like, yes, there is a lot of drama and bullshit. I'm not into the drama at all, and I try to stay as far away from it as I can.
Yeah.
However, having said that, I've met a lot of great people out here, and if it weren't for this platform, I wouldn't have crossed paths with them. You know what I mean? And I'm grateful for that.
Yeah.
So it's great.
100%.
Well, Kim and Chris, thanks for having me on. Chris, next Friday, Kim, next Friday, if you guys want to come and join, it'll be awesome.
You betcha.
Yeah,
Thanks for coming
definitely.
on. This was awesome. I'm so glad
Yeah.
you came on. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right. Have a great night.
You
Without a
too.
doubt.
All right. God bless you. Without a doubt. All right.
All right.
Okay, bye. Thanks for coming on.
God bless you, man.
That's hilarious. Every time I hear that, I think of MRE.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Oh my god, that's funny.
You know, yeah. See, Kane, he's never ever given anyone a reason to not trust. Okay, he doesn't BS. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're real people. So that's the difference. He's 110%. You know.
I'm personally like, I'm the type of person that
Yeah.
I want to see the real in people, the good and the bad, right? Because I want to know who you are. Like it's easy to be friends with somebody and stick around when times are good, but when times are bad, that's when you find out who's real. You know what I mean? And those are the people. If you're lucky enough to have some of those people in your life, you hold on to those people and you don't let them go. And it's hard sometimes when life is giving you a million reasons to be like, nope, fuck this, fuck you, but don't let it change who you are because
Right.
then they win. And I'm just too stubborn to let them win. Like, no, hard no, full stop.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes
So,
I think they've changed me so much. I wonder if I can go back.
well, I thought that too, but some way, somehow, I don't know exactly when or how or what happened, but I just felt it is starting to change. And I was like, holy shit, this is the old Kim. And I remember coming on doing a show and I was like,
Is it
some
still
of you might
crazy?
remember this Kim, and some of you might be meeting her for the first time. And here I am.
So
Take it or leave it.
I missed the beginning
Of
of the
this.
show, but so has it been getting crazy over there, or everything's okay, calmed down now?
Well,
I mean, you don't have to
it's
talk about it if that's what you're doing right now. I get it.
okay. What I can say is this. Okay,
Is it
when
safe?
we had, yes, it is right now. It is safe. Yes.
All right.
Okay, so when we had the first convoy in 2022, okay,
Mhm.
what we learned from that is that there were a lot of people, like, okay, you can take anybody, any cause, anything, okay, and put a group of people together and they're going to walk away with a different interpretation. Maybe it
Rally.
affected their life. Yeah, it
Yeah.
affected their life differently, or maybe they have something different. You know what I mean? Like, we're not all the same, okay? And as much as the media tried to say, like, we were this and that, they were really projecting who they were, and they've shown themselves to be that. But what I learned through that, excuse me, is that there was people that kind of, in my opinion, jumped on the bandwagon when when the iron was hot to maybe get the limelight because they had a different agenda or whatever the case may be. This is just my opinion as an observer, as a participant, as a nobody, right?
Okay.
But the reason why I'm mentioning that is because, like, it's still in the very infancy stages of what's going to happen, and it's already happening again. And then they go online and they show all this video and they start these smear campaigns. And what they do by doing that is not only make themselves look bad, but what they're actually doing is putting out a false picture of what's happening. They're turning up the temperature, right? So now what you're doing is making people confused, question, and if authorities are watching, they're going to be like, oh, okay, this is what it is. When meanwhile, it was nothing like that at all. You took a small excerpt out of a very long video, made it look as bad as you could to make yourself look better. And in my opinion, it backfired. It made you look like an asshole, not them. Um, And that's just my opinion. And I see that starting to happen. And it's like, that's why I firmly believe in watching not watching the mainstream and watching live streamers. And that's why right now, as we speak, they are trying to get us censored even on these platforms now,
Well,
which they said
we're
was
already
coming. Yeah.
already
Well, that,
censored to the hell.
of course we are.
You know,
But they just wanted that much more. Like they just, so what they're doing now is because, okay, so how they rolled this out was like, well, we're going to go after Facebook and we're going to go after Google. And so it was like, okay, let the big giants fight it out. You figure it out because they have the money to take this asshole to court and show him who's boss. Okay. So then when that didn't happen, now keep in mind, up until this point, mainstream media has always been government funded. And they were like, would you not say that they were pushed up front and center during the convoy and spreading a lot of misinformation? That's my opinion. Okay.
yeah.
But now what they're doing is basically saying, we're done with you. We're kicking you to the curb. And they're too dumb to realize that that's what's happening. So now, as Canadians, we are not allowed to share news on Facebook or on whatever. I don't know. I don't really use Facebook that much.
Oh, really?
And there's another platform I can't remember, but we're not allowed to share news. And there's only one browser, and I'm not going to say which one it is, that I could actually look up American stuff, because you sent me a link the other day, and it took me like 4 browsers to find one that would actually open this link.
Right. So on here, it's okay. I mean,
For now,
to an extent,
but they're going to have to fight it out. So what this is why I call him a toddler, because he's a spoiled little brat who seems like he's always never had to work for anything in his life, has had everything handed to him, doesn't know what it's like to struggle, to have to earn anything for himself. His dad was in his position many years ago and wasn't liked either, and he's following in those footsteps. He's learned a lot of shady tricks along the way, and nobody has any respect for him. He cannot go anywhere in public where he's not being screamed at. And he's trying to put on this fake picture that he's the man and this and that. Like, dude, he has made us the biggest target ever. Ever. Like, I mean, India's mad at us because he went over there and shot his lips off about something he knows nothing about. Now India's mad. Great idea. They're not letting Canadians over there now. Great. Okay, that's great. Now the Nazi thing in Parliament. Like, if you were that stupid, do you realize if you ever once had any credibility whatsoever about the things you were saying about us, you just blew that all out the window, and anybody that was ever sitting on the fence about it sees that that was just pure projection the whole time. It was.
That's crazy.
And they've made themselves look stupid. Some information was leaked out. Some of it was, you know, the telephone game, right? Like when someone tells you something and then you tell someone and then the story kind of changes as it goes.
Right.
That's what happened. So 2 times the police in Toronto locked down the financial district and all entrances in and out of this core area where people have to travel to work. Right. 2 times based on what they call intel, which really means tweets.
Yeah.
That's come up in its public record. Freedom of information. If anybody is doubting what I'm saying, freedom of information.
But what happened in the financial areas where they shut them down? What do you mean? Like,
well, because they heard supposedly there was some leaked information, which we don't know who this person was. Nobody knows who he was. He is on recording speaking to another voice, and nobody recognizes either of these voices. There was a recording. There was some false information that was put out that would extremely raise the temperature of the police already going in there. I don't want to repeat what it was, but you can imagine. So what it was doing was giving the police the right off the get-go, before they even got there, it was going to make them come in with their defenses up because of this information, which wasn't good that they were passing out, nor true. So what they did was they shut down these areas, not once, but twice. And it was all on fake intel. And I have to laugh at them because, like, you got played. You got played. Like, do you think we're going to come on a social media platform and tell you our plan? Like, get the fuck out of here. I mean, seriously, you know what I mean? So basically, you know, there's only so much I can say because everything has changed. Because there's people within this movement already, and it's not even begun yet, that are doing exactly what I'm talking about. And that's what I wanted to talk about at the beginning, but my cousin was on, so I really wanted to talk to him because
Oh,
I haven't
cool.
talked to him for a while. Yeah, he's a really good dude, and he might be a little out there for some people because he was talking about, different things and stuff. But he's an old soul, and I love this kid, and he's had a hard life, and I try to be that guidance for him, even though I probably shouldn't be the one to do that. But um, I can keep him on the straight and narrow. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not the type of
Yeah.
person who will bullshit anybody. If he's doing good, I tell him that. Or if he's like veering off in the wrong direction, I'll be like, are you sure? You know what I mean? Like, because his mom isn't around, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know. I care about the kid and I
That's
want him
good.
to do good and I want him to succeed. And
Yeah.
I feel like, the people that have been around him, not by his choice, sometimes
You,
we're stuck with people
you can
that
guide them.
I don't know if I'm the person to do it, but at least I'll try because I give a shit about him. I want to see him do well. And he
That's
is.
all
He's
that
doing great.
matters.
Like he's
Yeah.
he's young, he's got a family, he's a go-getter, man. Like he doesn't really sit still. I've been trying to get him to come on here live with me forever. And like he works as much as he can. He supports his family. Like he's a good kid. And I'll give him credit because I think he's only 29 or 30. And at that age, I was nowhere near as together in a sense. Like in a sense I was, yes, I was like I was management, I was a landlord, shit like that, right? But my priorities were still like woo woo, let's go out and have fun and party and you know what I mean? Like
Yep.
that's the way it was back then, But I've grown up. But he was ahead of the curve, He's an old soul. People grow up one of two ways, right? If you grow up in an environment that's not necessarily healthy, shall we say, you either grow up to do the same thing or you make the changes and give your kids the life that you wish you had. And he's doing the second one. And I'm really proud of him for that at his age, because some people never get that. You know what I mean?
Yes. Unfortunately. Yep.
It's a complicated story. I mean, like I'm adopted. He was the first cousin I met. We clicked instantly, and like his family life wasn't really great either, and neither was mine in terms of that side of the family. And we just accept each other for who and what we are, and we're just awesome. I look at him as like a little brother, really. Or I guess he really could be my kid, but I guess I'm in denial about that. So I'm going to say my
Ah,
little brother.
ah,
But yeah,
that's funny.
yeah.
Well, keep guiding them.
Well, I'm not perfect. I've made mistakes, but I can tell you what doesn't work. I might not always be able to say, hey, this is what does work, but I can say, hey, this is what I did, and don't do that.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep. Oh yeah.
Um,
Are you kidding? My father did. He would teach us, and we wouldn't even know he was teaching us.
that's a good dad.
You know.
My dad came from a different generation where his dad walked away. It was him and his mom and his brother, and it was a tough life. And my dad's old; he's going to be 80 in November, and he didn't have that male role model. So he did what he thought a dad should do, which was provide, right? And he did. He always did.
Yeah.
I'll give him that 100%.
Yep.
But trying to change those old school mindsets and my generation didn't cry and we don't do this and we don't do that. Well, you know what? We're not in those times anymore. So get with it. Like, but I love my dad. He means well, but he just comes across as tough sometimes. But I think it's because that's the only way he knows.
Well, that's what it is, really. You know.
That's all we can ever do, really, all of us. I mean,
Yep.
nobody's perfect in this life. And when we make a mistake, I respect it when people can come up here and say, listen, I fucked up because I can do that better than anybody. I can make mistakes like nobody's business, but I own my shit. And like, I have no problem saying I fucked up because I've done it so much that it really doesn't matter. Like, I mean, and
Hey,
I have a lot of respect for people that can do that instead of blaming other people, avoiding it, being passive aggressive, or blaming someone else or taking no accountability. Like, I can't stand behind that. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't know. Maybe that's just me. I don't know.
no, I agree.
I still value
I'm
those old school qualities.
I'm checking my phone because I just realized I messaged, what, Mandy?
I
And
thought I seen Mandy in here earlier, but we've been live for like 120 years, and
oh, she didn't come online. Yeah, but she ended up coming up. I think she
no,
said she wanted to. Come on.
Did she? No, because I put the link in the chat so many times, and there's nobody like backstage that I can see. I haven't seen her type in the chat for a long time either, so she probably gave up on us hours ago.
I can't see the chat. I'm looking at StreamYard.
Hey, Carol. Nice to see you. Carol's on the chat. Kane Shades was here. He came on briefly to say that he is doing well. I think he said he lost 30 pounds, right, Chuck? 30 pounds? He's lost a lot of weight at any rate, and he's waiting for a clean bill of
Yes,
health from his
30
doctor.
30
And he's
pounds.
feeling better, looking better, doing better. And he said to say thank you to everybody that supported him, reached out to him, said prayers for him. That really meant a lot to him. Oh, you've been here the whole time? Oh my God. Is my chat not working? I don't know. Maybe you've just been sitting there listening to us fucking ramble. You know what's funny is I can go for like days without talking to anybody. Like, I just don't talk to me. But then other times I'm like, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Kind of weird. Well, I'm glad to see you, Carol. It's nice to see you in the chat again. I missed you. And I'm glad that you're back because you're missed. Because you're also one of those people that are like a strong, fierce woman that are not afraid to speak up for yourself. And I appreciate that.
I'll tell you, I'm looking forward to that bodega. You ever see those bodega shows he does? They're pretty good.
I think so, but it might have been a while ago, but I will check it out. I have so much.
They're awesome. You got it.
I have so many damn videos to check out or catch up on, and I just don't have enough time in the day. Like, I work too much. I am going on days next week though, so no more afternoon shift anymore.
Okay.
I don't know if you caught that part when I was telling that story.
No, I didn't catch that.
Well, basically, I have a stage 5 clinger at work who is sexually harassing me, and he was supposed to be moved away from me. No. Here's the thing. All I wanted was, I said, I don't want him to be fired. I just want him on the other side of my work, so I don't have to see him or deal with him. And that was yesterday. And so I was told that, yes, it's been taken care of. You don't have to worry about it. I go in today. Where is he? At my door. I was like, then I flipped out. I was like, what the fuck is this shit? Like, and then when management speaks to anybody on the floor, they're supposed to have a union rep. They did not with him. So I'm like, what are they trying to do? Get him off of this? Like, something as serious as this? What if it happens with another woman? So you know what their solution was? You know what their solution was? Well, how about going to a different shift altogether? And I'm like, all right, I'm going back to days then. How do you like me now? So do I think that's right? Should I be moved?
I wouldn't even pay no, they should get rid of him. I wouldn't even pay my
dues. I said I didn't want him to get fired because, like, you don't understand the mentality of this person. You have to be careful in the way you deal with situations like this. And then I went outside after that, like immediately after that, and I had a flat tire. I was like, if I find a knife hole in that, believe me,
they need to get rid of him. Oh,
yeah,
I'm
but
behind.
not because of me. Not because of me. He'll do himself in. Because certain people, put it this way. If I got rid of someone with his attitude, mindset, personality, etc., I'd be looking over my shoulder for a damn long time. And I don't want to do that. So I know that he's going to do himself in. He can't help himself. And I don't want to be the reason, but it needed to be documented for other women's sake. Because if this becomes a pattern, they will get rid of him. But I don't want it to be my fault. And I know that sounds probably stupid, but as a woman, you have to think about like 10 steps ahead, right? And if I came out immediately after this and there was a flat tire, what if he follows me home one night? So many variables, right? Like, I mean,
keep your dog in the car.
Yeah, but you can't stay in the car for 8-9 hours when I'm inside of work.
Bring him inside.
Oh yeah, I'll fucking bite everybody.
Chain him right to your desk.
That's hilarious. I would love to. Don't get me wrong, but he would bite way too many people.
Say he's your service dog. Put a vest on him.
Well, I could, but one look at him and you're gonna know that he is no service dog. Maybe I could get away with support animal.
Know that. I've seen the funniest looking animals around in some places. People walk around with skunks, pigs, all kinds of animals.
Well, people call themselves animals. Like this world's gone batshit crazy. But you know what? I don't mind watching the circus, but I'm not going to join it. Like fuck you.
You should be able to bring that bear to work.
My bear. He calls my dog a bear, which he is. He is pretty freaking massive. I'm not going to lie to you guys, but I wish I could put a picture up right now, but I can't.
Put him on the camera. Just take the camera and face it at the dog.
Well, that wouldn't really do him
camera
justice.
off.
I need to get him outside where you could actually see his full size. Because right now he's laying down. You wouldn't be able to, like, you wouldn't
Just
really be
show
able
his
to.
face.
Huh. Well, right now he's got a halo like his mom, but it's held up by horns, right?
He's a bear.
I never taught him that way. That's funny.
That's
But
okay. He's a
the
good
thing
boy.
is, I used to live in the hood, and it was good safety, good protection, right? Nobody ever. I sometimes would fall
I
asleep with the
bet.
door open. Nobody would come near my house, right? It's like,
Yeah.
no, not doing that.
They probably all felt safe too with them there.
Yeah. And it's funny too, because the neighbors would be like, "You have a German Shepherd, right?" And I'm like, "How do you know?" And they're like, "Because I can tell by the bark." And I'm like, "Really?" Because he's got a friggin' deep ass bark, man. Like he means business.
No doubt.
Yeah. But I don't know. It's weird.
I can't wait. Someday I'm going to get a place with a yard so I can get a nice big mastiff or something.
That's what he needs is a yard. And there's multiple dogs here. And my next door neighbor, like my dog and her dog got in a scrap. And so we need a yard. We need a bigger place. And I went from a fucking 3-bedroom house to a friggin' small ass place, sharing it with people and different. I don't want to say too much because if somebody's watching, I don't want to insult them. But
Yeah, you don't have to say anything. No.
I'll tell you on the phone sometime, or I probably have, or get me mad enough and I'll just say it anyways. I don't give a shit.
Don't bother. It's fine. Anyways, he's an awesome dog.
He is. He's great protection.
I don't know how you feed. I don't know how you feed them. I don't know how you feed. I mean, that dog must eat a lot of food.
Well, not as much now as he used to because he's 7. So, but when he was a puppy, like actually when he was a puppy, he was a lot harder to control and he's half the size he is now. But it's because, like, I've never had a dog as big as him, so I didn't really know how. Like my last dog, I didn't even need a leash for her. You know what I mean? She was just by my side instantly. Like this guy, she was scared of people. Like she was my sock. This guy is scared of nothing, and in fact, he'll just jump for you and bite like with no notice. It's like, oh god, I have to go to court soon for him doing that. Actually, kind of worried about that. Yeah, I kind of really don't want to do that.
That's the tough thing about having a big dog. You want to be able to take them places like, you know, a normal dog. But
well, everybody's afraid of him.
You
know
can't
what I mean?
stop him. You know, it's like he's so big.
Well, I can now, but I have to fucking manhandle him. Like he has no leeway on the leash at all, and that's sad. Like he needs his own yard where he can run free, and you know what I mean.
Yep.
But if something startles him or someone comes out, like I game over. Game over.
He's just a little puppy.
Yeah, there was an incident last year at the beach, and
Uh-oh.
oh yeah, and it was just a small nip. Like I have mosquito bites that are worse than the damage that was left on this person, and they're taking me to court, and I don't really know what that means exactly. I've never had this happen ever, so I'm more than a little terrified.
I believe it means they're taking you to court.
Yeah, but what are they trying to achieve? Are they charging me civilly, or are they trying to get him deemed as a dangerous dog? Like, what is their goal?
Yeah, I think it would be civil. I mean,
okay, well that's fine because when I proved that it wasn't his fault and he was restrained at all times,
maybe small claims. What could they possibly do? Like, oh, can you pay for the damages or something? Like, what it cost to go to the ER or whatever? Did they go to the ER?
Yeah, they did. But
some people can be assholes. You know?
Well, yeah, they can, and this is an opportunist. And I knew this was coming because the first thing she said, well, first of all, she called the cops, which nobody does that, okay? But the first thing she said was, "Oh no, if the dog's not up to date on his shots, we have a vacation plan, and we're gonna have to cancel it." And I called my cousin, and I'm like, How much you want to bet she's going to say 10 people are going to Europe and they had to cancel because of this shit? Right? And then all of a sudden I see this thing in my
Oh,
mailbox.
that doesn't. Like, they can't. They can't use that. Like, that's not. Like, there's the judge would laugh at that. You know, like, what the hell is that? I mean, there could have been so many different predicaments. I mean,
The thing that worries me is that the county that this is being held in is very strict. I hate it. I don't like going there. I don't even like driving through there. The cops.
I hear you.
Yeah.
I don't even like going to courts.
Well, me neither. And I really
Yeah.
don't know what this means. So it's like,
It's a nightmare.
I kind of, you know what? I'm even thinking of maybe just not going. Hey, like, I mean, our
I
prime
would-
minister got, or no,
Dude.
our premier
Yeah.
got, what do you call it, summoned to court, and he didn't go, and nothing happened to him. So, hey,
Yeah,
just let me know what I owe you. You know.
Well, they're special, you know.
Well, I'm gonna pretend I'm not special too. I'm just gonna make up my own
Are
invisibility
you
cape.
related to any lawyers?
I am not.
That's a damn shame because
It sure is.
I would go to court with a lawyer.
Well, I'm just not gonna go. Period. I think because you know.
I don't even know how you guys. I don't even know how it works there. You guys have different laws or whatever.
Well,
Even-
I've had a dog for 25 years, and I've never had an incident at all. And from what the health unit, when they came to verify that he was up to date on his shots, they said that your dog gets one incident, and then
Oh.
after that, so then why am I going to court? What is the? It's obviously money, right? Like, I mean,
Probably.
okay, well,
I mean, that's the only reason they would do it.
well, catch me if you can.
Yeah.
You know, like, and how dare you sue me when I'm dealing with like 9 people's deaths? You know what I mean? Over a very litigious, opportunistic situation. Like, if there was damage, I wouldn't even try to get out of it. I'd be like, oh shit, there was no blood even.
Unfortunately, so how could they even? I don't know. That's weird. So why are they even going to court?
I don't know. I can't understand for the life of me, and I'm afraid to call to find out. But I should get the Freedom of Information request and find out what they're saying. But I'm afraid to even do that because I don't really want to know. Because if I find out that they are trying to get my dog deemed as a dangerous dog,
Did you get like served the paper?
no, it was in
court?
the mailbox of my old address. I happened to go by for some stupid fucking reason. I don't know why. I happened to go by, and yes. Oh, drop the link. Of course. 1 second. Woo woo. Yeah, for some reason I happened to go by the old place. Don't ask me why. And then I see this thing that it's been adjourned. So obviously they tried to serve me. I had moved by this point, and stupid me was like, I don't know what this is because like I've never been to court. Like, what the fuck? Carol's coming on. Woo woo. Yeah.
Oh, maybe she would know what to do.
That's what
I
I'm
don't know.
thinking because she's very brilliant. 1 sec. Whoops. Hang on. What happened? What did I do? Is she on?
Yes,
Yes.
Okay, good. Hi, Carol. How are you?
I'm good, honey. Listen, I had an episode
Yeah.
about 4 years ago with my pit dog. Okay.
Right. Yep.
What happened was she had a collar plus like I had the muzzle on her.
Yep.
I took her for a walk
Yep.
and she did her business. Coming back, this weirdo that moved into my complex
Yep.
came up to me and went to hug me. She
What?
jumped up,
Yep.
the dog.
Yep.
She sensed something and she knocked her down.
Okay.
10 minutes later, now let me explain what happened. I went
Yep.
over to her after I brought Maya back inside
Yep.
and I knocked on her door and her daughter opened the door and I said, "Is your mom okay?" The daughter
Yep.
laughed in my face and she goes, "Oh, she'll be fine." Okay. I come back home. 10 minutes later, the state police are here.
Oh, geez.
So
The
I
state
opened
police.
the state police. So I opened the door and I asked the cop, "What's going on?"
Yep.
And he says to me, "Listen, I just want to warn you." He says, "The woman in 101 was complaining that your dog attacked her. She's saying the dog bit her." I said, "The dog didn't bite her. The dog jumped up and knocked her down.
Right.
She says that she got bit. She better prove it. So he says to me, I'm not here to hurt you. I'm not here to take the dog. I'm just letting you know she's going to try and sue you. I can guarantee it.
Oh, Jesus.
At least he warned me.
Yeah.
About 3 days later, I get a call from my insurance company telling me that she put in a complaint that the dog bit her.
Oh, God.
So I told the insurance company what happened, and I said, did she go to the hospital? They said yes. I said, okay, I have all Maya's shots, Maya's license,
Yep.
the whole 9 yards. I gave them everything.
Yep.
3 years later, it
Wow.
took 3 years. I didn't have to go to court because my insurance company was handling everything. 3 years later, they still couldn't prove she was bit. She was only scratched.
Right.
Okay? So I
Yeah.
said to my insurance company, did she get a settlement? Because if she did, I'll be taking you to court because she claimed in that police report she was bitten.
Right.
They dropped the case.
Well, see, where I messed up is that I don't have insurance because I was in the process of moving, right? And then I tried to get insurance here, but the way it's set up is for every single tenant that lives here, I would have to go to them and find out if they have their own rental insurance. It's really complicated, but I'm about to pay a very expensive lesson for not having it, and I'm very like I'm sweating even just talking about it because I'm more worried that they're going to try and get him deemed as a dangerous dog.
They can't do that because I don't know about Canada, but I know in the United States that as long that was the only complaint ever against my dog.
Right,
And
same.
they said, there's nothing we're going to do. When I went to my attorney,
Yeah,
because the first
yeah,
thing I do, I've got my attorneys on speed dial.
yeah,
And I called my attorney and I went and I saw him and I said, Tom, what do I do?
yeah,
And he says to me, you take that dog and you walk with that dog. You walk right by her and keep going.
yeah,
He said, she can't make you get rid of that dog. That dog did nothing wrong. As long as you proved it, that the
yeah,
dog didn't do anything wrong, that you were being attacked because that's what the dog sensed.
right,
He said, and generally with dogs,
yeah,
they sense things that we humans can't.
right.
And they know when someone is good
Or bad. Yeah.
or bad. That's
I
right.
agree. I agree.
So I don't really think you have anything to worry about, Kim.
Well, I put something on Facebook asking any other dog owners if they've ever been through this is what they're calling it, is the Dog Owners Liability Act. And this lady's like, messaged me, and I'm like, okay. She's like, I guess this dog had bit. Now, it was a nip, like there was no stitches, there was no nothing, right? But I guess her dog bit somebody, and it was like bad. It was really bad. There was stitches and everything, and it was on. I think I want to say it was a child, but it was on his rear end, and because it was on his bum, they couldn't show the pictures, obviously, because he was a minor. And she said her insurance company ended up paying $32,000 for a bite they couldn't even see. And I was like, "Oh my God!" Now I'm petrified.
But wait a minute. They couldn't see, but the judge or whoever was handling the case
Yep.
had the hospital records. They could see if the dog drew blood because they would have to take pictures and stuff at the hospital or x-ray, whatever the heck they do.
Yes.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes. So maybe I
So
should apply for the Freedom of Information Act because I would see that there, would I not?
that's right,
Okay.
because the dog didn't draw blood or anything. So there's nothing they can do to your dog, honey.
Okay. Because I knew it was gonna go bad when, well, they were taking pictures of my license plate. She was being like her friend, not her, but her friend was being next level, and I was like, "Get the fuck out of my face!" Right? And I'm trying to talk to the lady, right? Have a like apologize and say like check everything was okay and blah blah blah. Exchange information. Like I didn't run away, right? And
Mhm.
So then her friend took a picture of my license plate. And I was like, okay. So then when I go home and I get a picture from the cop or a call from the cops, I'm sorry. Um, just the way that they were like coming at me, I was like, you know what? I have nothing further to say to you because I feel like you're already implicating me. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to say something thinking I'm helping myself and then be like, oh, you know.
You have a right to a copy of the police report.
Well, I asked for a
That's
picture
fine.
of the damage, and they're like, "Well, that's going to court." It's like, okay, well then I'm done talking to you. If you're not going to show me anything, like, how do I even know that it was for my dog?
That's right.
Yeah.
And you have the Freedom of Information Act there, so I would file the paperwork and get all that info. They
Huh.
can't stop you. You're
That's
being sued. You have a right to defend yourself.
well, they call it a provincial offense, and I'm like, I don't really know what that means. Like, is that like I said to the cop, I'm like, is it a criminal thing? Like, I don't really understand. And she's like, well, it's a provincial offense, and I'm like, listen, lady, you're talking to the wrong person. I don't even have a criminal record. I don't even know what that friggin' means. Like, can you just say it like I'm a 5-year-old? Like, yes, you're being sued, or yes, you're being criminally charged. Like, which is it? I don't know. So then when the cop turned on me, I was starting to like, you know, kind of already be like, well, you have to have your dog under care and control at all times. I'm like, we were there for 4 hours, and at no point in time was my dog ever off his leash, even in the water. And I'm done talking to you. If you're not going to send me the picture of the damage, then I'm done talking to you. Goodbye. And I just hung up and I just blocked the numbers. Like, I'm not talking. So a year and a half later, I find out that I'm being sued. This was a year and a half ago.
Yes, so the provincial suit is a civil suit. That's what we call it here in the United
Okay.
States.
Okay.
It's a civil suit. So she's trying to sue you for damages that were done to her. But
Yeah.
you have a right as the defendant
Right.
to see the proof.
Absolutely. And I asked the cop that night when we had the initial contact, and he's like, that will be shown in court. And I'm like, okay, well, then you know what? This conversation's over because you're not being reasonable and I'm done talking to you. So I just hung up and blocked him. I was like, fuck you. You don't even live in my city, right? Like, this is a different,
Right.
what do you call it? What do you call it? Not region. What do you call that shit? County, right?
Mm-hmm.
So is like, well, I'm not dealing with you. And then I didn't hear nothing forever. And then all of a sudden one day in the mail, I get this thing and I'm like, oh shit. So
Oh,
then I
yeah,
tell my
I got the
neighbor,
same thing, Kim, in
okay,
the
then I
mail.
tell my neighbor and she was like, she had an incident like this, but again, very different. And it was with kids and they were antagonizing this dog and there was a long history, but the dog also had a bite history, which Dakota does not, thank God. But they wanted to
Mm-hmm.
get her dog put down and deemed as a dangerous dog. And she said she was in court for like 2 years. And I'm like, oh my God.
Kim, I'm telling you, this case I had went on for 3 years. I never had to appear in court because I had the insurance company's lawyer doing it for me.
Right.
But she wound up losing because I guess when the judge saw whatever the hospital report was, that she claimed that's where she made the mistake. She claimed the dog bit her.
Right.
And the dog didn't bit her. What happened was the dog jumped on
Jumped
her,
on
knocked
her.
her down, and she got a scratch. There's a
Oh,
big
well,
difference
yep,
between a scratch and a bite.
yep.
Okay?
Well, now you got me on the right track. So now I'm going to get that Freedom of Information Act and I'm going to look it over and I'm also going to look for case, precedent setting cases in regards to this because if I can show something, because like I said, I've had him for 7 years. I've owned my own dog for 25 years. Never had a dog bite, ever. Never had to go through this. So, of
This is
course,
what
the
I'm
unknown is
saying.
scary, right?
It
But
is scary.
But there's a lot
But
of litigious people that take an opportunity and run with it, and I get it, but not off my back.
no, well, I've made her last 4 or 5 years here miserable because what I do is every time I see her, I I make sure I don't have Maya with me.
Yep.
And like if I go to the mailbox or something and she's pulling up or she's going near the mailbox, she puts her head down, she goes the other way.
Yeah.
Because interestingly enough, you have these people that love to sue.
Oh yeah.
When she lost that case with me, the following week she was walking around with a boot on her leg.
Oh, for
Okay.
Christ's sake. Okay, yeah, she's a slip and fall.
And I said, gee, I wonder what happened. So I was in the town
Uh-huh.
and I was talking to somebody, and they said, you're not going to believe this. This woman was walking, purposely fell, and tried to sue the borough for her falling on the sidewalk and hurting her ankle.
Oh my God.
This is the type of person she is.
So would that
Meanwhile,
not be a valid point to bring up in court, saying like she is a walking lawsuit, just trying to sue everybody?
yeah, because she turned around and went out and got a dog, right?
Yeah.
That's as vicious as hell,
Oh God.
that I've told everybody around here, whatever you do that has a dog or an animal,
Yeah.
do not go near this woman.
Yeah.
Walk in the opposite direction,
Mhm.
because she's constantly looking to sue somebody. I
Oh
said,
wow.
our dog is vicious, and God forbid you get hurt, because she's the type, I'll bet you anything the dog is doesn't even have its shots.
Yeah.
The best news I got was from her landlord, because I'm friends with her landlord.
Right.
And he said to me, well, she's moving in June. She said her brother got property in New York. I said, good, goodbye, good riddance. I'll throw a party in here.
Yeah, I'll bring her some boxes.
Yeah, that was my attitude.
Yeah.
That was my attitude.
Well, I seen it coming. I think her friend provoked her to do it. Our like in fact, the friend that turned into like, a crazy person with me, our dogs were even playing in the water all day. Like, and I can get statements from people that like we were there for like 4 hours. We were running and playing and swimming and playing ball, and like Dakota was on the leash the whole time. He was getting along with everybody. Like it's just one of those freak things that happened. Somebody moved in his space too close to me, and he didn't like it, and that was just like nope. Letting him know, like again, not a bite. There's a difference between a bite and a nip, right? Like a bite would need like my
That's what
dog.
I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, like my dog is almost, I don't know if I had to guess, between 150 and 200 pounds. Like if he was going to bite somebody, there would be stitches, there would be blood, there would be shit, like skin hanging, right?
If
But that wasn't good
Maya,
enough for the cop.
if Maya wanted to get hurt, believe me, she would have been hurt. And the point that I'm making is Maya was muzzled.
Right,
So how could she bite her
right,
if she had a muzzle on? And
right.
the other thing she messed up on, so yours happened on public property or whatever.
Uh-huh,
With me, I have a walkway leading into my house.
right.
She purposely came up my walkway.
Oh, well, she was looking for it.
Yeah. And stupid me, I didn't think anything of it. I just said, what do you want, Catherine?
Yeah.
You know, and the dog just jumped. Like
Wow.
the dog just had this feeling
Yep.
that,
Bad news. Bad
you
vibes.
know,
Yep.
and I was like, okay, because it's awfully funny. I have walked that dog past other dog homeowner, owners walking their
Yep.
dogs or whatever.
Yep.
Dog never, ever went after anybody else.
See, there you go. And you know what? You have a bear under your deck. I'd say, hey, lady, why don't you come sit on my deck at about 12 o'clock at night when the bear's under there feeding? Like, you want a problem? You'll get one with the bear.
Oh, wait a minute. I didn't tell you. Well, that's funnier.
What?
She called her landlord,
Uh-huh.
and she told her landlord that the bear was in the back of her house and then on her front porch. And the landlord called me and said, Carol, because he knows he's a typical PA boy, born and bred boy.
Right.
And he says to me, bears live in the woods.
Yeah.
They're gonna come out.
Yeah.
And I said to him, Danny, she has her garbage on the front porch. We have a bear-proof dumpster.
Yeah.
She throws her garbage out from her porch once a week. What did she expect? The bear got into her garbage
Yeah.
and strew it all over the place.
Who's she gonna sue when the bear bites her?
Uh-huh.
Who's
That's
she
why
gonna
I
sue?
that's why I was laughing.
Yeah.
That's why I was laughing. And then I cracked up because the bear was under my deck.
Right?
Never came up the deck. Never came up my front porch. I had a barbecue back there that was covered for the winter,
Yep.
with one of the covers. The
Yeah,
bear
yeah.
never went at the barbecue, nothing.
See, and if anyone was going to have a problem with that, Barry, it would be you, not this Sue happy lady. Wait,
That's
like, go get
right.
a job. I don't like people like this. You know what I mean? Just see an opportunity or just trying to take advantage of it. Like, I really despise people like that.
And that's what she is. Kim, my first reaction
Yep.
was just to grab her and knock the shit out of her, I swear. I was
Maybe you should
so
have.
upset and
She's on your
aggravated.
property.
But then I said, if I do that,
Yeah.
I'm going to wind up in cuffs because she's going to claim I attacked her for no reason.
Yeah, you know what? You actually did make the right call because the lawsuit got dropped and she moved now, correct?
Right. She lives away from me. I mean, she lives on the other side of the complex. But what I
Oh,
had my
good.
husband do was I had him install a camera outside
Yep.
on the front porch.
Yep.
So that this way, if she even thinks of coming near the house, I have it all on videotape.
Perfect.
And she's hung.
Perfect. Has she
You
been
know?
around since she's moved or no?
Oh, she just goes down now to throw out her garbage, but she drives her car down to the dumpster and throws out her garbage and leaves. She won't even look towards me because she knows.
Yeah.
Kim, I'm a funny person. What my mouth doesn't say, my face says.
Oh, me too.
Everybody tells me that.
Well, actually, my mouth does say what my face says. They match. If I'm mad,
Yeah,
you know it. But I would rather be that way than fake. Like, you know what
that's
I'm
right.
saying? It's not for everyone. I get that, and people handle things differently. But I believe in brutal honesty, no matter what. I don't. You know what? You're never going to be able to say like she wasn't truthful. Like this is the way I see it. This is my version of what it is. If I made a mistake, I'll own it. But don't ever try and take advantage of me and think I'm stupid by any means, because I guarantee you, bad idea. I'm like
Well,
you. I'm like you. I don't take shit. You know what I mean?
I don't take it. And I'll tell you something. With her, I'm not the only one. There's not one person living here that talks to her or can stand her.
See, there you go.
So if you've got a small complex with 17 houses
Yep.
and 16 people don't even want to be bothered with you, that tells you a lot.
Well, see, it does to people like us, but we have too much self-awareness to ignore it. It sounds to me like she just doesn't care. She's opportunistic and she's looking for opportunities to be able to, like, does she work? Has she ever worked? Does she, I don't know. Like,
She
just to
don't
me,
work.
yeah,
She
she's on
sits
Section
down
8, I'm
at work.
assuming, and I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't assume that, but it just sounds like if you're willing, listen, I've been in car accidents. I've had incidents happen. I've never sued anybody in my life, even when I had reason to. It's just sometimes things happen that are unfortunate. As long as there was no malicious intent,
Mm-hmm.
you can work it out amongst yourselves. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
Uh, but I just other people are different, and they just don't want to work for a living, and they just see an opportunity. And but like you said, wording is everything. And she said the dog bit her, and no, it didn't. So sorry about your luck. Apparently, she's not a very good slip and fall
Yeah.
victim. you know.
Yeah, because even the insurance company said, they said, we got the hospital report. They cannot prove she was bitten. She was scratched.
You know what you make me want to do? You make me want to get this Freedom of Information Act and then contact you and see what we can figure out between, because you would know. Like I
That
don't
would
know.
be fine. I'd help you any way I can, Kim.
Aw, I love you. I always have, and I felt bad that we were both afraid to talk because I really didn't want to make enemies with anybody. You know what I mean? Like,
That's the same thing with
but it's
me.
not our beef. It's not our beef. It never was. It never was.
True.
And that's why I went on Angel's panel, because I wanted to show to people that we can disagree, but we can still be respectful and still be friendly and not have to take sides. You know what I'm saying? Because it was really bothering me that like I really missed you a lot. And it was like
Oh,
there's other
honey,
people in
it
that chat.
wasn't because of you.
No,
Oh,
no, no,
don't
no, no,
take
no,
it
no,
that
no, no,
way.
no. No, no, no. I
I
didn't mean
stayed,
that. Yeah.
I stayed out of a lot of chats.
Oh, I know.
I,
I know.
I listen to shows, but I
Yep.
don't go in the chats
I understand that. Yep, totally.
because there are some people that if I go into a chat, there's going to be a problem. Especially that I got warned
Uh-huh.
through a friend
Uh-huh.
that another content creator told her to
Uh-huh.
tell me that
Uh-huh.
somebody was in their chat with my husband's picture and my daughter's name. And the content creator said to block them right away and got in touch with one of my friends to tell me to let me know that that was going on.
Right.
That's another reason that people don't know if I'm in a chat or not because I'm trying to catch
Right.
whoever this person is. Because if I do, I know
Oh yeah.
what to do to get their IP address and they
That's right.
don't have a problem.
See, that's one of the things that I wanted to come out here and talk about, and I did mention it, but it was hours in, and I probably nobody was listening at that point. But I've seen things go really, really bad, really sideways, really too far that nobody intended to, but it's going to escalate to that, and it is. And I was sharing a story like I've seen a lot of things, and I've kept quiet about it because I really don't want to give people ideas. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but like this fighting back and forth and pull up and here's my address. Like, okay, listen, you can only hit below the belt so many times and put your address out there. And even if it's not somebody from YouTube, they can use that as an opportunity. Maybe it's somebody from his past that came back and it was like, you know what? I'm going to use this now as an opportunity to be like, you got what was coming to you. Do you know what I'm saying? Like so many things could happen. And if he's got a
Right.
sick mom and a family, like you should be worrying about that, not picking beefs online. Like it's unbelievable to me. And I hope at some point they grow out of that. Like, do men grow out of that ever? Like, I don't know.
You know what it is with the certain content creators? It's all about the money.
Yeah, I know.
Okay?
Yep.
Let's do this, let's do that. And they
That's why I'll
think,
never be monetized on here. Like, I will never be under their thumb. Forget
why
it.
you think I've never started a channel? For this exact reason.
Yep.
And I turned around and I said, I don't care. I've got very thick skin. I can
Yep.
defend myself and fight for myself.
Yep.
You want to come after me, come after me.
Yep.
But when you use my husband's picture and my daughter's name,
Oh yeah.
now you have a problem
Oh yeah.
because you're going after my family, and that's something I will not tolerate.
I personally have been hit below the belt so many times that I've literally lost track. I mean, literally nothing shocks me or phases me at this point, especially out here. But having said that, I don't believe that real life should ever be brought into an online beef. It's so friggin' stupid, and you are jeopardizing your loved ones over something so trivial and stupid, and really it's just an ego thing. Like if you want to
Mm-hmm.
pretend you're a big man and you're still in your 20s and you're a baller and this and that, go out and do something stupid. But quit putting your family in jeopardy, especially with a sick mom. Like how does she feel? She's I mean sick, and then she sees her son beat up or whatever the case may be. Like, you don't think that worries her, that causes her anxiety? Now she's worried, like, is someone coming? Well, you know what I mean? Like, I can't believe that. Like, it's so
You know
irresponsible in my
what?
opinion.
Where that situation is concerned,
Right.
when I see the proof, I'll believe it. I'm
Yeah.
not saying it didn't happen.
Right.
What I'm saying is I
Yes.
don't buy the way it's being told it happened.
Well, something happened. There's no doubt about it. But do I believe the story that's being pushed out there? No, not like you said. Until I see the proof with my own eyes, I have many questions. There was somebody that apparently did get the videos. Of course, they'll come out later, but you know what? You can only do that for so long, and somebody is going to get really hurt. And I
Right.
shared this thing that I was watching one time, and it was about swatting. Okay, and it was stupid teenagers playing this stupid game, and it was really stupid. They were young boys, and they were playing this game, and they became enemies. And so this kid thought it would be a good idea to call 911 and say that this kid is armed, and all because he was beating him on this game. Okay, they go to this old address of his, which wasn't his current address. The father answers the door. Of course, the whole friggin' house is surrounded, SWAT, the whole bit, and they are aggressive. Of course, they would be, right? So the father walks out, arms up in the air, gets shot dead by the police, trigger happy, right in front of his kids. His daughter seen it. She committed suicide. Her boyfriend found her and he committed suicide. And that was all because of young children thinking something was funny when it's really not funny. Now there's 3 people dead. And that's
That's
where
sad.
this is going to, yeah, it's very sad. And I'm trying to talk sense into the senseless and say, listen, do you want it to be your family? Do you want something like that to happen? Because this is where it's going.
Yeah. And unfortunately, we predicted this. There are a couple of us that
Yes.
predicted this about a year and a half ago
Yep.
and said somebody's going to get seriously hurt.
Yep.
And tonight I was listening to another show
Yep.
and I heard a content creator say, I said this a year and a half ago. What I'm afraid of is that the next time someone's going to wind up deceased.
That's exactly what I'm worried about because you guys are a lot more, gun friendly than Canadians are, and I that's the very first thing that runs through my mind. And then, even not that I really want to bring this up, but that incident that happened in Arizona, like that could have turned very bad very quickly. And it was like, I understand why you did what you did, but it's like you're dealing with people that are dangerous. Like, I mean, you don't know how these people are going to react. And
Right.
what could, it's just, is it worth it in the end for a couple clicks and views and dollars? Like, I will never get a channel monetized ever. I will never be under YouTube's thumb ever.
It takes one crazy person
Yep.
or one person that's had enough and just snaps.
Yep.
And that's what they don't realize. They're playing a very dangerous game.
Well, I hope that they start really, really thinking about their actions and even not that because they're too stupid to admit that they were wrong or whatever. Think about your kids. Think about your family. Think about your spouse. Think about your parents. Think about everything. And
Yeah.
is it worth it in the long run? 45-year-old fucking man. Like, you're supposed to be an adult. You're supposed to be setting an example. This is fantastic. Okay. So, whoever it was, whether it be from here or not, is it worth it? Because what if next time it is? Because I know where you live and I know the rules, and it's like, it could very easily happen.
Yeah, it
And
could.
yeah, and it might not even be YouTube related. Like I said, they might just be using that. It might be someone from his past. You never friggin' know. You know what I mean? Like, and not just that. Like, I mean, there's a lot of crazy people walking around unmedicated, over medicated, maybe self medicated. Like, who knows, right? Like, it's not a good time to be pushing people's buttons.
No, and especially with the way the whole situation is right now with the
Yep.
economy and
Yes.
everything else
Yes.
going on.
Yes.
People have very little tolerance
Yeah.
right now.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, the last few years have been hell. People are still dealing with the aftermath of that. Some people it affected more than others. And I'm just saying, like, as a, warning shots were fired. It's up to you if you want to listen or if you just want to proceed as normal and pretend like nothing happened. But you better hope next time it's not. If it was whatever the story, I didn't even really listen, to be honest with you. I just kind of seen the ambulance thing and I thought, oh fuck, here we go, right? Um, I could tell stories that like would make these guys look like jokers. So like, but I don't want to give them
Listen,
ideas. But
one thing
it's
I
going to
can,
happen. It's going to lead to a bad ending.
that whole thing, I've heard clip channels all day with different content creators
Yeah,
talking or addressing it.
yeah,
The one thing I don't agree with,
yeah.
okay, with this whole story,
Right.
and take it from me, I want to know from my younger days.
Yes.
If somebody has a baseball bat
Yeah.
and they bat you, you're going to have a broken leg or a busted head wide open.
Yeah.
Believe me, trust me on that. They're not going to swing it lightly. When somebody's in a rage,
Yeah.
they're going to kill you if they don't break your bones. So, I don't buy that part of the story. And like I said, I don't know what happened. I'm only going by what I've heard.
The
one of
only thing I'll be honest that I've heard is like 2 minutes of MRE show, and then I went live, so I didn't hear it. But all I heard was that supposedly 6 people jumped him. A couple were black men, and that's all I know. And he was in the ambulance often. And I was just like, what the
and
hell?
then tonight it changed
Oh,
to it was because one of the parties that was accused turned around and said, I didn't even touch him. It was 2 people there, and there were no black people involved.
right.
So, like I said, until the tape comes out, and I'm sure somebody has the tape,
Oh yeah.
until they can prove exactly what happened and there's proof, I'm not buying any of it. I'm not saying the person wasn't beat up.
No, I need to see it with my own eyes to make an informed opinion. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
you. Yeah.
Yep. And, that's one thing, even when I got into an argument with someone else
Yep.
and they accused me of something, I turned around and told them, put up the proof.
That's right.
You prove that I said whatever you're claiming, because you can't even tell me what you're saying I said. You
Right.
put it up.
Yep.
Because they were trying to cause a problem between me and one of my friends.
Of course they were. That's what people thrive on out here.
So then my friend turned around and texted me, and I said, what did that person put up? Because I wouldn't even go, because if I went and I saw it was a lie or whatever,
Yeah.
I'm
The
going to go.
temper. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
my friend told me, oh no, all they put up was that you were pissed at them because so and so attacked me and they didn't say anything about it. I says, that's all they've got? Really?
Yeah.
It turns into a joke.
Yeah. Some people are not built for this platform. It gets nasty, it gets cutthroat.
Hmm.
It's you need to have really, really good judgment and be able to decipher through the bullshit. Don't believe anything until you see it and see it from a couple different angles, not just one person, because perception is everything. Um, I mean, oh
And
man, there's so many stories I could tell. I just don't want to give these crazy people ideas.
neither do I, Kim, but I'll tell you something. My father always told me, and I'm so glad he did. He ingrained in my brain,
Yeah,
there's always 2 sides to a story, and in the
that's right.
middle lies the truth.
Yeah,
And I've lived my whole life that way,
yeah. Well, I
because
always look at both sides because if not, you're not truly informed. I mean, it's all
that's
about
right.
perception, right? And it even like documentaries or movies or anything like that. Who's telling the story? What viewpoint are you seeing this from? And you know what I mean? Like you have to really have good judgment. You have to use logic. You need to do research. Do not believe anybody out here just on their word alone. That's a bad freaking idea. Okay, just say
No,
it.
that's the truth.
Yeah.
And you can't even trust what you research, because I've learned with Google.
Uh huh.
I love when people say, oh, Google this or Google that and blah, 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 blah. Let me tell you something. Half the crap they put up on Google is BS anyway.
Yep.
All
Total.
right. Well,
Yep.
and some of these, like so-called doctors or researchers, whatever you want to call them,
So-called
half,
investigative journalists, which is bullshit, and that's another story I'll tell you.
right? They go to these sites like People Find and this and that. I'll give you an example.
Okay.
My mother passed away in 2016.
Right.
My sister was here with me,
Right.
and we were on the computer. And I said to her, I'm going to look up mom's name. I want to see what they said about her. Now, this is like a week after my mom died.
Right.
I go and I put it in my mother's name.
Yeah.
Now, remember, my mother had 8 children.
Right.
Five of us were alive when she passed.
Right.
Okay?
Yep.
She had 3 brothers
Yep.
and a sister.
Right.
Okay?
Yep.
I look up her name, plus she had my father that she was married to. Only relatives, this was on People Finder.
Right.
Only relatives were one of her deceased brothers and my brother and his ex-wife. Those were her
Right.
only relatives listed. What happened to
Right.
the rest of us? Were we delivered by the mailman or something and we don't know?
So, like, what do you mean? Because, okay, so for example, like, if I sign up for certain platforms, it says, "Do you want to be found in Google?" And I'm like, "Hell no."
Right.
You know, so if you have that setting, um, set, then it may like protect your anonymity that way. I
Yeah,
I don't know for sure,
but what I'm saying is this is a site you pay for, People Finder, to dig up
right,
information on people. So I went in there to see what was listed about my mother.
right.
And they had next to kin my brother's name and his ex-wife and her deceased brother. None of us were listed as none of her next of kin, not even her brothers and sisters or my father.
Wow.
So what does that tell you?
Who
Somebody went
runs
in
it?
there.
People Finder. Who runs it? Like
I don't
Google.
know, but
I would
what
I
it
would be
tells
curious to know.
me is somebody went in there, put just that information in there.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? And that's
Y-
what most
I
of those
do.
paid sites, when they tell you, oh, you can look this up, you can look. No, because half the information is inaccurate.
Not just that, but you have no idea how easily some of those sites can be easily manipulated and edited by people. And if I wasn't so embarrassed to talk about it, I would tell you some funny stories sometime about Corey Feldman and shit like that. But I guess people were going on his IMDb page, and he makes this fucking video like naming us out and saying that we're going in there and editing shit. And it's like, dude, if you think I even know how to do that, you're insane, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like while we were live, we actually checked it out, and sure enough, somebody had did that. But it's like it wasn't me. And if you go into the catalog, it'll show you who was able to edit and who did it at this time and who approved it and all that. Like I've never been on there. And if you want my devices to check my IP, like give her. You know what I mean? He was trying to get temporary restraining orders on people. Like the whole thing was just a shit show. Like if we want some good laughs one night, I will pull up some videos and probably get a strike for it, but it would be worth it. I mean, but he was making up lies, and it's like this guy has a very big platform. His reach was huge, and you know what? I thought everybody was going to believe him, but no, not at all. They believed us because we had proof, we had backup, and all he had was allegations.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and not even good ones. He goes to court to try and get temporary restraining orders with memes, first of all, and then you got video of his lawyer talking outside the freaking courthouse about talking about when he was stabbed or something, trying to blame it on us, the Wolfpack, and he's like, "No, it was just an incident of road rage," and that's from his lawyer, and it's like, okay, you need to sit down because you're just embarrassing yourself. Like we made him look like such an idiot. Like I don't think he was prepared for that because I don't think like he's surrounded by yes men, right? And
Mm-hmm.
I'm a handful to say the least. And it was like, okay, you want to come at me? Get prepared. Buckle up.
That's right. Well, that's what I'm saying. They
Yeah,
want to. They want to come at me. Go right ahead,
yeah,
but be prepared for the blowback. Number
yeah.
one.
Well, they got rid of my one big channel because, I wasn't allowed to document anything and record it for my own purposes. Even though I was mentioned in that video, I wasn't allowed to keep that as evidence. They used DMCA, it's called, falsely under false pretenses, but you can't reach anybody at YouTube ever.
But
Like, there's
can't
just nobody
you?
there. So
If
they just
somebody.
got my channel wiped out.
But if somebody's doing something to you in another chat
Yeah.
and you snapshot it and keep it in your photos or your files,
Yeah. Yeah.
then that's proof because you've got the person's screen name or their real whatever,
100%. Yep.
and you've got exactly how they're maligning you or what they're saying.
Yep. Well, and that's why I was copying his videos because he was fucking naming me. And I was like, what if for some stupid ass reason my boss likes Corey Feldman and is watching this video right now? Like, you know what I mean? And it was just like, and this is false information you're putting out. So I was like, he was talking about lawsuits, and I'm like, all right, let's do this then. But like, file it. I'll fight you. I'm in Canada. I don't know how this will work, but we'll figure it out. And you know what? He never did because when you're telling the truth, you don't get sued. And I have proof still to this day that I've never ever gotten rid of. So it's
Mm-hmm.
like, what do you think? Just because you're so-called Z celebrity that I'm going to back down from you? I don't care who you are. If you're a liar, you're a liar, and I will tell you. and I will
Right.
show the world that no, I didn't do what you're accusing me of. This is what you did, and this is who you are. And he lost so much support. Like I thought everybody was just going to automatically take him, but I've learned one valuable lesson is that you don't really want to get to know a celebrity too much, because you have an idea in your mind of who you think they are, and 9 times out of 10 they're not that person.
No, you're right. You're right.
Yeah. Yeah. So it was very disappointing. It was a very in-depth story. It went on for years. There's a lot to it, and I should talk about it again sometime. But I just don't want people that I know to see it and be like, "Oh my god, I have to explain this shit again." But it would be fun for a laugh, and if
You
I could
gotta.
get away with showing videos, I could have this whole chat roaring, But I don't know.
Well, that's like with me. I've gotten a lot of strange requests on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Well, formerly Twitter X.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm like, nope, reject,
Instagram,
reject,
absolutely
reject.
not. Facebook, absolutely not. Twitter, I don't care. I used to block like the bot account or the, trolls or
Right.
whoever's watching me. But now it's like, hey, I'll give you something to watch. I'll entertain
Hmm.
you, have
Unless
fun.
I know who you are,
Yep.
like with you, when I got the request, I knew who
Right.
you were. So
Yeah.
I said, fine, accept it. But there are weirdos. I'm even getting weird phone calls from like Florida,
Yeah, I
Pennsylvania.
have been too.
So
Or
what
like
I
weird
did
things
was,
happening with my devices, especially when I'm live.
mhm,
Usually, like you can't hear my audio. They cut me out. They've cut me off a couple times while I've been live. Like a lot of weird things happening, just weird things. And it's like, it doesn't surprise me, because I speak the truth, and they don't like that. They make us the criminal when they're the ones who are openly admitting in front of us with a finger and a smile that they're doing it to us, and I'm the criminal because I disagree with you. Yeah, okay.
well, what I do now is I hit the call block on my phone, and
Yep, me
I said
too.
I blocked them. But
Me
what was
too.
funny was last night my husband was like, "Uh oh."
Yeah.
He's sitting in the living room with me, and my home phone was ringing. And I got up and I seen who it was, and I said to him, "You know what? I'm sick of these people calling." I says, because they're looking for contributions. It's political bullshit.
Yeah. Donate to
So
me, fuckers.
I picked up the phone, and he was like, "Oh God, here we go." And they went to ask me a question, and I turned around and said, "I've got one thing to say. You want my opinion? You sure you want my opinion?"
Yes.
And they said yes. And I said, both sides, get your head out of your asses and do what you got to do for the people in this country. And I hung up
Yep.
the phone. You
Yep.
asked for it. I asked
Yep.
you, are you sure you want my honest opinion?
They
You
do
know,
till they don't. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
They
yeah.
all see what's going on. They go along to get along because their life is comfortable, even though they can make big moves and earn the respect of the people. And they won't do it because of whatever. They have this on that one, and life is comfy. But you know what? If you were an everyday citizen and and live in the struggle is real. And if for 1 second you got out of your big ass fucking demented ego and looked at the world that we're living in and really looked around, you might
Mm-hmm.
feel differently, and you might grow some testicles and actually make a change, because right now you're all the same, in my opinion. And
Yeah, we
people
are.
people ask, like, will you ever be able to trust again? And it's like, I don't think so, man. It's too far gone. Like, I trust nobody, no cops, no judges, no nothing, no doctors, like not even doctors. I don't trust doctors,
Mm.
because at some point they knew what we know now,
Oh,
and they
sure.
try and stifle us, right? And it's like, if you're telling the truth, you don't worry about what people say.
Well, I'll tell you something. I got a very good doctor. I'm lucky because I went to her, what was it, 2 months ago.
Uh-huh.
And I said to her, now they're coming out with this new
Yep.
vaccine.
Yep.
I says, but I did my research on it.
Yep.
This one actually contains the virus itself.
Yep.
Why would I take a chance of putting that in my body?
Yep.
She turned around and told me, I don't recommend it.
Wow.
She was very honest.
I fired my last doctor because I was asking questions about it, and he's the one that pushed me to get it. And I said to him one day when I was, the Tourette's came out full force and my charm was on full blast, and I was like, "Well, your plan didn't work. Like you tried to knock us all out, and I'm still here, and I don't believe you have my best interest at heart. And I'm not sure when you found out, but at some point it should have been like a moral issue for you, and the fact that it's not tells me everything I need to know about you, and you're fired."
Well, you know what sealed the fate for me on that?
What?
When I was doing the research
Right?
and I read articles from like 3 really professional doctors from
Yeah.
different
Yeah, they're
states,
silencing doctors even. Yep.
and they said they did not recommend it for children,
Yep.
and anybody that's already had it doesn't really need it. And then I read, however,
T-
if you're 60 or older and you have any autoimmune
Yep.
diseases or
Yep.
compromise,
Yep.
you should get it. No, because all you're looking to do in this country anyway,
Yep.
I think
Yep.
in my opinion,
Yep. Yep.
is get rid of the senior population so you don't have to pay the Social Security so you can rob more from people.
They did that here, but you know what they're doing now, which I think is a whole other level of evil, is now they're saying infants under the age of 6 months. It's very targeted now, but instead of the elderly population, it's the children, and it's there's no they're silencing doctors. They're silenced like there was a movie, um, DIED suddenly, and
Hmm.
it's been suppressed, of course, because they don't want it out. But I mean, why would you not? Who are these fact checkers? It's come out. Zuckerberg admitted on social media that they're just people with opinions, which I knew all along. But how do you think you know more than a professional doing a job for 40 years just because you don't like what he is saying?
Well, that's like that other movie, Came Path to Freedom,
Yeah.
about what's going on at the
Yes.
border.
It's
Okay,
yep.
they silenced that movie
Yep.
right away
Yep.
because
They
they
censor
don't.
us like nobody's business here, and they're doing it to you guys slowly.
Yeah, they don't want people to know. But you know what? When you were talking earlier, that's why I said I was listening to the whole stream.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
And this other guy, whoever he was talking about the drugs and all of this.
That was my cousin. Yep.
Okay. What came back to my mind as far as this country goes
Uh-huh.
was back all the way, and I was only in 3rd grade at the time, and I remember this clearly
Right.
when the missile crisis was starting between Cuba and the United States with Kennedy in office.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
They tried to get Russia involved because it almost came down to a thing with Russia. And at the time, Khrushchev was the leader.
Okay.
And I'll never forget the words that Khrushchev said. He turned around and said, "Leave that country alone," meaning the
Right.
United States.
Yep.
He said they will destroy themselves through their youth.
Yeah.
That was back in 1963.
Wow. See how soon some people seen it?
Okay.
Yep.
Then I was telling 556 a couple of weeks ago.
Yep.
I said to him, "Have you ever listened to the song from the late 60s, In the Year 2525 by Zager and Evans?" And he says to me, "Nah," he said, "I heard the first few bars and I just wasn't into it." I says, "I would suggest if you can't take the tone of the music, look up the lyrics to that song."
Yes.
I says, "That was made back in 1969.
Wow.
I said, "Everything they wrote in that song is
Yep.
true today."
What's the name of the song again?
In the year 2525.
Okay.
If you listen to the lyrics or look up the lyrics,
Yep.
it was about babies being born in a tube.
Oh God.
And what happens now? Babies are born in a glass tube, through artificial insemination, whatever. If you
Right.
listen to the lyrics in this song, everything they said is exactly happened. They were talking about, like in a roundabout way, like technic, the big tech companies running the world and all
Yep.
of this.
Yep.
And I don't know how they foresaw these things, but they were right.
Yeah, a lot of people like I remember Andrew trying to tell me this shit like 13 years ago, like freaking out like it was gonna happen tomorrow. And I was like, you know what? I there's no way. Like there's no way that and God, if I could go back in time and say, you know what, you were bang on, you were way ahead of the times, like shit, I wish I listened. You know what I mean? But I'm kind of glad that he doesn't have to see it because I don't know if he would be able to deal with it. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? But yeah, some people just like some people have seen this 20 years ago, even well in the 60s. He said, like, I mean,
yeah.
I don't know how.
I
You
don't
know?
know how either, but whatever, they were right. And I look at it today, and like the one thing I agree with your cousin with is I fear for my children and my grandchildren
Yeah.
because what kind of world am I leaving them? They're
Well,
not going to have the same world that I had growing up.
if it's still even here, who friggin' knows what the future holds at this point? It's so uncertain at this point. Like, I mean, we really don't know. But all I know is that is what compels me to speak up. Like when this all first started, I just was like, I find it really odd that, I've never gone through anything in this life of my life like this. And when I was asking just simple questions, trying to understand it, like that's the way I am, right? If I don't understand something, I'm going to ask questions to try and understand it. And
Mm-hmm.
when people were like just blocking me and like I lost so many friends over it, and I was like, something is not fucking right here. And I just don't know what it is, but like I just don't know. And still to this day, I know those people know damn well I was right. And will they ever apologize? No. But if I see them on the street, I'd hug them and say, "You're welcome." You know what I mean? Because I know now that a lot more people have started to realize that things just are not right here.
I'll give you an example of that here in Pennsylvania.
Okay.
There was a school in one of the other counties that they tried that bathroom situation that we were discussing
Yes,
months
I
back.
remembered. Yep.
The kids did a walkout.
Yes, here too.
Okay, guess what happened?
What?
Today I read on the local news the school board overturned the policies. The bathrooms for men are for men and for women.
Kudos to friggin' them, man. I wish that was Canadian and I could use it as case law. Because here
Okay,
they double down.
these kids actually did a walkout, stayed out of school,
Yep.
and protested and said, "We're not coming back. We don't care. We're not coming back because it's not right." Because there was an incident at the school,
Yep.
and they walked out, and all of a sudden, it took like 2 months, but the school board turned around and reversed the policy.
I'm friggin' amazed because at school board meetings here, the parents that go and try to speak up, they get evicted, they get assaulted, and they allow this to occur. The police see the evidence, video evidence of assault. Now, it seems like it's only one way. Now, if you're like one of these, what do you call it? Vulnerable groups, you get away with everything. But if you're just asking questions, trying to start a conversation so we can like try and hash this out logically, you're not allowed and you will be charged for trespassing or whatever just anything to get you through the courts. That's all it is. Even though they get dropped later, um, it's absolutely insanity to me. Like I mean, I used to believe in law. I used to want to be a lawyer when I was a kid. Now I don't believe anything from the law, man. So I see it myself.
Well, they have a new fight now here because the parents are in an uproar, and because the principal at the school here in this county turned around and said, "Well, I think it's a good idea if we bring AI into the school." Well, the parents got all in an uproar, and they're
Carol,
right.
give me one reason why that they're not going to use it for bad. Tell me how are they trying to sell this to people?
Not only that, what happens to the teachers if you've got AI in the classroom teaching these kids? Number one, you don't know what the AI is going to teach them. Number two, with AI, from what I understand and the research I've done, you're only raising a bunch of dummies because whatever you're teaching them, they can get the information right off the computer and get the right answers. They can cheat. So what are you achieving? And when I asked the school board, what is the point of AI? The excuse was, well, we want to catch up with the Chinese and the Japanese with their with their curriculum and the way the kids are
Then
taught.
fucking move there, you sons of bitches. Like, I'm
You're
sick of
right.
being forced into shit. And you know what? The way I see it is the way it was sold here is you're not going to be able to tell in the future if you're talking to a real person or an AI. And it's like they want you to skew your perception of reality and have you in this confused state so they can manipulate you. And I am not falling for it at all.
Neither am I.
Yeah.
Neither am I. I mean, and my daughter, when I told her, because I gave her the local newspaper, I says, look, it's right on the front of the paper. This is what the principal wants to. Hell no. She went and she's gathering other parents. And I'm telling you, it's not going to get through. Number one, we don't know what they're going to teach them. Number two, does it replace the teachers? So now, also, number three, our taxes are going to go up because we're going to have to pay for this AI. And the teachers, if they're replaced, they still get their pensions that we have to pay for and their medical insurance.
A
What the
computer
hell?
does?
Huh?
A computer would get that? So, or the.
No, no, the teachers that are leaving, if
Oh.
AI replaces them, we're still responsible to pay for their pensions and their medical insurance. Come on.
I just, with what I've learned over the last few years, my eyes have been opened in a way that now, well, I've always questioned everything anyways. I'm just an inquisitive person. But I just cannot, for the life of me, think of how they're going to sell this to people in a way that's going to help or be beneficial, not nefarious, not mindfuckery, not illegal, not intrusive. I have zero trust. Like, I mean, and that's the way everybody is in this world right now. And that this is what they've done to us.
Yes. I think the worst thing they ever did was come out with technology.
Yeah. And it makes me want to just say, screw you, phone. I don't even want you anymore. Like,
Yep.
you know,
Because, like
they
my
know
grand,
everything. They're in your phones. They're in your everything. They're in your damn business all the time. Like, screw you.
yeah, my granddaughter, I was laughing because she's only in second grade, right?
Yeah.
She's already writing her name in script. And the teacher asked her, how did you learn to write your name in script? And she
Yeah.
goes, my grandmother and my
Yeah.
mother.
They don't teach
They
it in
taught her.
schools anymore.
Right. She
Yeah.
said, they taught us. So the teacher said, why did they teach you that? And
Right.
she said, because my grandmother said, if the grid ever gets hit and the computers go down, how do I sign my name? How do I prove anything? How do I prove who I am?
Well, that's happened here a couple times. Our banks went down. Our whole internet went down
Mm-hmm.
in Ontario for 2 days. Some people couldn't get money. We were stranded. Everything went cell phones, internet, everything. And it's like, okay, so my first thought was, what's going on in the world right now that they don't want us to know about, right? That was the skeptic always, right? But it was like, so how is your digital platforms going to work? You don't have the infrastructure to sustain it. How are you going to, like, my dad barely knows how to text. Like, what do you think you're going to get him on there? Like, give it a break. Like, and
Mm-hmm.
why is everything forced down our throats and not given as an option? Like, I believe in the opportunity to choose what's best for yourself. Like, it just, I don't know. I really take that very personally. Like, it's very offensive actually to me.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I wanted to ask you,
Yes.
did you have an emergency alert yesterday in Canada over your phones or anything?
We were supposed to, but I did not.
Okay.
Did you?
So
Did you have
it,
one there?
yes, I did.
What did it say?
It just said this is an emergency test in case there's an emergency or whatever, so we can alert you, right?
Yep.
Then I read today in the newspaper that Russia
Hmm.
had kids in gas masks and stuff, and they're
Yep.
training them what to do in case of a nuclear attack. So then, you know
Oh.
me, my brain starts
Yep.
thinking,
Yep.
working.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, isn't it funny? We had the emergency broadcast
Yep.
yesterday,
Yep.
and then this comes out today.
Yep.
What is the government hiding from us now that they know? They don't care because they got their little bunkers to go to be safe. The rest of us, even with
Yeah.
an emergency alert, once that button is pushed,
Yeah.
you don't have time to do anything.
Yeah. Well, here's my thing. It's like, okay, so Zelensky and the friggin' Nazi were in Canada, got a standing ovation, many of them, and the toddler who everybody despises and needs to go into witness protection and really just got a facelift and change his name and go away. He committed to give him, I don't remember, an astronomical amount of money while we're all suffering ourselves, and said that we're in it until the end. And it's like, oh, really? So you support this war? Okay, so then how about you and your kids go to the front lines of this, because I don't support it, and I think you're an idiot. I think it's, in my opinion, I think it's money laundering. And why are we involved in another country's business when you don't even have your own country in order? Just my
You
opinion,
see,
right?
what in my opinion,
Yep.
people forget history because it's not being taught anymore.
Yeah.
At one point, the
Yep.
USSR, all these countries belonged to them.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
I'm not saying what's going on right now is right or
Yeah.
wrong.
Yeah.
What I do know is that it's none of our business.
That's what I'm
Why
saying. Because I don't
in
know either. I really don't know, and I don't want to speak out of turn, but I don't feel we should be involved in any of this shit. Like, let's take care of our own country.
right.
Stay out of it. He's depleted all of our, like, what do you call those, like, resources. So if God forbid there was ever an attack on Canada, which is, could happen at some point, we have no resources. We have nobody wanting to join the military. He's made us a huge, huge target, and it scares a lot of us. You know what I mean? Because we've never seen this in Canada.
Well, same thing here because most of our troops are over there or wherever
Right?
they're scattered
And
throughout
they're
the
lying to
world.
us, saying they're not, but they are on the ground. There are
Right.
Americans on the ground. Yeah, for sure.
So who do we have here to protect us? The National Guard? Don't make me laugh.
Right?
I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
So, you know, not only that, from the articles
You
I've
know who we
read,
have? Each other.
yeah,
That's who we have.
from the articles I've read, and I don't know what's true, what isn't true,
Same.
but what I'm hearing is that a lot of our weapons here have been depleted because
Yes.
they've been sent there. So what's left here to protect us?
What's the end game for that? Like, I mean, do you
Right.
not realize that you are going into other countries and offending these people that have totally different beliefs than us and are not afraid to use these things? And, you've gone there, you've insulted their culture. They don't want to do trade or business or anything to do with us. And I hope they don't blame all of us because we can't stand him. And, I'm embarrassed for Canadians because I don't want the world to think we're like that. We are not. And it's just like, we have no means to protect ourselves or defend ourselves when something, I'm not going to say if, I'm going to say when things go
Mm-hmm.
sideways. And when I seen,
Well,
what I see at the convoy that they turned on its own citizens, there's nothing these people won't do. Nothing.
oh, that's true. I've seen it myself here.
That disgusted me. Like, I lost all love for my country in that moment in time because it was just like I could not believe it. And if I didn't see it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it would happen. I would never have believed somebody when they said that if I didn't actually live it.
But Kim, it's not only us.
I
It's
know.
all over the
I know.
world.
It's everywhere. And why do you think everywhere is in an uproar? And why do you think they're filtering all of these places so we can't see it? Because the worst fear for them is when we all join together and we just take over, and that's what they're afraid of.
Yeah, because look at Switzerland. I'm going to use them as an example.
Right?
They've always been neutral.
Yep.
Now all of a sudden they want to be in NATO. They're not neutral anymore. Why is that?
I don't know. I heard the same about Ukraine. I don't know if it's true, but I heard they want to become a part of NATO too. And why do we have to get involved in this shit when it's not our
Right,
problem?
right.
No
Well,
offense. I mean, no offense. I feel bad for people in these countries, but I don't know enough about it to speak on it. And when our homeless and our opiates and our suicides and all of these things, everything, our economy, we need to fix our own shit before you go even thinking. You have no right to tell any other country how to do things when you can't even do your damn job and you can't face the people.
Right. And they don't tell the people what's going on.
No, you know what Trudeau does? He fucking hides, and then he makes his the Speaker of the House step down and say it was his fault. Well, how much did you pay that guy? In my opinion, have to say that allegedly. Blah blah blah. You know, don't strike me down, but it's on the Parliament thing. It's documented information. So they made this guy take the fall. And my question is when you're on the Titanic and you know you're sinking, at what point are you going to save your fucking selves? Like these people need to start thinking strategically because they're thinking very stupid.
True.
You
Very
have to see
true.
where this is going. And I mean, not just the polls, but look at the people. Like I've never seen Canadians. We would walk by people on the street and be like, hey, how you doing? Like I'm still like that because I'm not going to let this world get to me that way. Like I'm still who I am. Fuck you. I'm not going to change to what you want.
That's
But the
right.
thing is, a lot of people have, and I get that because it did get to me for a long time. But I was like, no, finally, I've had enough, right? But it's a very scary time, and when the people get together and say we have had enough, we the people, for the people, by the people, it's game on, girl.
Well, I made a suggestion and everybody thought I was nuts.
What's
And I
that?
said, okay, the way it works in this country
Yep,
is you have three classes. You have the
yep,
rich, you
yep,
have the middle, and you have
yep.
the poor.
We used to have
The,
the middle. We don't now.
the poor can't afford to pay the taxes.
Right.
The rich don't pay taxes, let's
That's
face
right.
it.
That's right.
Okay, they don't even pay Social Security here. Okay, so with that being said, you get rid of the middle class here. Where are you getting your money from? Because you got nobody paying taxes.
Yeah. Now what?
Now what do? You bunch of morons,
Okay, there
number
has to
one.
be some sort of logic. You would think. You would think. Okay, and I will never probably understand it because I don't think like these fucking toddlers. But you would think in a logical person's mind, which these people aren't, but I am. What is their end game? Like, what do they think they're going to do? Because they're doing the same here, and this is why I take so much offense to it because I was formerly middle class. Okay, I'm
Mm-hmm.
also a single income house. I don't
Right,
have a spouse. I don't get any government, like I never had kids. I don't get any, nothing, nothing. Not
right.
even a tax, what do you call it, rebate. I end up owing and I pay 10 grand a year in taxes, right? So it's affecting my life in every possible way. And that's why I'm screaming from the rooftops because I don't have anyone to share the weight of that burden on my back. Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, here's a better one.
Yeah.
I waited purposely till I was 70 to collect my Social Security.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
Come to find out. And I said to my husband, why am I even collecting it? Do
Right.
you know? Now, remember, they take Social Security out of your paycheck all the
Yes, they do.
time, that
Yep.
and Medicare.
Yep.
Okay. Come to find out from my accountant, my Social Security counts as income. They're going to take money back for me collecting Social Security.
Wait, do you pay tax on
You
that? Is
heard
that is
me.
that what you're saying?
They're going to tax my Social Security. That's
Well,
double taxation.
I can't say that I'm shocked because you know what they do here. So like, okay, with our paychecks, like I pay, I don't know, 20 something percent off my taxes. Okay, so right off my paycheck, they take it. They increase that this year. Then you go to the store, you pay another 13% at the till, and like you're taxed so many friggin' times. They got carbon taxes upon carbon taxes. People's heating bills are like $1,000 a month. People's mortgages have gone up like $2,000. Like we're in a really scary fucking state of
Same shit
affairs.
here. Same shit here.
Yeah. And
I
somebody needs to wake up and say, listen, we don't all have servants. We don't all, you know, we're not oblivious to the real life. We don't get $6,000 a night hotels. We're living paycheck to paycheck, if that. We have to not pay this bill to pay that bill to keep this on. And it's a real struggle and it's taken a toll. And if you can't figure out why people are angry, then just go in your bunker now and just never show your face again.
Well, the way I see it is, remember the Boston Tea Party?
Somewhat. Could you?
Okay.
I'm sorry,
The
I'm Canadian and
Boston
we.
Tea Party, they threw all the tea overboard and they refused to pay taxes.
Okay.
And they won. So
So how do we do
maybe
that? How do
in
we
the
do that?
country, if everybody refuses to pay their taxes and the money's not coming in, What are they going to do? They can't lock up the whole country.
Well, yeah, but how do they do, like, for instance, how would I stop that from coming off my paycheck, for instance?
Oh, well, you can't stop it from coming off your paycheck.
Okay, then how do I
But
stop it from going shopping and it being charged at the till? How do I prevent this? Because I'm on board if you could tell me how.
I don't know if you have to pay income tax in your country like we do here.
We pay a provincial and a federal, so we get two.
Right. Well, those are the taxes you stop paying because that's where they get even more money. What are they going to do then?
Well, see, all this debt that we're under is because Trudeau has a very expensive and lavish lifestyle and just spends money like it's no tomorrow. So we're paying for all of his debts, and the burden comes to us.
Oh, don't you think we're doing the same thing here with the
Yes,
33
I do.
trillion?
I do.
Okay. My
Yes.
thing is with all this debt,
Yeah.
you know, they're not doing anything to cut it. They're not doing anything to stop it. They just put a band-aid on it.
Well, what happens when these people come to collect? You know what happens.
And the other thing is they turned around and look, let's face it, with Social Security,
Yep.
most
Oh, I'll never see that
people,
in my lifetime. It'll be gone.
most people, even when they're eligible to collect, what do they collect for? If they have a good life, like my
Yeah.
mother did,
Right.
because she collected until she died at 86, from the time she retired at 65.
Right.
But she still didn't get, for all the years she worked, what she put into it. Because in this country, they always put their hands in the Social Security to bail out another program.
Yeah.
That's why it's going to be broke. Half the people that paid into Social Security never see the amount they ever put in.
Well, and all the
They
people that
don't
died before
live
they're
long
eligible,
enough.
and you know what I
That's
mean? Like,
right. That's what I'm saying. And all this money disappeared. Why? Because your hands were in the till. That's why. Because you went in there, you took the money, and you paid for some other program or whatever else was on your lobbyist list or whatever.
oh, don't get me started on that. You know, it's not
Okay.
money laundering if a family member puts it in their name in a foundation. You know that, right?
Oh, yeah, don't I know it?
Yeah. Well, you know what? Maybe we need to start playing by friggin' mob rules again, because at least with them, you know what you're dealing with. Here, they make up the rules as they go, even though they know it's not legit and it's going to come back to haunt them. They're just going to do it for, like, just for the psychological warfare of it. Two people are going through their court cases right now, 2 to 10 years for friggin' mischief. Okay. And really, they shouldn't be held responsible for this, and they're just doing it to set a precedent. And I know in my stomach, even though I know they're innocent, I know what's going to happen, and it's going to set an example, and that's what they're out to do. And it offends me so deeply, because you know what, I've always been that one where it's like, we're going to make an example out of her. I'm the one to stand up for those people. And you know why? Because I know what that's like, to be standing by yourself and being blamed for shit or painted in a light that isn't true. And there's nothing you
Mhm.
want to do more than just defend yourself and get people to see the truth, but you can't. They've got the courts, they've got the media, they've got everything. Like, they've got
Yeah.
resources that you don't have. These people are losing everything. And even if they end up innocent, they're still going to be emotionally bankrupt, financially bankrupt. Like, their assets are going to be depleted. You know, like, and I personally, as good of a case as they're going to make examples out of these people, and it's very, very sad. That's just my opinion. I hope to God I'm wrong, but I always prepare for the worst and expect the best, like hope for the
Well,
best, right?
I said it today to somebody because we were discussing, and I said there's a two-tiered justice system in this
Absolutely.
country.
If you have
I
money, then you
said,
can pay to get out.
look at by the president's son and all the money he owes the IRS, the gun charges, all of that.
Yeah.
I said nothing's going to happen to him. They're going
Nope.
to let him off. I
Yep.
said, but yet if me and my husband didn't pay the IRS
Yep.
and didn't pay the state taxes, not only would they take our house and our bank accounts,
Yep.
we'd be sitting in jail.
Absolutely. Now, my question is where are all the fucking constitutional lawyers that have the ability and the resources to stand up to these fucking idiots and say, what you're doing is absolutely illegal, it's treason, it's crimes against humanity, and a list of other unlawful things that have been done in plain daylight, that's where I lose even more faith, because it's like you have the knowledge and the skills and the platform and the ability and the resources to do something, and you're not. What is in it for you? You're being paid off too. What is it? What is it?
Well, that's what made me laugh the other day when I was watching on TV how they ousted the Speaker of the House.
Yeah.
I was watching the whole thing with my husband,
Yeah.
and when this other guy gets was talking,
Yeah.
I said to my husband, he's making me laugh. He's standing there saying he doesn't take any money from the lobbyist and
Bullshit.
this and that. Meanwhile, I got 2 emails from his people
Uh-huh.
begging for money because of the charges he's facing, the investigation.
Yep.
Okay?
Yep.
You all take money from the lobbyist.
Yep.
Don't BS the American people. We're not that stupid.
I
Both
wish that I
sides.
could talk openly about a story here that's still unsolved, that was under investigation, and a new reward has been offered. Okay, I'll say it this way. They were two people that were heavily involved in big pharma. Okay, they were
They
two of the
should, yeah.
biggest supporters of our current toddler, and they had a party, whatever, and both of them were hung outside of near their pool.
Oh my God.
And
Mm.
there was an investigation going on that got squashed. Go figure. And apparently, I believe, I want to say it's the son, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, but I believe it's the son that has just reminded everybody and said it's still unsolved. And I would like to increase the amount of the reward offered. Money talks, right?
Yeah.
But
Mon-
eventually, it's not going to keep your mouth shut. Someone's going to talk.
yeah. Somebody's going to rat somebody out.
Oh yeah, because there's no loyalty amongst thieves. Fuck you,
No, I see what's going on now with Trump in this country.
right?
All of a sudden, everybody that was, well, most of the people that were charged with him are already cooperating.
Yeah.
Okay, I see it and I
Yeah.
crack up.
Yep.
I'm like, okay, you know, what the hell is going on? You
Oh,
know, you're doing all this stuff. And I mean, as far as the drugs and all of that goes,
yeah.
don't kid yourself, Kim. These top officials, all of them, I don't care who they are, Republican, Democrat, whatever, they're all profiting.
100 freaking %.
Okay? Because if they
100%.
weren't, it wouldn't be allowed.
That's right. And they're looking for a way to get in on the profits. That's why they're oh, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that. No, what you're gonna do is take the money out off the streets and put it in your filthy, greedy, deep pockets.
I always said back, I'm going back to like the 80s
Okay.
when they started arresting all the mobsters and
Yes, I
stuff,
remember this. Yes, I
different
do.
crimes.
War
And
on
I
drugs.
turned around and said, "You watch. They're locking them all up. Eventually, the government's going to take over all the rackets that they were running." Well, here we are in
Yep.
2023,
Yep.
and the governments are the biggest gangsters, in my
Right?
opinion.
Now, if that were me and I was one of the, wise guys or whatever, I'd be like, "Yo, buds, let's go out for coffee and supper, and someone's got to give them a run for their money, and it's got to be somebody that's got balls, money, and not afraid of whatever happens. You know what I mean?
Well,
And
you've
it
got
can't be
the
just one person. It's got to be a powerful group, and money
well,
talks.
yeah. Well, over here, unfortunately, you've got the Bezos and the Zuckerbergs and all of
Yeah,
them with their millions and millions of dollars that are running everything.
yeah, I know.
Okay,
Yep.
and it's not right. It
I,
isn't
I don't
right.
have the answers, and this is why I talk about it so much, because I'm trying to wrap my head around like one viable fucking solution that is going to help the greater good of people, and I'm not seeing it, and I refuse to accept defeat. Like I'm too stubborn to say no, they win. Like I just no. Sorry, but
Yeah.
no, there's got to be a way, and I'm not seeing it. But I mean, maybe we gotta, slither with the snakes and figure out what they would do. I don't know. I don't know.
There has to be an answer
There does.
because, this isn't the first. That's one thing your cousin said, which is true.
Yep.
This isn't the first thing we've been through.
Right.
And unfortunately, it's not going to be the last. We will find a way out of this. I mean, what I'm really afraid of is
Yeah.
everybody rebelling and innocent people getting killed.
Well, we're on the very precipice of that. And if I could go into further detail this time without compromising anything, I would. But just say that it is not far off on the horizon, and maybe
Hmm.
there's people waiting in the wings. But I don't know, and I'm not going to spread rumors. But I will say that it's scary fucking times because I've never seen this in my country, and it's like I don't know anybody personally, like in my family, even that I can think of that went to war. But this is the closest that I've ever seen to anything that
A
may even
civil
look like that.
uprising.
Yeah, it's very terrifying when you've never and not only that, they control the media. They take away our weapons to be able to defend ourselves, and there's a reason why all of this was done systematically to weaken us.
Hmm.
And some people like myself just are well, there's some people that are just next level, like 100 times worse than I am, and more serious and way crazier than me. I know enough to say, you know what, that's not a great idea, and I'm not gonna do that because it's just not smart. Some people are like, you know what, I got nothing left to lose, and whatever. And I'm like, I get you. I was there like 6 months ago, but now I'm like, no, So you do you. Let me know how it works out.
That's
But
right.
the odds are against us, but I'm not out yet.
Well, my husband said to me the other day he noticed parking lots when I'm in the store, wherever I am. I'm always looking around. And he's like, "What is it with you? Are you that paranoid?" I said, "Because you never know."
Well, I have
I
AD,
said, "You
so I
don't know
notice
what's going to
everything, man.
happen."
Like, and it's a safety thing, I think.
I had some idiot last week. I was out shopping in one of the big shopping stores, right?
Yep.
And I was at the fish counter. And I said to the guy behind the fish counter, "Do you have fresh salmon and fresh filet that's wild caught?" So he says, "Yeah." I said, "Okay, then give me this amount and that amount to that."
Yeah.
Some woman turns around and says to me, "Why are you buying that? Why aren't you buying farm raised?" I says, "To be honest with you, number one, it's none of your business."
Yeah.
I said, "Number two, I don't know what they do with the farm raised." So she goes, "Well, the wild caught," she goes, "with the way the oceans are, you don't know what you're eating." And I looked at her and I said to her, "Listen, you dumb
Yep.
F,
Yep. I'll
okay?"
swear all you want on this channel. You know me. Huh?
I told her, "Look, you dumb fuck. I'm 70 years old. I've
Yep.
been eating wild caught fish all my life and I'm still here."
Yep.
And she just looked at me. She goes, "Oh, well." I says, "Yeah, oh, well, kiss my ass. Mind your
Yeah.
business."
Yeah.
Because he annoyed the shit out of me trying to get me to buy farm raised. I didn't want farm raised. I wanted wild caught. That's it. End of story. You're not paying for it. I am.
Exactly. Like farm raised beef or chicken, yeah. But like, what's wrong with fresh ocean fish?
Oh, because she's telling me because of all the shit that's been dumped in the ocean and this and that. And the dolphins are showing up dead and the whales are showing up dead. I said, "Yeah, they're all showing up dead because of all the windmills they put around them. That's why."
Yeah. Well, go drink out of a friggin' paper straw, bitch, and see how you like your drink that much. Like, let's ban all the plastic bags in the grocery stores. Oh, great idea. But let's have bottled water. Like, are you serious? Like,
Oh, I'll
there's
make
no
you
logic.
laugh even harder. I'll
Yeah.
make you laugh even harder. I was getting my nails done, right?
Yeah.
And my hair. And this other technician is having this conversation with this lady.
Yeah.
And this lady says, yeah, well, when I went to McDonald's, they gave me a paper straw and it fell apart as I was drinking my
Yeah, they
drink.
do.
So
Gross.
I'm not saying anything, right?
Yep.
And then they got into the plastic bags.
Yep.
So that's when I interceded. And I
Yep.
said, well, what's wrong with paper bags? Like
They
we
break
used to
before you
have.
get to your car.
No, the paper bags were good, at least the
Not
ones
here.
we
They
had.
they literally rip before you get to your car, and I'm not joking.
So she turns around, this technician, and she goes, well, the paper comes from trees. So I looked at her, I said, really? The post-it notes that you use to write your appointments down, where does that come from?
Yeah.
And she looked at me. I said, it comes from the trees. I says, would you like me to give you some more examples of what comes from the trees?
Yeah.
How about the
Oxygen.
wooden utensils you buy
Yeah.
and all of that?
Yep.
And she's looking at me. And I said, and as far as paper goes, using the paper,
Yeah.
paper plates, paper napkins, paper
Yes.
straws, where do they all come from?
Yeah.
The trees. You're
Yeah.
so worried about the trees, huh?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you guys ever had this, but we did when I was growing up. Bottles of pop or bottles of milk. Like, why don't
Yes.
we go back to that?
Yeah, go back to that. And
That
we
would be
used to get
one
five
easily and
cents a
actually
bottle.
smart solution instead of like drink out of a paper straw and tell me it tastes good. It's just disgusting. Like, gross. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, I understand. Believe me. Hey, if I can help save the planet, woohoo. But I think like paper straws, no, no. But bottles of water, like that is sold on such a mass amount that like if we just convert it back to bottles, we could save so much right there.
Go back to milk being in a bottle. Go back
Right?
to,
Right? And being
right.
delivered to your damn house. Yes.
Go back to soda bottles.
Yeah.
What
Back
is
to
wrong
basics,
with,
man. Like why did they make it
right?
so stupid?
Yeah. And, because I remember when I was younger, the milkman used to come and deliver the milk on the stoop, the fresh juice on the stoop. The
Yeah.
soda truck would come once a week, and my father would order a case of soda, the big bottles off the truck. And we'd have, they were all in glass bottles.
Yep.
Everything was in
Yeah.
glass.
And you take it back and you get a refund for your deposit for your bottle.
That's right. That's right.
And it's a good system. It's not harming anything.
Nope.
I don't know why they don't go back to that. Like, remember years ago when we were kids, or when I was a kid, I remember it was styrofoam that was the enemy. So then we switched to paper. Now paper's the enemy. Now it's like, oh, gas and fossil fuels are the enemy, and everybody must drive a friggin' electric car. Do you know how much a battery is for an electric car? 10
I
grand.
know, but yeah, let
How
me
is
ask
the
you a
average person going to be able
question.
to afford that?
Let me ask you a question.
Yep.
What does the electric car run on?
Yeah. Yeah.
Electric, right?
Yeah.
What do
We
you
don't have
need to run electric?
we don't have the infrastructure already as it is presently, nor will we, because they're not smart enough to think ahead to
No,
be able.
but you understand what I'm saying.
Yes, I do. I
That's
do.
like when they came out with the solar panels, right?
Yes.
Everybody's got to buy solar panels. Well, I did my research on the solar panels.
Yes.
You're spending $20,000, $30,000 for solar panels that are only going to last for 10 years. That you're going to
Well,
have to replace them, and they're not going to give you as much heat
right.
or
Or
air
light
that you're
or
supposed
energy,
to
as
get.
much energy.
Right, right,
Yep.
exactly.
Yep.
Okay. As far as the windmills go, look what happened in Texas. Look what happened in California. So,
Right.
take your windmills and you know what you can do with them.
Yep.
I mean, ask me if I would get a hybrid because it's gas and electric. That I might do because at least I know I got the gas.
They're making
But
us. It's not going to be a choice. I can't remember by what year, but it's like, I'll be damned if you're telling me what I can drive. Like, you pay for my car then, and you pay for the battery.
number one, they don't have enough charging stations
No, they
set
don't.
up.
Nor could
Okay.
they handle it because years ago, I think about 15 years ago, we had a blackout in Ontario. I don't know if it was just Ontario or Canada, but we had no power for 2 days. And it's like, okay, what's gonna happen when we're all stuck on the side of the road and can't get home because our cars are dead?
Right. Not only that, with the here in the States anyway, in New York,
Uh-huh.
these electric bikes, all I'm
Yep.
hearing about is how they're blowing up and going on fire.
Really?
I've heard about electric people turning back in their electric cars because they gotten stuck and couldn't find a charging station.
Wow.
And also a couple of them going on fire because of the batteries that are in them or whatever they're using to run these electric cars.
Yep.
So you want people to spend $50,000 in this
Yeah.
economy that they don't have.
When you're paying like $2,500 a month just for rent alone, never mind anything else. It's like, what do you think I
Right.
am? Like your salary? Like, come on, man. Be real.
That's exactly my point.
And
They
that's what I'm sick
never,
of. Like they're telling us how we have to live, but we don't have the resources they do.
they didn't think it through. That's the problem. Okay. Had they thought it through and had everything set up, you may be talking a different scenario.
Well, I don't know if you've heard anything about this in America, but 15-minute cities, have you heard anything about that?
No.
Okay, let me fill you in. So 15-minute cities, this is the way they're selling it to the people to make it sound like it's all fucking rainbows and unicorns and great times, right? We're gonna make life so convenient for you that you are only gonna have to travel 15 minutes. Everything's gonna be at your fingertips. You can walk, you can bike, you can whatever. Okay? You're only allowed to leave your territory, let's call it a territory, your zone, whatever, um, up to so many times a year, and you're only allowed to travel so many miles within that year. So, at first everyone's like, well, this doesn't sound too bad, but then a lot of like in our country, it was the natives that were really colonized here, right? I think it's like the Spanish, and I'm not sure really in America, but the colonization of people where they didn't have quite the same quality of life that we have.
Right.
So when it was explained to me in terms from the native people, they're like, you guys don't understand what's happening. This is what they have been doing to the native people since the beginning of time. And if you let this happen, they're going to, the saying is that you are going to own nothing and be happy. It's going to be true. If you let this happen, then you are going to be living like we have been living all of our entire lives, and you will be suppressed and you will be oppressed and everything. And it's like, when you heard it that way, like put it just blunt, it was like, I don't like this. Like I want to be able to
No.
travel where I want, when I want, and unless you're paying my bills, you're not telling me different.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Well,
just I could
I
never imagine
agree.
being so controlling to tell someone like this is what you're doing. Like, no, this is not. You're not my boss. Get lost. I'm like
Unbelievable.
that with bosses. I'm like that with my man. Like I'm with my friend. Like you're not. No, if I don't believe it or believe in it, there's nothing you can say or do to convince me otherwise, and you are certainly not going to make me do anything because I'm too stubborn. Like it's just not going to happen. I'm not the type that will be like, "Oh, okay, I'll do what you want." No, I will not. I'll question you and kick and scream the whole way.
Nope. My father and mother always taught me you fight for what you believe in.
Right? And that's the way that
And
I am.
I'm sorry, I believe in the Constitution. I
I
believe
do
in the
too.
Bill of Rights. And you are not going to strip me of my freedoms. If you do, then you better make sure that shot goes right through me.
Here's the conflicting part for me. Okay, okay. So we just had our Constitution challenged. Okay, so we have the Charter of Human Rights and Freedoms, which we thought was our goal. Okay, it was just challenged by the last person, the last person to sign that Bill of Rights, who actually, or sorry, the charter. He's the last living person. He challenged it when all this shit was going on. He lost his thing. Okay, his lawsuit. So then we have the Bill of Rights. So if you go to the police station, which I was a lot because of that friggin' crazy psycho meth head neighbor, the
Right.
first thing they have in the police station is the human rights, the Charter of Human Rights. And it's like, okay, wait a minute. You're following one thing, but also violating it at the same time. But the court is using the Bill of Rights I don't like what left hand me right hand. Like, why don't you guys know what the other one's doing? And why are you wasting the court's time? And why are you okay with violent offenders and criminals and giving them more rights than the average non-criminal person? Like, it doesn't make sense to me, and it makes me so freaking mad. Just like, I don't get it.
I don't get it either, except that I think their main goal is to strip us all our rights and just keep us all on one level.
Well, good fucking luck, okay? Because like
Mm-hmm.
all I can say is good luck. Because I'm
Yep.
not the type of person to just give things up easily, especially if I believe in it, and I do believe in it. And listen, all I want simply is just to be able to live my life, be left alone, and not be told what I'm doing. That's all I'm not
That's
asking for
right.
much, right? I'm really not asking for much. I just want to
No.
live my life and be able to thrive in an economy that is not going to never
Break
be
your
able to come up.
back.
Yeah, we're like the next 5 generations are going to see this debt, like, and it's all
Yep.
because he has a spending problem and he
Yeah, same
wants to
thing
live the high
here,
life.
honey.
Yeah,
Same thing here.
yeah,
I
and
mean,
and this is not okay. Like, and the different rules for different fools does not fly with me. Like, that's where you lose any credibility. But it
no,
makes
you're
me
a
want to
hundred
try and
percent.
do these things because, like, well, if they can get away with it, like, you're setting a precedent. So, like, if
Yeah.
you could do this and you can get away with it, and in the open with a smile and a finger, and rub it in, then I'm going to try it as an average citizen. And then when I go to court, I'm going to say, well, this is what our leaders have taught us and got away with, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And then when there's these investigations to hold people accountable, oh well, we have to disseminate this because you're too close, you're over the target. You're going to prove that we were indeed in fault, and we're not willing to accept that. So we're just going to dissolve this and make this go away. Like I don't. It's a
Listen,
freaking big beast, and I don't know how to beat it. You know what I'm saying?
Kim, I think a lot of people's eyes are open
Yes,
and they're just not saying anything.
I know.
Okay?
I know.
Somebody said to me the other night, uh, what are you going to do about all this? And my answer was, I'll have my say when I go to vote. Okay? Not that my vote may count, who knows, but that was my answer
Right.
because I see what's going on. There are a lot of people that I speak to that all see what's going on. They're not happy. So eventually it's going to backfire
Well, I can't
because
believe that it hasn't till this point. Like, what the fuck is everybody waiting for? Are you waiting for like Superman? Are you waiting like what the hell?
I don't know, but it's going to backfire.
Totally,
I
I
mean,
can't believe that it hasn't because there's so many mental patients walking around freely in public that should be somewhere, and I just can't believe for the life of me that wow, like wow, I don't get it.
I don't get it either. My husband was well, not laughing, but like I had to go into New York last weekend,
Uh huh.
and I knew where I was going was safe,
Right.
but I still dreaded the trip
Why?
because I was like, if the person that was driving me, like if they got into road rage with somebody because
Oh
somebody
yeah,
cut
there's
them
certain
off.
parts you just don't.
Yeah, and I'm afraid a gun is going to get pulled out and everybody's going to be shot.
No,
You know,
that could very easily happen. Yeah, not gonna
yeah.
lie.
And I'm like, as far as the city itself goes, I will not
Yeah.
go in there because of all the crime and shit that's going on there. And I get nervous every day when my husband gets up and leaves. In fact, he'll be getting up in about a half hour to
Right.
come down, have his coffee, get ready, take a shower, and go into the city to work. I sweat it out every day until he's home.
It's no
Because
better here in Toronto, especially parts of Toronto. There's Brampton is under constant I don't even know how to word that because they won't show it on TV and tell the real truth. They suppress it, so nobody knows about it. Scarborough is a place you definitely don't want to mouth off to the wrong person out of light because they will just pull something out and you're done. Like I mean, there's very
unsavory parts, and they're getting more and more and more. But I
Yeah.
refuse to live my life in fear. I take precautions for safety, right?
Hmm.
I have certain things, and when I tell you, like, I like I have PTSD, so if I'm scared and my adrenaline's pumping and I'm in that mode where it's like I have to save my life, like I will find the strength. Like I've taken down big men when I've had to. Just
Hmm.
if it meant my life or theirs, it's not going to be me. Or I'm going to go
Right.
down fighting. Does that
Right.
mean I'm tough or I'm not going to find myself in a bad situation one time? No, because it could very easily happen, and I'm aware of that. But the thing is I do take precautions that I can legally do,
Right.
and I just make sure I'm safe. And I mean, I refuse to live my life in fear anymore because
Hmm.
you're not living if you're in fear. You're suppressed again. They've gotten
Right.
you. They've won. And I refuse to let these people win. They don't get to tell me who I am. I know who I am. I know what I stand for. And all I'm asking for is just let me live my life. Let me make my own choices. Make it so people have a fighting chance in this world. That you can support yourself and not go weeks without eating food, or you don't have to live with several people or whatever. Let us have our independence. Let us be able to move around our country. Just stay the fuck in your own lane. That's all I ask.
That's right.
There's some people that have a much bigger demand list. Believe me, I support myself. I always have. I don't want any fucking handouts from them. I really just want them to stay away.
Right.
And the more you say that to them, the more they're just in your face obnoxious. And they'll go on TV and brag and tell you what they're gonna do. And they do everything they say they're gonna do. So it's like, all right, and people are like, the cops see this, and they're doing unlawful things and they know it, and it's all being caught on tape and nothing ever happens to them. And it's like, I just I if it was the other way around and it was the people doing this, man, oh man, like
Yeah. No.
we would be like, the brutality would be unbelievable against us.
Extreme.
Extreme. And it already is, for nothing but a difference of opinion, to put it
Hmm.
in simple terms. And that to me is mind boggling.
Do you know how many friends I've lost or family members that won't speak to me because of the
Yep.
difference of opinion?
Yep. Me too. And it's
That's
like, you
out
know what?
divided
Then
this
you are immature.
country.
Then you are immature. I refuse to bend a knee to what the environment that they have created, and they've done this on purpose, is to divide and conquer. They did this on purpose. They told us we couldn't meet with our family. They couldn't do this, couldn't do that, can't talk about it, can't question, blah, 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 blah. And yes, I lost a lot of friends too, but and at first it used to bother me. Then I was like, okay, I get it. You like to live with your head up your ass. I get it. You're
Hmm.
happier, whatever. Live your life. But you know
Yeah.
what? I know all of those people see it now. We both know, Carol. We're logical people. We know it.
Yep.
They
I,
will not come to us and say they're sorry, but they see it.
no, they see it.
And
I
that's
have a
enough for me.
friend.
That is enough for me. That's all I need. I don't need their
I
apology.
have a friend that's on one side and I'm on the opposite side.
Yeah,
And she said to me the other day, she said something, and I turned around and said what I had to say. And I said to her, listen, we're never going to agree. We're only going to agree to disagree.
that's right. And that's okay.
So, and that's fine.
Yep.
But keep
That is
it that
being an
way.
adult. That is being an
Keep it
adult.
keep it that way.
Yeah.
This is what we're going to do. We're
Yeah.
not going to discuss these issues.
That's right. And that is okay. And people need to realize that that is an adult, mature thing to do. And that's the way we used to handle ourselves before all of this shit. And don't forget
Hmm.
your core principles. And you don't have to agree with everybody on everything. I don't want to. Because if I did, it'd be pretty friggin' boring. And I'm a little extra. So I really would want to have to deal with too many people like me, because I want to learn. I love talking to people from different areas. I love listening to how things work. I love getting a different person's perspective, because maybe it'll make me think of it in a different light, or maybe I'll learn something, like, you know, um, and I can't encourage enough dialogue as long as you're mature and respectful. Even if, like, if
Hmm.
you said, even if we agree to disagree, I'm totally okay with that. We don't need to talk about this person or this subject or whatever.
That's right. Move on
But
to
it doesn't mean we
something
have to
else.
avoid each other and we can't be friends, because you're being a child and you need to grow up.
Right.
Sorry, but put your bib on because I'm not a child and I'm an
Mhm.
adult. And some people don't like that, and I understand that. But to be fair, I don't like people wearing bibs when they're adults. Right? Right.
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 That's right. All right, sweetie. I gotta go.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming on. I missed you. I love talking to you. This was great. You really made my day, actually, because it was not great to begin with. So thank you so much.
You're
And I will
welcome.
be in
And
touch. Okay.
as soon as you find out with this whole dog thing, let me know,
Does
and
Mr.
I'll
Smith
help.
have your number?
Yes, he does, and I will
Okay. Then
help
I know how to
you.
get in touch with you then. Perfect. I
I
will do
will
that.
help you any way I can.
I appreciate that. And I will always help you any way I can as well. I really have a lot of respect for you, Carol. And I really appreciate you coming on.
It works both ways, honey. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. You're welcome anytime.
Okay, sweetie. Have a good night.
You too.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, Pat, when I started this, I did not expect this to be a friggin' Jerry Lee Lewis telethon. But I guess I needed to talk to everybody and get a lot of shit out. But how I wanted to start this live again was on a serious note and was saying that, no matter what social media platform you're on, no matter, and it doesn't even necessarily need to be a social media platform. If you're on one side of an issue and someone's on another side, there is a way to, walk away. Even if it ends up being that you see it one way, I see it another, so be it. Doesn't mean we have to be enemies. Doesn't mean we have to not be friends. It doesn't mean we need to get rude and insult each other and be ignorant. If you're on a social media platform, you do not take this shit real life. Tonight, I hope that person takes this as a warning shot, metaphorically speaking, and perhaps changes their tactics. Because there are a lot of people on the internet that should not be here. I personally myself think that people should have a psych evaluation before they're allowed to have the internet, but they just give this out to everybody. And not everybody has the same logic and common sense or give a shit left. So people have been pushed too far for too long, and you don't know what's going to make someone snap. You don't know what's going on in their head. You don't know what's going on in their life. You don't know anything. But if you're going to sit up here, talk a big game, give out your address, talk shit, do this, do that, I hope that you take this as I'm lucky and just knock it the fuck off and grow up because you're in your 40s. So you need to knock this off. Okay? That's pretty much all I got. I haven't talked this much in forever. I appreciate those who stopped by, those who came on the panel, those who joined, those who like, comment, share, subscribe. You know the drill. I swear to God, I never planned on staying out this long. It just happens sometimes. But it was a day. Today I had a day, and I kind of needed this, so I appreciate it. And see you on the next one. Peace out, bitches.